Good morning and welcome. I apologize for convening us a couple minutes late. As you can see, we're a small but hearty crew this morning. Thanks all of you for joining us for the March meeting of the State Board of Education. I'd like to begin by asking Member Williams to lead us in the flag salute. Thanks. Let me walk us through some housekeeping, and Teresa will make sure that I do it right. I'd like to announce first, members, the consent calendar and the waiver consent calendar. And as is our custom, if there are items that you would like to remove from the consent calendar for board discussion, please let Teresa know before lunch today. So proposed for the regular consent, items 3, 5, 8, and in your materials it says 11 through 14, and I'm requesting that item 11 be taken off of consent and be brought for full consideration. So that would be 12 to 14, and then item 22, which is an addition. So again, 3, 5, 8, 12 through 14, and 22. Waiver consent items, those with board policies in place and criteria in law, WC1 through WC4, WC6 through WC16. So that's WC1 through 16 with the exclusion of WC5. And then proposed consent for among the waiver items, W4 through W7, W12 through W17. And so in other words, the waiver items that are not on consent, those we will hear individually, are waivers W1 through W3, W8 through W11, and W18 through W20, and WC5. So this should all be outlined in a document out on the table. There were a couple of changes, the inclusion of 22 in the proposed consent and the exclusion of 11 from the proposed consent. But other than that, that's what you've got. A couple of other announcements about our agenda. Item 18. So we'll take up the consent calendar tomorrow. Item 18 has addenda that have been prepared for us this morning, and so those are forthcoming. We'll have one public hearing, and that's on the agenda for today, and that begins time certain or as close to it as we can manage at 3. That's item number 15, the reconsideration of an appeal, the charter renewal petition of Nova Meridian Charter School. The board will meet in closed session tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And that takes us through the calendaring. Now, a couple changes in the agenda itself. Item number 9 has been withdrawn. Item 27 has been withdrawn. And then here's where it gets a little confusing. That's to reassure you that what we just did isn't confusing. Our schedule looks like we may have some time this afternoon, and we'd like to take advantage of that time so that we can have time for our full agenda tomorrow. We have a number of meaty items on the docket for tomorrow, and so we've worked with the department to take a look at some items that are currently on tomorrow's agenda that, given the flow of business today, we will try to move into this afternoon's discussion. And I'd like to highlight those board members and members of the public. And I'd ask your help if any of you know that there are folks on airplanes to come and talk about these items tomorrow. It'd be really helpful to know that. We don't think so, but it would be helpful to know if we're wrong about that. So first, item 17. These are items that are currently listed for tomorrow that we're hoping to move to today. Item 17. Item 19. Item 21. Sorry, item 20 and item 21. Item 22. 25. And 26. So we may not be able to move all of these over. And again, if folks know of ways, and if folks know that moving these will inconvenience us or deprive us of important input from members of the public, please let us know as soon as you can. Thanks. And we'll try to. I'll try to forecast where we are as we move through this, so that everybody knows. We won't be changing the agenda. We won't be adding to the agenda until at least I would say after lunch. So we'll check in again after lunch on the flow of work. And thanks for your forbearance. And those of you who were here at the last meeting recognize that very hopeful suggestion that there will be lunch. Again, just sort of the regular order of march for us. Members, we have very full red folders. Please take a moment to look through those. Those include copies of recently received correspondence. Members of the audience, please sign up for any items that you'd like to speak on. We depend on your guidance and your input, and would love to hear from you. There are binders out on the tables out front, divided by day, although I just complicated that for you. But if you could identify the item number, associate yourself on the list with the item number, we'll be able to hear from everyone who has come to conduct business with us. We'll be limiting speaking to 2 minutes per person per item, as is our habit, with the exception of a couple items tomorrow. Items 23 and 24, where we will, at the board's request, hear presentations from representatives of several school districts. Item 2 is the item that we reserve for general public comment. So members who have come to us to talk about matters that are not specifically to be addressed in this agenda either day, you're welcome to come and talk to us under item 1. And Jennifer and Regina will help by both calling names and calling time, so that everybody knows where we are. If members of the public have brought material, hard copy material for board members, please give those to Jennifer. Jennifer, you want to wave to make sure that everybody knows who you are? Thank you. And let Jennifer know which item it pertains to, and we'll be happy to pass that around to board members so that you don't have to take your time to do that. For the public hearing, we will allow 5 minutes for opening statements in support of and opposition to the recommendation after the staff presents the recommendation. Members will hold our questions until after the presentation and opening statements. I'll remind you of these rules of the road when we get there. Like all speakers, to be sure to identify yourselves. We are up on the web, and so while many of us are familiar to each other, and that's a good thing, there may be untold hundreds of thousands tuning in on the web who are in serious need of sleep aids. And so it would be helpful if you could let them at least know who you are and what you're coming to speak on. We usually find that there are items where many folks would like to express support for a similar point of view, and most of you have heard us say over time that there is a special place in heaven reserved for folks who come to the microphone and say, "Me too," and then subside. And there is additional space. Looks like we're already taking advantage of that. Additional seating space has been set up in the media room around the corner. Members, you know the routine about microphones: on when you're speaking, off when you're not. And we will also need to be in real time identifying items in which we may need to recuse ourselves. And Ben Riley, who is helping us today from the Attorney General's office, Ben will be here for any advice if you need any advice about specific matters of recusal. So unless there are other comments, I'd like to begin. Mr. Superintendent?
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll try to be very brief because I know it's an ambitious agenda. To start with, I'd like to just express my disappointment on the unsuccessful attempt at securing the Race to the Top funds that the state of California applied for. Well, listening to President Mitchell talk, I just realized that 2/3 of those of us that signed the application are sitting up here. Maybe that's why we didn't win, but that's another issue. But the folks worked very, very hard here in the Department of Education. The state board staff, very helpful. The governor's staff was incredibly helpful, including the Secretary of Education. Also, WestEd and AIR really helped us, and folks worked around the clock. It was a very thoughtful, ambitious, visionary application, and I just really wanted to thank all of the folks who worked very hard on that. There were 41 states that applied. 15 states and the District of Columbia were recipients to get to round 2, and we look forward to seeing what the final federal reviewers have to say. We should get those comments in a couple, 3 weeks. Perhaps we'll have a shot at round 2. I think it's premature to speculate, and we'll look at their analysis very carefully to see if there are any changes that we could make that might put us in the running for it. We'll certainly keep you abreast of that. The second round of applications would be June 1st, so a very ambitious turnaround timeline as well. And again, you have the commitment to work with all of the key players, all the stakeholder groups, many of whom made some very good suggestions for us in this application process. And then finally, I wanted to extend an invitation to the members of the State Board to join us on our Achieving Schools recognition ceremony. This is the California Title I Achieving Schools. We're having it at Disneyland Hotel this year. It's Wednesday night, April 21st. We've increased the eligibility requirements, so it's much more rigorous than it has been before. This year we have 238 schools that we'll be recognizing. These are some of the hardest working schools in the state. I personally call each of the principals. Those are some of the best calls I make all year. And if you can make it, please let us know on Wednesday evening, April 21st, in some place called Disneyland. So Disneyland South, I guess I should say from here. And that concludes our report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Toad's Wild Ride does come to mind.
That's it.
Thank you. We have the opportunity this morning to welcome, to thank, and to hear from California's Secretary of Education, Bonnie Reese. And as Bonnie makes her way up, many of us around this table and many of you have had the opportunity to work with Bonnie in a variety of capacities, including an important stint right here as a member of the State Board of Education. Bonnie is incredibly passionate about the children of California. Bonnie is incredibly competent in making things happen even in the most complicated of circumstances. She is an extraordinary colleague. She's a great friend, and we owe her much for returning to Sacramento and helping us in California develop and maintain the kinds of programs we need to ensure the future success of our kids in our state. Thank you, Bonnie.
Well, thank you very much, President Ted Mitchell, Superintendent Jack O'Connell, and the State Board of Ed. It is a pleasure to be back here, particularly having served with so many of you on the State Board. I have to say I'm happy to be on this side and not that side, having remembered the big binders of information that come in the last minute and sitting here through a lot of tedious stuff, but important work. So I just want to address two things briefly here, and one is how the issue of funding of education and what's going on with budget stuff, and two, the important role that you on the state board play in ensuring the quality of education for all the kids in the state. We all know funding is a critical part to education, K through 12 and higher ed, but it's not the only part. But on the funding piece, last week the governor had a meeting that Superintendent O'Connell and Gavin attended. The chancellors and student leaders from UC, Cal State, and Community College attended. And the message and purpose was clear. Everyone in that room prioritizes education funding in this year's budget. And everyone agreed that while everyone in that room may have a different approach to how that funding should be achieved, the important thing was standing together on the need to prioritize education funding. And considering what goes on in our democratic system, and in particular in Sacramento, with the needs to get a 2/3 vote on the budget, the importance of standing together to make sure it's a priority, and then seeing what 2/3 votes can be rallied around, what form of how that funding happens, is open. But the need to prioritize education funding is what's important to stand together. So I encourage all of you on the state board, our student board member, to get other students to rally, and all the board members to exert whatever influence you can on any of the legislators in this process as they move towards the budget on prioritizing education funding. And the next item I wanted to address deals with, of course, Race to the Top, and in general the role the Board of Ed plays, and in particular stuff on Race to the Top. And I know, I immediately was briefed on all the hard work that went into it with the Department of Ed and the board and the governor's office on the Race to the Top. And I know how everyone was disappointed. I went into the secretary's office and they were such disappointed the day it was announced that we weren't finalists. But maybe because I come in with fresh perspective, I just wanted to say that honestly, having the leverage of the federal government putting up that much money allowed bipartisan reform legislation, which is needed regardless of whether we get federal money, which will last far longer, as important as getting perhaps $700 million maybe, and we're not giving up on round two, but as important as getting that money is, and we all know every dollar is important, frankly, what's more longer lasting is the reforms that were put into place, which will last forever and are critical to ensuring that all our kids get a better education. So on the round two, yesterday, Kathy Gaither and myself went and we met with Jack and Gavin, and we were discussing, our approach to it. I put in a call to Secretary Duncan, and we're working with the National Governors Association to implore the Department of Ed to give us feedback sooner than 3 weeks from now. Because how do we know how to thoughtfully look at our first application and see how do we correct the course for the second? Is there other legislation they need? Is it more collaboration with districts? Is it more data? Until we get that feedback, we can't meaningfully make that direction. So number one, we're encouraging to see if we can get that feedback sooner. But in the meantime, we're already working. Ted's talking with a lot of the people in the world that was in round one. The foundations that played in round one. Gates funded consultants with 14 of the 16 states that were successful. So we're immediately reaching out and getting input from all of them to see what we can gain from that. Grids and the consultants Jack mentioned are already looking at our application, looking at the applications of the 16 states that were successful to see what we can learn from that. So we're definitely moving forward with that and in as thoughtful a process as we can. But one of the reforms that came, which was saying that to the schools that are chronically underperforming and failing our children, we're saying to the parents of those kids, we hear you. And if those schools continue to fail your kids, we will step in and see that action is taken. And the list of the few things that are available is the action. Now, we see districts like Los Angeles are taking that action, are taking over those schools, are giving the parents the choices. But I know that before the state board today or tomorrow, if a district doesn't act, then the parents demand and hope that the state board will step in and work with the communities, but take action. Take bold action so that we do no longer accept chronically failing schools that are not delivering the education these students need. And that's an exciting role for the state board to play. I know sometimes you sit up here in Sacramento, and it's easy to lose track with what's going on there. But in many ways, the Department of Ed and the Board of Ed are kind of like the appeal of last resort for these kids and parents. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. In any way I can in my role serve and help support that, I will. It's an honor to be back. working with my good friend Ted, with Jack, and with all the leaders of education. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you. All right, members, let's move into our agenda and begin with agenda item 1, and talk a little bit about at least one housekeeping matter for the good of the board, but I think also will help clarify some things for members of the public. As you know, we've had discussions and conversations internally as well as with members of the public about how it is, when it is, and the conditions under which we produce documents for public consumption. And I think that this has often in the past come to a head around the rather voluminous attachments that we get around charter petitions and charter items, where sometimes we see the whole original charter and so on, but also some of the technical reports that we receive both from the department and from outside agencies. And it seems like it would be an appropriate moment for board staff and department staff to work together to just draft up for this board a statement of our documents policies. How is it that we think about these different kinds of documents? What are the legal restrictions and requirements that we have to live under in producing documents, both a requirement to produce them and then requirements about how to produce them so that we maintain access for visually impaired citizens, et cetera. So I think that there's been a lot of confusion about that, and I'd like to propose, and unless I hear from members that you think this is a terrible idea, I'd like to propose that we ask board staff and department staff to work between now and our next meeting on a document that will clarify for us and for the public how we deal with documents in the electronic age. Hearing none, great. So that's my report under item 1. You'll note that the board is in some flux, members, and we do have an opportunity to make some committee assignments. But with your help and indeed your forbearance, I'd like to not work on that at this meeting, but work on that at the next meeting, when hopefully we will have new members, and we'll be able to introduce them and to work with them, and to, depending on the skills and talents that they bring, allocate ourselves across the liaison groups and committees. And then finally, any quick liaison reports? Yvonne?
Good morning. 2 weeks ago, I attended the Special Ed Advisory Commission meeting in San Diego. It's a beautiful place, and also we celebrated Mary Hudler's retirement. But unfortunately, I was the designated driver, and should trust Mary's direction instead of the GPS. So we cruised around San Diego Harbor for a good hour before we get to the destination where her party was. So I apologize. But meanwhile, the commission... I
understand there was an Alan Burson sighting involved.
It was Alan, exactly. But we did discuss about the 2040 panel's recommendation, and the commission really looked forward and continue to look forward that discussion for future board items. And I understand that this will come to the board in May, and they've been waiting and waiting, and I'm just, rest assured that all the inputs and feedback in paper format, in whatever format that, I do read them, and I look forward to that May meeting with the recommendations coming through by CDE, and then we can also discuss in public.
Thank you. David?
Yes. I'm a member of the board representing the board at CPEC, California Post-Secondary Education Commission. And yesterday I had to attend by phone, but I've been to the meetings. just to update us, the CPEC is an advisory committee to higher education, to the three segments and the privates. And they're doing some very good work. As you all know, the master plan is up for review after 50 years. And they've reviewed it before, but I think they're really going to really seriously look at it now and take some action. But they're very interested and concerned about K-12 education because they understand that's the feeder program to the universities. So in the future, I will bring more information from that body, but also I'd like to bring some of those folks over here to speak to us, and perhaps we can speak to them and continue the dialogue, because we all are in this together in terms of getting students from preschool all the way to the doctoral level in the state of California. And we have some major challenges. I happen to speak at the Joint Legislative Committee on access to higher education, and I shared with them my views. There's opportunities there, but again, we do have a pipeline, and we need to look at it from preschool all the way to the doctoral level. And in the state of California, as we all know, is in dire need of producing the workforce that we need to remain competitive, not only nationally, but internationally. So CPEC plays a real big role in that. We do also, and my biggest message is that we are in this together and we need to work together.
Thanks, David. And your comment about CPEC reminds me that we've received an invitation from Jack Scott, Chancellor of the Community College System, to create a joint meeting between our two boards to talk about issues of transition between K-12 and community college. And I know that Teresa is working with staff there to make that possible, and that will probably not be a business meeting of this board or their board, but an opportunity for the two boards to meet and to engage the public in a dialogue about that important transition.
Very good. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize our Superintendent, Jack O'Connell, for his work in the P16 Council and the work that they've done, because, Jack, you get it. It's a pipeline. Thank you very much for your work.
Thanks. Other liaison reports? Seeing none, I'd like to move us to item number 2. And in doing so, I know we have a number of individuals who've come to speak to us today. Quick reminders, item 2 is for those items not on our agenda today. We'd love to hear from anyone who has come to introduce other business to us. Please introduce yourselves to us. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes. And I know that the board would greatly appreciate it if your intent is to support a previous speaker to say that. Regina, we're yours.
Connie Williams, Pam Oflin, Jeff Frost. My name is Connie Williams. I'm the teacher librarian at Petaluma High School, and I'm the past president of the California School Library Association. Several of us have come here today to ask for the assurance that the draft model school library standards, a project launched a year ago, will be on your May agenda for approval. We teacher librarians work every day with our classroom colleagues to create the kind of dynamic lessons that mesh content, skills, resources, and practice. We need strong school libraries supported by state standards in order to provide the scaffold that leads this innovative 21st century learning. These content standards were written by a coalition of teachers, administrators, teacher librarians, and others who looked at what students need and developed a set of tools that provide the many learning pathways that are opening to us in this digital age. And because we're the librarians we are, we have a packet of information about these standards and about school libraries in general for you to have. Thank you very much for your consideration of this.
Thank you very much. And just as a reference and to respond specifically, so it is our intent to take those standards up at our May meeting and to work, to have the staffs work together on those standards to make them ready for May over the next several weeks.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much. It was Pam Holman.
Good morning. My name is Pam Ullman, and I'm a teacher librarian at Long Beach Poly High School and the legislative chair of the California School Library Association. Since the year 2000, there has been a substantial body of research in 19 states that show a positive relationship between strong school library programs and student achievement, regardless of the socioeconomic or educational level of the community. Well, that's great in other states, but is there a California study? Yes, there is. You will find in your packet a one-page summary of Dr. Doug Ackerman's California research. He found that California public schools with strong school library programs outperformed those schools without such programs on the California State STAR test. This was true regardless of the school community's parent education, poverty level, ethnicity, and the percentage of English language learners. The proposed model library content standards describe what our children should know at each grade level. They would provide the guidelines for all California students to experience the same success. It is a matter of equity, and I'm happy to have just heard that these standards will be included as written on your May agenda and approved. Thank you.
So to be clear, we will hear the standards. The as written was a nice try.
Thank you.
But isn't going to quite get.
Mr. President, members, Jeff Frost. I'm the legislative advocate for the California School Library Association. I'm also speaking on the model standards. I wanted to address two specific issues that I think are issues that the state board staff and the department staff will hopefully be able to reconcile. The first is that somehow these model standards, and in fact a year ago when the board adopted the motion to have the department develop the standards, they were model standards. It is not our intent that this be a mandate. My understanding is the Department of Finance somehow may think that this creates a mandate. It is certainly not our intention, nor do I believe that it's the intention of the department the way they've been drafted. There is precedent both in the career technical education model standards and in the PE standards, both of which this previous boards have adopted, that are similar in nature, and these standards were basically modeled after those two. As far as I know, no mandate claims have been associated with either of those standards, so I really don't think that's an issue. In terms of conflicts with English language arts standards, it's my understanding from talking to the staff that there are a couple of issues there. My understanding is that the department staff has already drafted language that addresses those concerns, so I think that that shouldn't be a problem either. So it's our hope that they will come in May. Our association stands ready to work with both your staff and the department staff to resolve any issues and make sure that they can be adopted in May. Thank you very much.
Martha Rowland, John McGinnis, and Glenn Warren.
Good morning, President Mitchell and members of the State Board of Education. I'm Martha Rowland, District Library Coordinator for the Sacramento City Unified School District. As a library professional, as a member of the committee that developed the draft California Model School Library Standards, I was greatly disappointed to learn that they would not be brought forward for approval at today's meeting. Happy to hear they will be considered at the next. School administrators, teachers, and the school library community across the state have been anxiously awaiting these standards, which outline what students should know and be able to do at each grade level to enable them to succeed in school, higher education, and the workforce. They are not standalone standards, but are integrated with the content standards and are meant to be taught in collaboration by the classroom teacher and the teacher librarian in context of the curriculum. These copies of the content standards are an example. This is reading language arts, history, social science, and science. The tabs that you see identifying here are direct connections between these school library standards and the content standards. So for teachers, it is not anything additional for them, but is a way to support all of the good things that they're already doing. Students benefit by developing a continuum of skills that are integrated within their content and which leads to future success in business, careers, and lifelong learning. By approving these standards, California districts will finally have a roadmap to implement quality library programs as education code directs. I'm glad that you
30
have
seconds.
said that these will be included on the next agenda, and I thank you very much because the California students deserve this. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, you'll note in addition to the comments and input we're receiving from the public that we do have a number of letters in our red folders on the library standards as well. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John McGinnis, and I'm a member of the Board of Education of the Long Beach Unified School District. I urge the State Board's adoption of the Model School Library Standards. These standards will greatly help school districts in three critical ways. First, they will assist school boards as we review current policies and develop new policies related to school library programs. Second, they will assist superintendents and principals as they plan, build, and review and improve their school library programs. In this regard, they will help principals evaluate the success of the programs and evaluate the performance of the teacher librarians and the paraprofessionals who work in school libraries. And such evaluations based on your adopted state school library standards will lead to effective professional development. Third, and of course most important, all school children will benefit. Substantial research in a variety of states has demonstrated conclusively that strong school library programs increase student achievement in all subject areas, especially reading. State-adopted school library standards correlated with California core content standards are an invaluable tool for school districts as we strive to close achievement gaps and prepare students for the workforce. We applaud the State Board for initiating this process a year ago when you directed the Department of Education to develop model school library standards. We applaud the Department of Education, whose staff worked diligently for a year developing these standards. We especially applaud them for doing their work not in the privacy of their cubicles or their office, but by rather seeking the expertise of over 100 educators across the state. This was an open process that benefited from the participation of a broad coalition of citizens and educators. While these standards are by no means a mandate, they will, when adopted by you, be an invaluable tool for boards, superintendents, principals, and teachers as we educate California school children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the California State Board of Education and President Mitchell. My name is Glenn Warren from Orange County, California. I'm the coordinator for Media Resource Services at the Orange County Department of Education. I'm here to support the California Model School Library Standards. A wide range of educational stakeholders are asking the question, what should our kids know and when should they know it? As it relates to 21st century information literacy, that must include cyber citizenship and cyber safety. I will share with you some highlights from letters that I have submitted to the board for your consideration that are in your packet. Here's some examples. Penny Glover, attorney at law, stated in her support letter to you, quote, I recognize and appreciate the breadth of the library standards and believe that they will be useful in my current and future work with school districts and county offices of education. Marcelly Hancock, the president of I Keep Safe Coalition, writes in her letter, quote, we are writing to recommend your adoption of the new model library standards for California public schools. Daryl Holtz from the Common Knowledge Scholarship Foundation and the Federal Bureau of Investigation Safe Online Surfing Program, which is a national program, states in his letter of support that together, which I love that language, by the way, together with the representative of the FBI, have looked at our draft to use these standards to help develop their baseline for a brand new national program. So already providing leadership there. Moving on, in a letter to the California Library Association, Joanne McNabb, Chief of the Office of Privacy Protection, shared that the model standards in their draft form have proved useful to support the coalition. Just to finish is Esther Gracian from the University of California, referencing some of the things that Mr. Lopez had said. She says, in quote, we need these standards now more than ever as students are overwhelmed with information of all sorts and need guidance in learning how to become information literate. Esther adds a study that UCLA did called Information Competency at UCLA, and it revealed many gaps in undergraduate students' understanding of resources and information researching methods.
2 minutes.
Together, let us close the information gap with the model school library standards. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Lawrence, Rebecca Randall, Jeremy Davis, and Nancy Vendel.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, President Mitchell and the Board of Directors. My name is Mike Lawrence. I'm Executive Director of CUE, Computer Using Educators. We're a 32-year-old nonprofit, and our mission is to advance student achievement through technology. I'm here today on behalf of the Board of Directors and our thousands of members, teachers, administrators, and ed tech professionals, to support the adoption of these model standards. We do this for many reasons. Over the last 3 decades, we've seen tremendous growth in information literacy and the scope of information that our students are expected to learn. With this, no one can deny that the advent of the Internet brings forward all teachers, including librarians, need to have models from which to teach students how to best analyze this information and interpret and synthesize it into knowledge. These standards finally provide a consistent structure from which we can work. Ironically, it's precisely within the information literacy concepts that we would learn that in the absence of information, information is created. And we don't want that to happen. We don't want to see things made up. We want standards to work from. Secondly, students and teachers, as well as administrators, need to be well versed in these concepts to live and work in our 21st century world. They are already referenced throughout the governor's digital literacy policy, which was crafted during the same time frame. So again, it has some nice overflow there. If we fail to teach these concepts to the most networked generation in our history, then we fail to do our job as educators. If information is like oxygen to these kids, these standards are the tools needed for them to distinguish between clean and polluted air.
30
Perhaps
seconds.
a better way to look at this, let's make sure they're not polluting the air themselves as they learn, synthesize, and create. Lastly, one of the criteria that was mentioned earlier for opposing this was a perceived conflict between these standards and the ELA standards. I'm included within my remarks the actual detailed edits that were found in those 2 errors that were made. So you'll see those there as well. Thank you for your time. I've made my comments available in your packet, and I brought copies for you on paper, ironically.
Thank you. I see a theme already to today's meeting. Thanks.
Good morning, board members and President Mitchell. I'm Rebecca Randall, the Vice President of Education Programs at Common Sense Media, and I'm here to support our organizations, or I'm here rather to express our support for the Model School Library Standards. In a world where kids use more than 7.5 hours of media per day, we recognize that it's not always about covering their eyes, but it's about teaching them how to see. And these model standards will do just that, because they incorporate the wise use of digital technology into information literacy. Students need to understand these digital technology skills in order to function in our knowledge-based society and our tech-driven society. These skills are essential for 21st century learning. Today, when children grow up with millions of sources at their fingertips, the challenge is not only finding information, it's determining its quality. The model standards outline key skills students must learn in our digital world and beyond, including how to think critically and creatively, how to use information and digital resources in ethical, legal, and safe ways, how to access content, and just as importantly, know how and when to create it and share it, and how to pursue information that will help them continue to be lifelong learners. These model standards are forward-focused. They recognize how the world of digital media is changing libraries and also changing learning itself. They also recognize that information literacy must include digital literacy, understanding technology and media as the best way to encourage safe and responsible behavior online, while also enabling students to access information and explore new horizons. Finally, the model standards are an opportunity for California to lead. Helping our students harness the educational and creative powers of digital media will help our state write the economic and educational success story of the 21st century. Digital media is changing the way that kids live and learn, creating opportunities, but also posing potential risks. At Common Sense Media, we're working to help parents and teachers prepare kids to manage the media in their lives and harness technology to its full potential. Our school libraries play a huge role in this digital education, and these model school library standards will be an enormous leap forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jeremy Davis, Instructional Technology Coordinator for Anaheim City School District and Administrative Technology Trainer for Orange County Department of Education. According to the 2008 Project Tomorrow Speak Up survey, 53% of students grades 3 through 12 are using mobile devices to look up research on the internet. Study after study shows that students are online constantly when away from school, and Google is scanning every book known to man onto their servers. School is changing. We're moving beyond the 8 to 2:30, and we're moving beyond the school walls. Information literacy will help our teachers and our students prepare for the changes that are coming. I come at these model standards as a classroom teacher and administrator. As a classroom teacher, I was frustrated with the differences in the information literacy skills of the students coming into my classroom. Students are assumed to have this magical native ability with technology, yet they don't innately understand that copying off websites is cheating. They aren't innately safe online, and they can't discern lies disguised as facts on websites. Some districts look to Big Six or common sense media, or look to no standards at all, because information literacy hasn't been seen as a priority for the state. These standards under consideration will not be a burden or one more thing for teachers. They will be a refreshing roadmap for all teachers to see how and when to teach the skills they already know are vital to lifelong learners. As an administrator, I would like to be able to point to a set of state standards for those few holdouts who still don't want to teach information literacy or feel that it's someone else's job. This roadmap will help me to ensure that the students are being taught the proper skills at the proper age so that they will be able to compete on college campuses. You couldn't do your jobs as school board members if you weren't able to discern information in many
30
formats.
seconds.
Any job that requires a college degree, or almost any job at all, requires the ability to search for and analyze information. Information literacy forces critical thinking. If we teach a child to memorize the capital of Montana, they will know the capital of Montana at least until they take that test, and then they're allowed to forget it. If we teach a child the skills to research the capital of Montana and cross-reference the results to ensure validity, they will know how to find the capital of anything and know how to find a limitless number of answers to questions. If we give a child a fact that can fill in a bubble, if we teach a child to be information literate, they will be a productive part of society. For the students, teachers, and administrators, I ask you to please pass the library standards, the California Model Student Standards. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, and the Helena Chamber of Commerce thanks you.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Nancy Vandell, and I'm a volunteer legislative advocate for the California State PTA, representing our nearly 1 million members, speaking up for California's more than 9 million children and youth. On behalf of the California State PTA, I ask for your adoption of the draft of the school model standards, model school library program standards, and the school library standards for students. It is imperative that the standards be adopted now, as students need the benefit of learning key skills in how to access, evaluate, use, and integrate information from both print and electronic resources. Like teachers and administrators, parents and students want direction on cyber citizenship, safety, and age appropriateness, and these standards will be valuable in many venues. We appreciate the opportunity that we had as PTA to be part of the process as the standards were developed. California State PTA recognizes the significant contribution to educational enrichment that is provided by school library media centers, but as mentioned by a number of the speakers, children need this direction when they're outside of the school system, and that's increasingly becoming more important. We also think that these standards could have relevance when implemented in helping to close the achievement gap, a real priority for PTA. PTA believes that libraries, schools, colleges, and universities must support the development and exchange of ideas. This can only be accomplished by providing opportunities for each individual to rid himself of the bonds of ignorance and the restrictions of prejudice without intimidation. Libraries, technologies, and all other types of instructional resources should be adequate in quality and quantity to provide for scholarly research. An educational environment should stimulate full investigations of all aspects of a subject with freedom of inquiry and freedom of discussion, and we found that this was foremost in the library standards. We provided a letter for you in your packet, and we applaud the Model School Library Standards and urge their immediate adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mary Lou Serrano, Ken Burt, and Bill Ring.
Good morning, President Mitchell, members of the board. My name is Mary Lou Serrano. My trip here to speak before you is a labor of love in behalf of the children of Ravenswood City School District. You were giving 2 documents, which I spent 3 months doing the research on these, on the particular individuals that the documents deal with. And these are 2 principals that were hired in 2008. One was hired in 2008, the other in 2009. I'm speaking about Ravenswood again. I have been, as I said, I spend hours. I've spent money. It has at a personal cost to me. But these two principals, one left Stockton Unified with $1 million, that Stockton Unified had to pay $1 million for the aggressive and harassing behavior that he displayed against the special education employees. I've spoken to those. I did my research, believe me. And why do I do this? Because I care deeply about the education of the children of Ravenswood. As far as I'm concerned, we have regressed to the time of ex-superintendent Charlie May Knight. These men, these
30 seconds.
These principal was hired, and it was all racial politics. And I am livid, and I come to you as the appeal of last resort. I hope you will take full action, and I hope that you will read these documents. I know they're daunting. One is 36 pages, the other one is 25 pages. But as I said, I have put sweat and tears into this. And I'm hoping, and it all has to do again with the fact that with these children need the best education and the best principals that can be found, and not rejects from other school districts who could never find a job anywhere else. And I'm sorry the superintendent wasn't here to listen to this, to me, because he complimented the superintendent the other day, saying that the superintendent and the school board is doing a good job. You know, these reports say that there's
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
That there are skeletons in the closet, and I beg you to look into this.
Thank you. Thanks for your efforts, and thanks for coming today.
Good morning. I'm Ken Burt with the California Teachers Association, and I'm here to help you with your document policy and the department. And as you are aware, I was looking at the board minutes, probably the only one who reads these things, a year ago, and I was here to help you with your document policy 1 year ago today. Now, the fundamental problem goes back as a matter of intent. You used to give out these agendas that were in paper, and there was a cry that everyone was overworked and underpaid, which I agree with, including myself. However, a statute was put out that allowed you to go to internet, and the statute was clear, both in language and intent. If the board members got a document, the public was to get a document, and not come over and do this third floor basement stuff. You know, I may have time to come over here and establish an office over here, and I might do it just out of meanness. But the public does not have that. You know, it's a bad policy. Now, there are two circumstances I want to discuss with you, because I have a great deal of respect for you, but I believe that you are potentially violating the law and have been continued to violate the law. There are two conditions, and I'm going to pass a letter out in a little bit. There are a number of documents today you have not provided.
30 seconds.
Condition A, you have the documents, but you're not letting me have it. Bad. You need to share with me and the public. Condition B, you do not have the document, and the public and I do not have the document, but you are making a decision on the subject without the document. Even worse. Extremely bad. And you have several situations. So, Mr. Mitchell, I'm here to help you, and I'd like you to help myself and the public. If you don't have the documents and we don't have the documents, and I've been here repeatedly and repeatedly and repeatedly, the record is clear. Unless we all want to be back to the legislature again in a big, giant hassle, we need to follow the intent of that law. And for documents that we don't have today,
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
You should postpone the items to do this correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and as always, we appreciate your help.
Next, we have Bill Ring, Walter Richardson, and Dr. Valerie Abad.
Good morning, Board President Mitchell, board members, Deputy Superintendent. My name is Bill Ring. I'm a member of the Parent Collaborative from Los Angeles Unified, also Director of Transparent, but here in the capacity as the Executive Board member from the Parent Collaborative. I'm a big fan of libraries, but I'm not here to speak to you about those this morning. My purpose in being here at the moment is to remind you of a very gentle push to remind you of the fact that parents were here, I believe it was last May, made an appeal to you to the need to strengthen the shared decision-making bodies at our public schools. One of the things that I would like to bring to your attention and to make you basically put this top of mind is that there are significant barriers to parent involvement, among them fear, isolation, assumptions that we all make, difference in values and attitudes. It's not what you say, it's what you do that makes the difference. And the question that we have in Los Angeles, and I would say based on the connection that we have with parent leadership around the state, is what does a school do to support what it says? And
30 seconds.
that is the end game. When there's no trust, there's no opportunity to build communication, and without the communication, we have no relationships. We're never going to get to where we need to get if we don't build relationships. The parent trigger giving some parents the opportunity to opt out, open enrollment giving some parents the opportunity to opt out, is not the same thing as digging in and giving parents the power and the education necessary to create the conditions for success in making schools improve. Lastly, with respect to the Secretary's conversation with you this morning about race to the top and the failure of our application, in support of what I'm saying here, bring all stakeholders to the table and make sure parents are a part of this, because we've got something to say too. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Morning. President Mitchell, board members. First, I want to say thank you for the hard work that you do. I know your job is not easy. I am this Walter Richardson, and I am the second vice chair of the District Advisory Committee in Los Angeles Unified School District. I represent 590 identified Title I schools, over 500,000 parents, 461,128 identified Title I students. Parents have some concern. One of the big concerns is that we wrote in 2006, the parents wrote a No Child Left Behind Title I parental involvement policy that was approved by all 7 board members, accepted by the state of California, and sent on to the Washington, D.C., and is part of the consolidated application of LAUSD. It's a great policy. Even Ms. Carol Dixon said that she was the school accountability and parent involvement and consultant of the CDE. She stated that if LA Unified did what the policies say, they would not be a program improvement school district. The problem is that our superintendent stated that they would have this policy thing trained every month in every school. The training is not taking place. So it's a document that's sitting on the wall, and it could be used to bring about program improvement. One of the other concerns, as we speak, the CPM from the CDE is here down in LA Unified right now doing a CPM. It's on local district 1 and 5, and that's for 2009-8 school year. Our concern is that when will the state be doing the CPM on the 2009-10 school year? That would be on local district 2 and 3. As you know, it takes 4 years to do a complete CPM of our district because of its size. So if you could help us with that, we'd be very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm going to leave you a copy of this for you.
Thanks.
Hello. I want to appreciate that you are all here, and I'm going to be here to talk to you a little bit about the reality of what's happening out there. You all seen the news articles, the marches, and so forth, but we need to put a face on what exactly is happening in schools. My name is Dr. Valerie Abad, and I'm from the Conservatory of Vocal Instrument and Arts Charter School in Oakland, California. And we serve approximately 70% of our students who are free and reduced lunch. We opened in 2007, 2008 school year, the first year of sort of the beginning of the cuts. And then the second year continued the cuts and continued the deferrals. And the third year have continued the cuts and continued the deferrals. This has not allowed us to build any kind of reserve into our budget. So we must live off of the money that comes from the state at this point. And there is this month, for March, we've been notified we will get $0. Zero. Not $1 from the state. We can't make payroll. We can't make lease payments with no money coming in. So there needs to be something done, put into place to deal with these kinds of issues. We have demonstrated, we're in our third year now, that not only can we do the achievement, can we take these students and raise achievement scores, we have no achievement gap. Come talk to us about achievement gaps. Our African American students, our Latino students, our white students, in fact, our African American students are outpacing our white students.
30 seconds.
So I want to make sure that I get through some of this, okay? We had a first-year API of 835. We were 12th amongst all charter schools and public schools in Oakland. We can't keep our doors open with no money. Our program is unique, not only that our students excel academically and in the performing arts, but the broad programs that we bring to our students. Students with remedial needs receive small group tutorials, as well as our advanced students who participate in concurrent enrollment at Merritt Junior College.
2 minutes.
Where they, where several of our middle school students take college classes, earning college credits before ever entering high school. This is an exemplary program that is going to die if something doesn't happen financially for those small schools of us who started at the beginning of this mess and have not had an opportunity to do anything else.
2
We are
minutes, 30
asking our
seconds.
parents with 70% economic hardship to try to raise money to keep our doors open right now.
Thanks.
And something needs to work.
Thank you very much.
Here's these are, I'm going to leave this here because here's pictures. These are the faces of the children who we're throwing away.
Thank
And we get these students, we have students coming from Sacramento to Castro Valley.
Thank you for coming.
President Mitchell, you have
Hello
Nancy
again. I'm
Vandell.
Nancy Vandell from California State PTA, and I appreciate you hearing me on another matter, and that is the crisis on the state budget affecting education and children's services. And I know you're all as more aware than any of us the urgency that is needed for additional revenues to support education. I just want to let you know that the California State PTA has released an advocacy program on its website, www.capta.org. It has an entire plan that includes how to put on a rally, letters to legislators, how to run letter campaigns, how to send emails to let the rest of the public understand the situation, because it seems like a lot of the public really does not understand how dire things are. And so we just hope that you could help publicize that action plan so that we can all advocate together on behalf of California's youth. We also support the Local Control of Local Classrooms Funding Act initiative, and we've taken the unusual step of supporting that before it gets qualified to vote, and we are leading a grassroots petition gathering campaign for that. It's like Proposition 39. It lowers the threshold for local school programs, parcel taxes to a 55% majority, and we would appreciate your support on that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment.
Great. As always, I want to thank members of the public who've come to talk with us today. It's important to our deliberations, and in item 2, we get a chance to hear more broadly about issues that are confronting educators throughout the state. Thank you very much for for being here. It certainly provides us with an important window that we wouldn't otherwise have. I'd like to move now to item number 4. Good morning, Patrick.
Good morning, President Mitchell and Board. I'm Patrick Ainsworth, Assistant Superintendent of Secondary, Career, and Adult Education here at the department. I have before you in item 4 the annual update to our state plan under the Workforce Investment Act, Title II, which is the Adult Education and Family Literacy Act. Annually, we're required to review our data from previous years and set new targets in the negotiation process with the U.S. Department of Education. And so I actually bring you good news today. If you look at page 5 of 7, which is a chart, looks like this. I'd like to point out that our estimated goal is for 2010-11 is actually based on 2008-9 actuals. That's because our 9-10 data are not yet finalized. I'd also like to point out, if you look at the white column under 2007-8 and the white column under 2008-9, you will see in the top section that every item went up or stayed the same. This is the first year since 1999 that our performance has been so strong. In fact, the U.S. Department of Education congratulated us during the discussions about these levels. In the core outcome measures in the bottom section, you'll see that the GED high school completion went up, which is a good thing, but the entered employment and retained employment went down. Those are two problematic areas because they are done through a survey 6 months after the students complete the program. Other states have a state data matching system with their base wage file that they can do it automatically, and California is not there yet where we can do it automatically. So the survey process is less than ideal, but nevertheless, the entered employment rate at a time when the economy was going down, we feel like we're within the ballpark there, and the retained employment is actually pretty strong. I mean, when you're over 90% retained employment among those enrolled, that's pretty darn good. So with that, I ask you to approve our proposed 10-11 goals, and would mention that the Workforce Investment Act is up for reauthorization. We're anticipating that it will be reauthorized this year, and the focus will remain on adult basic literacy, English as a second language, and it will probably have a stronger career technical component in future years. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Pat. Board members, questions? David, Yvonne?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. In fact, I asked some questions about this item prior, and I thank you for, the opportunity for us to kind of at least go a little bit deeper in it, okay? So first of all, I'm very glad to see that the core outcomes on GED, high school completion, job retention has gone up approximately about 10% in the 10-year range at 1% a year. The reason I want to really get a little bit more in depth into this is last year, I remember when it came up, Ruth Bloom and I kind of say, wow, let's take a look at this. Understanding that this is an 11th year extension, 1-year extension, 11 year of this program, and with $81.5 million approximately this year. So the last 10 year, I would probably 11 year, almost $1 billion going to this, roughly. $1 billion is a lot of money, so that's one. Second, I really want to look at the impact as we discuss English learners, student with disadvantage, socioeconomic, major inner city, and the parent education is one of the major enablers to support the students, the kids. And with $1 billion, that's kind of like every year, why are we on this, where are we on this? I really want to kind of discuss what we expect in the long run, the impact. Then the third thing, the goals, okay? Understanding that we did well in some areas, but I'm also looking at historically. I understand the reality, okay? Mobility and so forth, because we have adult ed classes on our campus too. But for example, when you're looking at ESL, okay? ESL is a major, major parent education area that will support our kids, EL kids. When you look at ESL advanced at the low level, we said, okay, we hope 21%. But in 2002, we are already at 22.6. So, I mean, this is the way we go is one step forward, two step back. It will take us 100 years to kind of get to where we need to get. And so these goals are realistic, understand, and it's based on history, meaning that's where they get. That's how far they can get. How often can we, to what extent we can say, hey, look, this is not acceptable, that we actually slip back to 2002. And as we roll out for the next 10 years, now here comes the question. Okay, question now. Okay, so it's going to be, I'm not going to stand in the way of authorizing this to move forward because this is the last year. But as we roll out the next 10 years, I want to know, one is, how are we going to set those goals? Reality, yes. Historical, yes. But acceptability, no. Okay? So how are we going to do that? And second is, so we have some short-term goals and long-term goals. Who get to set those? And third is, how are we going to monitor this before 10 years pass and $1 billion already gone?
Well, as we look to reauthorize the Workforce Investment Act, it will require that the state go through a state plan process. The state plan process is actually a process that is approved and directed by the State Board of Education. So it actually will be developed among the field through the department and in association with the State Board. Those levels and the expectations of where our state is headed in terms of goals, ultimate outcomes, can be planned through that state plan and laid out. I think that's our opportunity to do that. That being said, we looked back a couple of years ago at our performance, 2005, 2006, 2007, and especially in the adult basic ed area, we were very dissatisfied. We started at that time what we called the Adult Basic Ed Initiative, targeted technical assistance, targeted our professional development and our online curriculum resources on adult basic education, and we've seen an increase there. So we know with some directed action that we actually can make, in partnership with our districts, some advances. But also mention that this Workforce Investment Act money is very unique because it is a performance-based system. The student progress is measured where the student is when they come in the program, and as they reach learning benchmarks, then the school earns a payment point. Schools do not get paid, school districts do not get paid unless students make progress towards the learning goals. It's the only part of education I know that's performance-based. That provides a real unique lever as we set goals for the future. And so there are opportunities here. The monitoring. We have an adult education unit. Their efforts are on making sure that districts are getting the kind of support they need to help students move in this direction. I would say this, we are facing a unique challenge. Mentioned this in the February information item. that the adult education state program, which is by far the largest adult ed system, we enroll about, I believe it's half of all adults nationwide in adult education are in California's adult education system. It was put into the categorical flex area. In 08-09, most of the programs continued to operate. In 09-10, we know from the various reports we've received from the field that large numbers of school districts are taking the adult education money and using it for other purposes. The Workforce Investment Act money was intended to be supplemental to the state program. So some of those state programs have either been dismantled, significantly reduced, moved to, in some cases, fee-based programs. So we know that there's going to be a significant reduction in adult ed resources this year, that we know that's occurring. And as we look at next year's budget, districts are in a very, very difficult position, and they're going to be using this adult ed resource. The Workforce Investment Act money may end up being some of the only money that remains to serve adults, so it may take on added importance in the future. We're going to have to, we're out there monitoring. Our people are talking every day to districts. We have regional consultants. We're doing whatever we can to help in that.
David? Since the Workforce Investment Act will become more important, as you just stated, federal dollars, the Obama administration is working hard to try to figure out a way to raise the number of adults that presently hold a certificate or an advanced degree. And that's, so that right now is at about 39%. They'd like to raise it to 60%, so 21 points. That's significant. The state of California, in the state of California, adults either holding a certificate or degree at about 34%. We need to raise that at least 20% in order to meet our workforce needs. How is this addressing higher education, not only the four-year degree, but two-year degree and certificates? Because as I look at the data here, in 2006, 2007, it was 58% entering post-secondary education. Today, that's gone down to 44%. So we're declining. Instead of getting people into certificates, two-year degrees, higher education, we're actually declining here. So I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, one possible explanation could be that we have the lowest percentage of students enrolled in career technical education at the high school level than we've had in our history in the state of California. When the system's broke and the pipeline is not flowing, don't expect the product at the end to be substantial. We are not providing opportunities for students in our system to learn about certificates. And in fact, when you look at some of the apprenticeship programs in construction, for example, 15 years ago, the average age of people enrolled in those apprenticeship programs was 19. Today, it's 29. So they're out there roaming in the wilderness for 10 years and then stumbling upon a program that kids 15, 20 years ago knew about. So the system isn't working. The pipeline's not working, especially when we get into this area of workforce investment, career technical information. The students aren't receiving it. They don't understand the opportunities, and it becomes kind of an endemic part of the system.
If that's the case, we're not prepared then to produce our workforce for the future in California, much probably the nation. So we need to address that. And I think there has to be some thought, some dialogue with the federal government to figure out how to set those goals, as Yvonne said, and meet the challenges that my colleague here is talking about.
We have entered into a program with the U.S. Department of Ed that is looking specifically, and we were awarded a grant in this area, to create more opportunities for students to move into post-secondary education. We've had some pilots that have been successful in California, so we're part of a nationwide effort that just began this year, where people are going to the East Coast this month to participate in that effort. I would also say that the estimates of having out of 35, 36 million people in California and having 7 million functionally illiterate adults. And, you know, so the largest unemployment rate in the country. Our problems are very deep in terms of moving large number of illiterate, underemployed people to degrees and certificates. It's a very, very big challenge, and you're right. We should be focused to the degree we can in our next state plan on this issue.
So I'm hearing, Pat, sorry, Ruth.
Go ahead.
I'm hearing that we have an opportunity in the construction of the next state plan in conjunction with reauthorization of the act itself to, if not address some of these issues, certainly to be cognizant of them and to begin working toward their resolution. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
With that? But that's, and then to one of Yvonne's questions, because I think you can tell by the intensity of the questions, these are issues with which we're deeply and I think rightly concerned. Can you help the board, go back to the process part, can you help the board understand the likely places where we will be able to be engaged with you and others in the development of the state plan and contribute to the reauthorization, the advice on reauthorization?
Sure. Typically, when we do a state plan, there are some requirements put out by the federal government. One of those requirements is that we must assemble a group of stakeholders to examine the issues in California. We've already begun with a process to determine our needs in California, trying to get ahead of the game, looking at the data relative to California's adult education system. We will, upon passage of the Workforce Investment Act, the publication of the requirements, and we'd come back with the state plan process to the state board describing the specific steps we would take. Usually, they give us anywhere from 12 to 18 months to develop a state plan. So it would need to be a process we lay out before you, and then once we have your consent, then we'd move to actually constructing that. Every time I've done a state plan, whether it's for Perkins or adult ed, we've had state board representation, either a member or staff on those efforts.
Great. Thank you. Ruth?
A couple of things. These performance goals and then the actual outcomes that we have and the percentages that are shown and in regards to Ms. Chan's throwing out the $80 million or $80+ million budget for this, how many people are served through this workforce monies that we're asking for, for this year extension?
0809, there were 618,000 adults enrolled in the Workforce Investment Act programs.
Okay. And you said also that adult education programs in a lot of school districts, that they are going by the wayside because of shortages of money. Is that, and maybe you're not the one to answer it, Pat, I'm not sure, but is that a legal way of using the monies that have been set aside for adult education? I'm not talking about these funds necessarily, but adult education programs at schools.
For the state program.
Yes, the state programs.
Well, the State Budget Act last year put certain categorical programs into the flexibility category.
Oh, and so that's one of them?
This is one of them. So a district that received that money was deemed to be in compliance with the law and could use that money for any purpose they wish to serve. So
okay.
It shifted responsibility from state to locals.
And then what percentage of school districts actually get to use this money, this federal money?
I'm going to turn around to my administrator for adult ed and ask Deborah Jones out of 262 out of approximately 500 districts.
So
receive
about
this
half
money.
of them are relying on the federal money to provide the only adult education. And then, because Mr. Ashwandan and myself are the liaisons, and he's certainly much more knowledgeable than I am about vocational and technical education, then the schools this year that have taken the state monies and used it for other needs, they are not doing any kind of parental or adult voc-ed or technical education. Is that correct?
Well, you know, it varies from district to district. Some districts have maintained their commitment, others have not. We know that some have cut some of their career technical education programs or moved them to a fee basis for adults. They can't move to a fee basis for the adult secondary ed programs, the diploma programs. They're not allowed to for that.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Regina, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we do. Gladys Williams, CTA.
Good morning.
Good morning. Gladys Williams. I am a representative, a liaison for the California Teachers Association. We are concerned about the fact that we did not get this information in a timely manner so that we could effectively participate in being a part of the decision or understanding what is happening with this item. And so we're therefore requesting that this item be postponed because we did not get the information in a timely manner.
Was this item was printed in the agenda? Other public comment? Okay, great. Members?
Well, I'd just like to move approval of staff recommendation on item 4.
Great, thank you. Motion's been made by Mr. Ashwandan, seconded by Mr. Lopez. Seeing no further discussion or questions, all those in favor, board members, thank you. A unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Thanks, Pat. All right, let's move to item 6.
Good morning,
Good morning.
President Mitchell, Chief Deputy Payne, and board members. The Legislative Affairs Division is currently tracking 482 bills. The deadlines for bills to be introduced was February 19th. And then I just would like to quickly go over the 3 Race to the Top bills, and then another one, SB 1186, that's not on your agenda, but that was introduced that deals with the board. And all the other measures on your agenda are 2-year bills. By the time we printed it, that was all that we had to print. But in your May agenda, it'll be a lot lengthier and for you to review. So as you know, a 5th extraordinary session was called to deal with, to be competitive for Race to the Top. And so of that, many bills were introduced, but the ones that ended up getting signed were 3 bills ultimately. SB X51, authored by Senator Steinberg, SB X52, authored by Senator Semidian, and SB X54, authored by Senator Romero. All 3 of these bills were signed January 7th, and because it's an extraordinary session, they go into effect 90 days after the last day of session, which was January 11th for the Assembly. So it's actually tomorrow of 90 days would be the 90 days approximately. So SBX 51 is the main measure regarding Race to the Top. And it was a compromise bill between the Assembly and the Senate to address the bulk of the issues in Race to the Top. The four main Race to the Top policy reform areas were to adopt internationally benchmarked standards and assessments to prepare students for college and the workforce, to recruit and develop and retain and reward effective teachers and principals, to build data systems that measure student success and inform teachers and principals of how they can improve their practice, and ultimately turning around our lowest performing schools, which is what we've been heavily engaged in recently in the last couple of months. It also established framework for the state's application. It established the science, technology, engineering, math, and career tech educator credentialing programs for purposes of alternative routes to teaching credentials. It actually did extend the operative dates of the STAR program until July 2013, one less thing to have to deal with for another year. And it required state involvement in the National Common Core Standards Initiative and established a Standards Commission in order to develop academic content standards in language arts and math, and requires that at least 85% of the California standards to be the National Common Core Standards. And then lastly, it authorized the data in the California Educational Information System alone or in conjunction with any other data system to be used by local education agencies for evaluating teachers and administrators and for making employment decisions that are in compliance with specified public school employee collective bargaining laws. The biggest issue with this bill right now is that the big question was, does this bill, regardless of Race to the Top, does this bill go into effect with regards to the lowest performing schools? And what we've been advising folks is that yes, indeed, if you are on the list, that you would have to implement one of these four strategies, regardless of funding received or having received funding for Race to the Top. It's definitely part of the school improvement grant that you're going to hear about later, maybe perhaps tomorrow. The other issue is the bill is silent with regards to when to implement these reforms. As you know, in the school improvement grant, and you may know, you'll find out it's the 2010-11 school year, whereas in this bill it's sort of silent. So I expect that there will be cleanup legislation to deal with this, or perhaps it'll be part of a budget act activity. But that's the one thing that, and I know that several folks in the Assembly and the Senate have proposed questions to the Legislative Council regarding this. So it's not by any means the end of that discussion, but we expect to hear more on those. Is there any other questions on this first bill before I move on to the other two?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I read some communication regarding the reason that we are not a finalist in the Race to the Top. Very generically is stating that California does not seem to address the maintenance of effort. So are there in any of these legislative language that's already passed or anticipating that will ever address that? I don't even know how we're going to address this.
There was a letter addressed to the governor's office on March 4th, I believe, that discussed both the Education Coalition and other public advocates sent a letter to Duncan and folks in the U.S. Department of Ed regarding our maintenance of effort, primarily with regards to school-state fiscalization funding. I think I said that right. And in that, there was a requirement to seek a waiver if you didn't think you were going to meet the maintenance of effort. So the Department of Finance did include that as part of the application with regards to seeking that waiver. And so the letter primarily outlines the different allegations from the Education Coalition and other public advocates that are concerned about California's maintenance of effort. And so it asks the governor's office to, or the Department of Finance to, go ahead and delineate or respond to those allegations. But I read the letter, and the letter does not say that it is contingent on the remainder of the SFSF funding or RTT. It simply says, they wouldn't be able to verify the maintenance of effort for an additional year or two because, as you know, it takes a while to verify numbers, actual numbers for any given year. So it's not clear to me, while it was serious, it's a serious letter and the governor's office needs to take it seriously and respond, it didn't, in the way that I read it anyway, it didn't imply that they were going to withhold anything, but they did want them to respond to the allegations.
The last bill that you have in your package, which is the taxation.
Oh,
Okay.
You were going to move to those, right?
Anyway?
I was just going to talk about SBX2, the Semidium bill very briefly, and the others, but I can go straight to.
No, why don't you do them in order? And members, we should keep our comments and questions associated with the bills.
I'll be brief. SB2 by Senator Semidian on pupil data. This measure establishes an education data team within the Department of Education to act as an institutional board to review research requests and assure protection of privacy rights. And then the last bill, SB4 by Senator Romero, is open enrollment and parent empowerment. It establishes the Open Enrollment Act to improve student achievement in accordance with Race to the Top guidelines, enhances parental choice in providing additional options to pupils to enroll in public school throughout the state with regards to the residence of their parents. It requires the superintendent to establish another list of 1,000 schools ranked by increasing academic performance index score with the same ratio of elementary, middle, and high schools that exist in Decile 1 of the API in 2008 and 9 school year. No LEA can have more than 10% of its schools identified as low achieving for purposes of this act. And there was a move to not include court, community day, and charter schools on this list. And the state board would be required to adopt emergency regulations on the open enrollment program, and the superintendent would be required to contract for an independent evaluation. It also establishes the mechanism for parents and guardians with children attending schools in corrective action and has an API of less than 800 that has failed to make adequate yearly progress to petition the district to implement one of the 4 interventions described in the Race to the Top notice of the federal priorities or as enumerated in NCLB. And LEA is not required to implement the intervention if the request is for reasons other than improving academic achievement or pupil safety. It's limited to 75 schools, and the petition needs to be signed by at least 50% of the parents or guardians of the pupils attending the school, or a combination of at least 50% of the parents or guardians of pupils attending the school, and parents of pupils who matriculate into that school. And if the school district decides not to implement one of these, they need to schedule a public hearing and make findings in writing why they cannot implement the specific recommendation, and they need to report to the superintendent and the state board what alternative option they chose to implement and why that's a better option. Any questions on those last 2 bills?
How are we coming along on the emergency reg?
We're working on it. We are trying to get through the current list of persistently low achieving, and there is a group actively looking at both of these measures to continue that. But we should have a timeline soon of those activities.
And do you think will we see drafts of those in May? Do you think, or
no? I'm not sure, but I will check on that timeline.
Okay, and working with board staff to do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The last bill, really quickly, before we answer Board Member Chan's question, is on SB 1186. It's authored by Senator Liu. It's not in your bill, your agenda, but according to Senator Liu, the bill is meant to reorganize, streamline, and clarify governance roles within the state's educational governance structure. It would make changes to the state board and the Secretary of Education and the superintendent. The board would require the 10 non-student members of the board to reside in 10 district geographical regions of the state, reflect the gender and ethnic makeup of the state, and reflect the array of disciplines of public education, teachers, administrators, and parents. It eliminates the authority of the state board to establish statewide educational policy and issues rules and regulations for the governance of K-12 education. It eliminates the authority of the state board to issue subpoenas and compel witnesses' attendance, and allows the state board to be policy advisor to the governor along with the Secretary of Education and the SPI. The Secretary of Education is established, it establishes a cabinet level position and therefore requires the Senate confirmation 2/3 vote requirement. The Secretary would be required to develop and recommend fiscal and governance incentives and promote sharing and consolidation of the educational services among school districts and county office of ed, and the SPI would affirmatively expand the SPI's authority, statutorily recognize oversight to include preschool, requires the SPI to ensure the delivery of P-12 education, including the establishing of educational expectations for pupils, apportioning resources to schools, managing statewide educational financial accountability programs, overseeing school district fiscal audit reviews, and it goes on and on and on. With regards to the superintendent's authorities, it is not a sponsored bill by the superintendent. I understand it's a Senator Lieu authored bill. We've seen some of these bills before in the past, and they haven't gone very far, but this is a bill I wanted to bring your attention to because it's directly related to your responsibilities and your role.
So I think it would be helpful when you get a chance to forward the draft of that bill to members. I don't think we have it.
And Board Member Chan had a question about SCA 6 submitting.
I understand this is a 2-year bill, and it's sponsored by our superintendent, co-sponsor. And so, first of all, what stage is this in the 2-year bill? You know, I am definitely for a 55% instead of this gridlock. So the question is, one, you know, are we in second year of a 2-year bill, or are we in the first? Second is, since this has to do with property tax, and we have so many, you know, school districts that have already restructured, reorganized. They have pilot schools, they have partnership schools, they have schools run by EMO, CMO, they have charter schools. So does this have very specific language that all these schools serving students and within the area of where taxpayer pay the money will be eligible for these parcel taxes, or just strictly up to the district, whomever they want to distribute this additional partial tax to, and exclude partnership school, pilot school, charter school, and all those other?
I'd have to look at the details of the language, but it's my understanding that it would be for all, and I'd have to look at that detail because that's a very specific question, and I'd happy to get back to you on that. And it's in the second year of a 2-year, and it's in the second house, but, you know, without Republican support, I think that there's concern that it would get signed or...
The reason is, for example, in LA, okay, LA has a partial tax, and I know we have LA folks sitting there, but specifically excludes certain type of schools.
Okay.
So if it's not a district-run school, any restructured school, any schools that, you know, under PI or whatever, turn around, close out, those schools will not be eligible. So I think that will set up, you know, unnecessary opposition and divisiveness. So
I think
hope
this
that
is pretty clean, but I will verify that and get back to you.
All right.
Thanks. Other questions or comments? It's a lively legislative season. Great, and no action required by the board. Thank you.
The second presentation is by Carol Bingham on a review of the budget.
President Mitchell, you have Doug McCray who would like to speak on this item.
Thanks, Regina.
Good morning, Mr. President and Mr. Chief Deputy. I'm Doug McCray, and I'm a retired test publisher from Monterey. I want to just make a point about SB X51 because it's probably going to come up again with the persistently low achieving schools list issue tomorrow. SB X51 contains legislative criteria for determining who is on a persistent low achieving schools list. And that legislative criteria or statutory criteria is somewhat controversial, and I suspect you'll have public comment saying that it's deficient in some areas. SB X51 also has a section that grants authority, statutory authority, to the state board and the superintendent acting in concert to effectively overrule the legislative criteria. And so basically the state board and the superintendent can't go hide behind the legislature and say, well, you know, they did it. It's on your table. And so you do have the authority to act to overrule the legislative criteria. And I just wanted to make that comment this morning as kind of a opening shot for tomorrow morning. With that, thank you.
Thank you. Carol. Moving to item 7.
Good morning, Mr. Mitchell and members. I'm Carol Bingham, Director of Fiscal Policy Division. On January the governor released his budget for 2010-11. In addition to proposals for 2010-11, the budget includes new proposals for enacting 2008-9 and 2009-10 budgets to address a continuing fiscal crisis. The deficit that we're looking at this time around is $19.9 billion for the 2-year period, including the current year and the budget year. On January 8th, along with releasing the budget, the governor declared a fiscal emergency, and the legislature is concluding a special session in response. For 2008-9, the minimum funding level required by Prop 98 is projected to be below the level provided under the enacted budget as amended in July. And the governor proposes to reduce 2008-9, that's going back to last year, by $83 million. The significance of this is not so much the amount of $83 million, but the governor's budget proposes to reopen the Prop 98 certification that was enacted last July. And effectively, that change would mean that the outstanding maintenance factor of $11.2 billion would no longer exist. That would have been restored over time to the Proposition 98 base as the state's economy and revenues improve, as outlined in the Constitution. The governor's budget recognizes an $11.2 billion statutory maintenance factor obligation and proposes to begin repayment, albeit slightly delayed. But the repayment would not be based on the constitutional formula, but would be a statutory requirement and could be changed at the discretion of the legislature. In 2009-10, again, there are reductions from what we originally anticipated. The current year Prop 98 guarantee would decrease by $568 million. The reduction includes $340 million in savings from the K-3 class size reduction program, which we don't think there's any basis for that number, so we're thinking that the program won't be fully funded if they make that change. With respect to 2010-11, the governor's budget provides an increase of $100 million from the revised 2009-10 funding level. The governor's budget proposes eliminating a current sales tax on fuel and increasing the excise tax on gasoline. That does have a negative effect on the Proposition 98 guarantee because the fuel sales taxes are general fund. This loss of $1.8 billion equates to a $900 million decrease in the amount of funding required for K-14 education. Although moving to the budget adjustments for 2010-11, although the total amount of Prop 98 funding is flat from year to year, the adjustments are mostly negative because of the need to backfill some one-time solutions in 2009-10. Most of these are in the handout that you got, so I'm not going to go through these in great detail, but I'll just highlight a couple of them. First, the governor proposes to reduce school district revenue limit by approximately $1.5 billion to account for reductions in local administration. $1.2 billion is the result of a proposal to reduce administration in districts, and an additional $300 million would be from eliminating barriers to contracting out. There's also a small reduction to county offices of education related to a proposal to ask them to consolidate services and functions. Then there are also there's a parallel to what's going on in the current year. There's a parallel reduction to the K-3 class size reduction program. There are some additional funds for charter school facilities to make that program into an annual grant program rather than reimbursement. Money for school facilities emergency repairs under the Williams case. There are some reductions to child care and development that would have an effect on child care. There are some proposals associated with the mandates and including funding the special education behavioral intervention plan mandate, which would be $65 million. There's really no particular proposals of note related to federal funds. I think that's normally the April letter. And then finally, there are some program reforms. We haven't seen the Traylorville language associated with those program reforms, so we really haven't seen the full list, but there are proposals related to teacher seniority, substitute costs, and the notification process for teacher layoffs.
Great.
So.
Thanks. Yvonne, I know you have a question about class size reduction.
Well, that's actually also for Gavin here, too. So on class size reduction, understand that many school districts say, look, we're not going to do it because we are going to bump up the class size, kindergarten to third, from 20 to 29. And that's why they're going to lay off a bunch of teachers. So that means there is that big savings, correct? That's how the savings come from class size reduction, because a lot of districts opted not to participate. Now, having said that, correct? Is that how the saving come from?
It's not exactly that they don't participate. It's just previously, if they went from 20 to 29, they couldn't get any money.
Right.
Now they can go from 20 to 29, but they can still get 70% of their money.
Get some.
So
But
that's
this-
where the reduction is from that 30%.
All right. Then you look at, on the other hand, that there are districts and there are schools that say, you know what, it's so important for K-3 to maintain at the lower 20 to 1, and that's what their priority, especially their PI schools, PI districts, with a huge number, 100% EL coming in the primary level, that because of economic problem is these inner city area all of a sudden flooded a lot with little kids. You have 16 kids in one address because they're moving back because they couldn't afford it. They're living with grandma and so many of these schools and districts all of a sudden see a huge increase in kindergarten, first grade, let's say. But yet, meanwhile, is my understanding is these schools or districts are capped back to 2007. So you can increase all you want. They have to because these kids live in that area. You have to enroll them. But it will be a major negative disincentive where the savings cannot go for the growth. And this growth is not something you can prevent. You say, I cannot enroll this kindergarten, too bad. But they just move back into the garage. So what is the mechanism that we can affect that policy regarding that savings should at least take care of the legitimate growth first?
We agree with you completely that that's a problem, and I know legislative staff has identified that as a problem and are talking about it. At this point, we have to implement the law, and the law, as you point out, sets a cap at a certain level as to the number of classes that can be funded in an individual district.
Then in that case, regulation-wise or procedure-wise, Gavin, in the form that we send out, there got to be some way to tweak this to create some safe harbor. It's the way that you report. I understand this. I do this. So is there some procedure-wise that the department can do to kind of at least, neutralize a little of the harm?
We've looked at it quite substantially. I'd like to say yes, but I don't think I can at this point. We'll continue to look at the issue. And we had the same sort of problem with all of the flexed programs, and we're going to continue to have many of these same problems too, because the underlying statute wasn't gotten rid of at the same time that the entire fiscal structure of it was waived. This isn't sort of the only area that we've got this problem. We're continuing to try to have these conversations with the legislature, but we're also sort of very clear from them. It is, you are to treat it as if it is completely flexed, and districts can do whatever they want with it. And so we're caught between a rock and a hard place in many of these same programs. We do sort of informally encourage, but in terms of sort of setting out regs or setting out process in place, we're really sort of hamstrung.
Thanks. Other comments and questions on the budget? Great. Thank you. Regina, any comment on item 7?
No public comment.
Great. Thank you. Members, I'd like to take a brief break, two reasons. One, to stand up and shake a little bit break, but also the next item on our agenda is item number 10, the consolidated applications item. And even in the last 15 minutes, we've received quite an influx of new correspondence that I would encourage us all to look at as we move to item 10. So let's take a 5-minute break and speed read. All right, thanks, members. I'd like to turn us to item number 10, consolidated applications. Yvonne is coming on up. Good morning.
Item number 10, approval of 2009-2010 consolidated applications. This board has already approved close to 1,300 LEAs and their applications for this school year. I would like to start with actually attachment number 3 in the item. Attachment 3 represents those school districts that already received conditional approval by this board, and this is just an update on how those conditional approval districts have done in terms of resolving their non-compliance items. You may recall when we first started this process, there were over 150 school districts on this list that had non-compliant items. We're down to 10, and I can report on attachment 3 that 4 of these districts have cleared all of their non-compliant issues. Those districts are Antelope Valley Union High School District, Eastside Union Elementary, Fort Sage Unified, and Hayward Unified. They've cleared all their items. The remaining 6 districts have only 1 or 2 issues of noncompliance left for them to resolve. We will continue to bring these back to you for an update, but there's no action required of you for these districts on attachment 3. Going back to attachment 1 is the request for approval, regular approval, of 4 charter schools and 1 school district, none of these of which have any non-compliant issues to resolve. So that's one action, regular approval for the 5 LEAs listed on attachment 1. The second recommendation is attachment 2, related to Tahoe Truckee, a joint unified school district. As you may recall, Tahoe Truckee was up for conditional approval at our last meeting. It was decided to put it aside, and that Tahoe Truckee did have an active complaint investigation at that time. We do have an update for you on that. The recommendation for Tahoe Truckee is a conditional approval recommendation, the conditions of which are up to the state board to determine what those are. So I'll turn this over to Marcia Bedwell, who can give you an update on the complaint investigation.
Good morning. I'd like to also address to you the issue of the noncompliance that was found with respect to their regular CPM review, which is really what was initially put before you. The district has been making progress with respect to that. There had an outstanding finding with respect to the waiver process, and we are continuing to work with the district. They have taken steps necessary to get policies and procedures in place. They've done trainings that hadn't been done as of the last time we met, so the district is doing work and making progress in that regard. With respect to the complaint investigation, we have finished our report, which was issued to the complainants and the school district earlier this week. We did find findings with respect to the manner in which their English Learner Advisory Committee at the Tahoe Elementary School functioned, and with respect to their district English Learner Committee functioned at the district level. And in addition, we made findings with respect to the manner in which they considered waiver requests that parents are allowed to file with respect to making a request for an alternative program at the Truckee Elementary School site. Our complaint investigation report identifies corrective actions with respect to each of those areas. The areas are largely reflective of findings that the district had initially made in its own report with respect to activities in those areas. So we've identified in that document corrective actions that we believe, if followed through, will result in an appropriately functioning English learner advisory committee, an appropriate district English learner advisory committee, and we believe will result in appropriate consideration and action on requests for alternative program for students at that school. The corrective actions include deadlines by which the district must report to us on progress and directs them in terms of how to go forward with that. So for that reason, we're prepared to recommend a conditional approval of the application. We have heard from the representatives of the complainants with respect to those conditions that might be appropriate, and I think we would be willing to recommend those conditions, which would include implementing the required actions in the complaint report, and then reporting to you on a yearly basis with respect to the implementation of those required actions, and we would be happy to work with them on that. And in addition, it's asked that the district provide an action plan related to outreach to its English learner community. And at your last meeting, there was a request that the district really make a sincere effort to reach out to that community and make every effort to bring people together to address some of these issues. Meetings have gone forward. I don't think that there's complete satisfaction on all sides, but the district has put in writing its sincere commitment to addressing some of those issues. I've spoken to both sides on the issue, and from my perspective, I've told them I think we're embarking on a journey. We're not at a finish point at this point, but we've committed as the department to provide technical assistance and guidance to them as they proceed really to try to address some of the longstanding issues with respect to this parent community in their district. So on that basis, we would be prepared to recommend conditional approval.
Thanks. Let's see if there are questions. Maybe members, if you're okay with it, we can divide this question into two separate matters for us. One on the attachment 1. Those are districts that have completed their remediation and there are no compliance issues. That would be all except then Tahoe Truckee, and we can turn our attention to Tahoe Truckee. So first, Regina, do we have public comment on non-Tahoe Truckee CONAP issues?
They didn't break it down like that, but I think that the people that are here that want to speak on the Tahoe Truckee.
Okay, let me put it to the members of the public. And any of you here to speak on CONAP issues aside from Tahoe Truckee? Seeing none, great. So we have no public comment on that first matter. Is there a motion from a member of the board? Thank you. So Member Chan moves staff recommendation on attachment 1, that is to approve the consolidated applications.
I do have a question on that. I just wanted to check and see if this Conservatory of Vocal Instrumental Arts, was that the school that was discussed by the woman who said she had no money earlier in the public comment? Is that the same school? I don't know if she's still here. Does anybody know that? That's the one that I think it was in Oakland that brought. Is this the same school?
I believe so.
Does that mean that if this is approved, that there will be money to pay their teachers and their lease? What?
$791.
Oh, is that what it was? I wasn't looking at the total. I don't think that'll work.
But thank you for your second of the motion.
Oh, Lord.
Mr. Ashwaubenon seconds the motion. Yep. So we have a motion and a second to approve staff recommendation on this set of schools on attachment number 1. All those in favor? Unanimous vote. So now let's move to the Tahoe Truckee consolidated application. The staff recommendation is a conditional approval with the conditions, two conditions. One is that the district implement faithfully the findings, and second, that they report annually to this board on progress. And then third, I think, goes without saying that they clear up the outstanding non-compliance issues themselves. That's in the implementation part. So let's questions for staff, and then we'll open it up to public comment.
This is, I'm a little concerned that the quite lengthy description of the investigative report that was done by our staff is an information item in our red folder, rather than, and this is probably for you, Mr. Burt, wherever you are, this is where we don't have the information before you do, and to kind of read that surreptitiously before, that's the report, before we vote on this, does not give us the best background, if you will, to make a decision. And that's more of a comment to our staff than it actually is a question.
And I know that Marcia is available to answer any questions that we might have, or if you'd like another level down summary of the inquiry, I know we could do that.
Well, it's just the fact that the inquiry comes like minutes or an hour before we have to vote on it, and I'm the results of it, Marcia, and it's quite thorough. And I'm looking at that while I'm supposed to be listening to everything else, and it's very difficult to digest all of that and to then be expected to make a really good decision. I'm hoping that hearing from whoever's speaking today will also help facilitate that. But this is a case where I would have liked to have had that information at least yesterday.
I concur with Ruth on this. It's a very obviously comprehensive document. Thank you for your work. But I'd like to have some time to read it also. But I would like to hear the comments from folks out that have comments today.
Great. Other questions for staff or comments before we begin with public comment? Seeing none. Regina, we're in your hands.
Santiago Gomez, Martha Diaz, Steve Jennings.
I'm not Santiago Gomez. But I beat him up here. Martha Zaragoza Diaz, and I'm representing the California Association for Bilingual Education. And first, I'd like to thank the State Board of Education with regards to the leadership that it's taken on this issue in terms of listening to the parents and really listening to their concerns. And I'd also like to thank the Department of Education staff with regards to the handling of their response to the complaint. I have spoken with the parents and have had discussions with their attorney. And I, on behalf of CABE, are prepared to recommend and approve with conditions stated by Ms. Bedwell with regards to the CONAP. There have been meetings that have been held with the superintendent, some of them contentious, and I think there's still issues that need to be worked out, but I feel confident that with the technical assistance provided by CDE staff and with the good faith effort on behalf of the superintendent and his staff, that we can make positive progress with regards to the concerns that have been raised by the parents, in particular with the parent waivers and with the request for the alternative programs. So I just want to reiterate what the conditions were, the required actions as identified by the report on the complaint, have the district come back before the state board to inform you in writing and also orally in the progress that they've been making with regards to the implementation of those required actions. And
2 minutes.
Also with regards to having parents meaningfully participate in the outreach plan as was required or as was requested by the state board at its last meeting. And with that, I recommend an approval with those conditions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent O'Connell, President of the Board, and members of the Board. My name is Santiago Avila Gomez, and I'll be pulling double duty today. I'll be serving as the interpreter to the parents when they come to address you. Additionally, as you may know, I'm the staff attorney at CRLA Foundation, the California Rural Legal Assistance Foundation, which filed the Title V complaint on June 30th of this past year, 2009. I, too, have reviewed the report. We did receive it from the department, and just to address the point of it being very thorough, not just because it upheld our appeal, but we do believe that it did treat all of the issues fairly and did just an outstanding job in finding and some of those violations that had been occurring at the district, and also making some very concrete and specific recommendations in the form of required actions on the part of the district with a definite timetable. There's very definite dates on which the district is to report back to the department. So with that in mind, we too embrace the conditions or the recommended approval of the consolidated application with conditions. Among those conditions, as mentioned by the department, would be to have the district provide to this body at its next scheduled meeting a outreach plan. The outreach plan that we would like to see is one that includes a timetable and a communication plan for those non-English speaking parents in the district. Secondly, we would like the implementation of the required actions to be part of the conditions that are given by this board. And finally, we would like an annual report, but at the very least, a report both written and orally at a point 1 year from your action today that explains what steps were taken and the progress on the implementation of the conditions that you finally impose on the conditional approval of the consolidated application.
Great, thank you.
With that, I'll close, and I'll be back to interpret for the parents when they have a moment to address you.
Great,
and
thank you.
Again,
and thank you for helping us with that.
Thank you to you, all of the members of the board, and especially to CDE staff for their continued support and their very diligent work to finding and ensuring that the English language learners throughout California are educated well and given an opportunity to excel. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Steve Jennings, and I'm the superintendent of the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. Actually, this month I'll be celebrating my second anniversary of being the superintendent at Tahoe Truckee. And when I came to the district on March 31st of 2008, we were in the middle of a CPM review. I looked at that as being an actual very fortuitous occasion and good timing as a new superintendent coming in, giving me some information to help implement some changes that need to take place in the district. The results of the CPM is that we were non-compliant in quite a few areas, and we have been focusing our attention on making sure that we come into compliance with all of those suggestions that were made at that time. At the same time, we were a district that was in year 5 of program improvement. We had 3 schools that were in program improvement. We worked with our county to really look at the data and try to determine exactly what the cause of that was and what needed to take place. It wasn't very hard to determine what the cause was because we have a huge gap between our EL subgroup and the rest of our population. In fact, when we looked at the data, we found that of all of the school districts in the state of California who have one EL subgroup, our gap was the largest. So obviously we had a system that was broke. And since we had a system that was broke, we became very intent on making sure that we made changes that are going to fix that particular system. So we made changes in staff, we made changes in program, we made changes in configuration of schools. I will stand right here and tell you that not everybody was real pleased with all the changes that we made. However, we feel like we have a lot of work to do in communication with people. We've worked real hard with the CDE staff. They have been tremendous in giving us help and support, along with others that have given us help and support. So I just wanted you to know that we feel very positive about the results of the investigation that you were talking about earlier. We fully intend to do everything in our power to follow the suggestions made in that, and we will do everything possible to work with the CDE staff and anybody else to make sure that we're doing what's best for all of the students in our school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather Sullivan, Dave Curry, and Nicole Saye.
Good morning. My name is Heather Orea Sullivan, and I come to you with a couple hats. I am a parent of 2 English learners, one who was IFEP initially in kindergarten and one who is currently in the process of meeting the criteria for reclassification. I've also had my BCLAD teaching credential for almost 20 years, and in my time working in the public school system, I have worked in most programs, probably most of the programs designed for ELs, from structured English immersion, early and late exit transitional, bilingual, and dual immersion programs, as well as working at the district and county level on EL projects. I currently direct and teach an adult ed program that offers classes for English learner parents. So I have the opportunity to work with all our English learner parents at pretty much all the sites in our district. And I felt compelled to come here because I believe that when you look at the big picture, at the 1,300 Latino students, 911 of them who are English learners at the 9 sites across their districts, you will see some incredible improvement in positive direction and commitment on TTU's part with respect to these EL issues. When I moved to Truckee 6 years ago and began looking at the district, I was shocked to see what was not happening. Schools operated as independent islands, with some doing well and others acting as if they, with total disregard to 227 in terms of the waiver process. Waivers going home in Friday folders, no explanation of programs to parents, communication very lacking, and teachers from the bilingual program going out to homes and urging parents to sign the waiver. In the 2 years that Steve Jennings has been here, I have seen huge changes, great progress. We now have a master plan, therefore consistent across the district. Program and student monitoring and evaluation is now happening. Reclassification of students, criteria for reclassification of students is happening. Differentiation of instruction across the according to language acquisition levels, and teachers who really understand what this means is happening. Translations, we now have a district translator. EL coordinators at the district and every site. I got all my forms this year and notifications this year for my children. And my adult program, which is really working out to look at the whole family and work with the community sites and ELAC committees. Do we have work to do? Absolutely. But I am confident that this administration is truly committed to working with our English learners and bettering the programs for them and making sure that that achievement gap gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dave Curry. I addressed the board last time.
Morning, Dave.
I don't have anything else to add, but me and staff are here for questions if need be.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nicole Saig. I am the English Learner Programs Coordinator for Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. I started in this position in the fall, and since I have started, I've had the opportunity to work with the parents, the district leaders, and teachers in improving the EL programs and services for all 911 English learners in our district. As the district works to resolve non-compliant issues from the 2008 CPM review, as well as the required actions outlined in the Title V complaint, it is clear that working collaboratively with parents is essential. I'm encouraged by the leadership role that some of the complainants have taken on the ELAC and DLAC committees, and feel that in our short time working together this year, we have reestablished a process in which parents can advise the district on revisions to the master plan for English learners reclassification procedures, the needs assessment, as well as the other DLAC advisory responsibilities. As we continue to refine this process and further develop avenues for meaningful participation for parents, working in collaboration with parents is critical in laying the foundation for systemic change. I appreciate the recommendations outlined by the state and welcome the California Department of Education's support in helping our district meet its obligations as we build a systemic plan which gives parents, all parents, a clear pathway for involvement in their child's education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chad Graff, Sandra Villarreal, and Sergio Herrera.
Mr. President and State Board members, good morning. I'm Chad Graff from the law firm Danis, Wolliver and Kelly, here as legal counsel on behalf of the district. I'm here to support the district superintendent and staff's comments and commitment to coming into full compliance in its EL programs. As described for you in previous comments and correspondence, the district has already undertaken many positive steps toward that end. We urge your approval of the district's consolidated application, and we thank you and the department staff for your support.
Thanks. And we also are have translation available if you're more comfortable. But
We want to
great.
handle the translation. We want a hacer la traducción.
Okay.
Su intérprete de ellos.
No, sorry, Gavin, was I mistaken? Tomorrow. Thank you. Okay. Mañana.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Sandra Villarreal, vengo del distrito de Tahoe Truckee. Nuevamente estamos aquí para informarles y siguiendo las recomendaciones hechas por esta mesa directiva. Nosotros los padres pusimos todo de nuestra parte y nuestro esfuerzo para lograr cambios, lograr acuerdos y esperando colaboración, pero desafortunadamente no hay un cambio concreto.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Villarruel. I come from the Tahoe Truckee district. We are here anew to inform you and following your recommendations, we, the parents, put forth a great effort in order to make changes, to reach an agreement, and are awaiting collaboration. Unfortunately, nothing has changed. Nothing concretely has changed.
De hecho, por nuestra iniciativa establecimos 3 juntas en donde el distrito hizo un mínimo esfuerzo para trabajar con los padres. El distrito, de su parte, solamente puso oído, nada de acción, nada en concreto, solamente palabras, y su respuesta fue que el distrito estaba buscando y esperando la ayuda técnica del Departamento de Educación del Estado.
As an example, through our initiative, we established 3 meetings with the district, and it seems that the district did a minimal effort to work with us. The district, for their part, lent their ear, but not action and nothing in concrete. They said many words, and their responses were that they were seeking and awaiting technical assistance from the Department of Education of the state.
Nosotros, en nombre de todos los padres que estamos en esta lucha, les agradecemos sinceramente su apoyo y su respeto que nos han dado en escucharnos. Muchísimas gracias.
Us, the parents, in the name of the parents who are advocating and who are in this struggle, sincerely appreciate your support and your respect that you've given us in listening to us. Thank you.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Sagrario Herrera. Vengo del distrito Tahoe Truckee Elementary. Nosotros los padres apoyamos y estamos muy de acuerdo con el reporte del Estado que se cumplió el 8 de marzo del 2010 sobre la queja administrativa.
Good morning. My name is Sagrario Herrera, and I come from the Tahoe Truckee Elementary District. Us, the parents, support, and we're very much in favor of the report that the state issued on March 8th, 2010, on the Title V complaint.
Apoyamos que el Departamento de Educación en el Estado que dé ayuda al distrito. Nosotros los padres apoyamos que las acciones requeridas por el reporte formen parte de las condiciones que pongan esta mesa directiva del Estado para aprobar la aplicación consolidada del distrito Tahoe Truckee. Gracias.
We are in support of the Department of Education coming to help the district, and we support also the required actions in the report, and ask that they become part of the conditions that this board, the state, issue in order to approve the consolidated application of the Tahoe Truckee District. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maria Herrera and Cecilia Sanchez.
Good morning, board members. My name is Maria Herrera. I come from Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. Once again, I'm here on behalf of all the parents that couldn't be here to give you this important message. At the January 2010 State Board meeting, you directed representatives of the district as well as the parents to begin working together to resolve our issues and to work together in a positive and collaborative manner. The district was also instructed to develop an outreach plan to specify how the district will be working with parents. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to say not much progress has been made by trying to resolve our issues with the district. As a parent, I am disappointed that the district continues not to respect the right of parents. A representative group a representative group of parents have held 3 meetings with our superintendent and his staff. We feel that the district has not acted in good faith with the parents and are not sincere in meaningful engagement with us. Okay. We have been given the same answers to the questions and the same response to our concerns as we always have been given for years. However, in good faith by the parents, we are asking the board to conditionally approve the CONUP of Tahoe Truckee Unified School District with the following 3 recommendations. That the school district provide the state board by the next meeting, scheduled meeting, an outreach plan specifically outlines how the district plans to meaningfully include non-English speaking parents in the education of their children. The outreach plan should include a timetable and communicate with the non-English speaking parents. We don't want the district to come with empty hands to the table. For example, in our last 3 meetings, if you consider our meetings a potluck, our school district could have been the person who comes to the potluck without any food, but demand that the rest of the group, meaning the parents, have to bring something. The second recommendation is implementation of the required actions that set forth in the March 8th report of the investigation of the appeal against Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. Developed, and then our third recommendation is that the district provide a written report to the state board a year from today as to the status of the implementation and its efforts.
Perfect. Thank you.
And I would like to thank the board members and this CDE staff as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Cecilia Sánchez y vengo del distrito Tahoe Truckee. En nombre de todos los padres deseo dar las más cumplidas gracias a todos ustedes, miembros de la Mesa Directiva de Educación en el Estado, y en especial al equipo legal del departamento por su trabajo en asegurar que los derechos de los padres sean respetados y que las obligaciones del distrito hacia sus aprendices de inglés sean realizadas.
Good morning. My name is Cecilia Sanchez, and I come from the Tahoe Truckee District. In the name of all the parents, I'd like to thank all of the members of the State Board, and a special thanks to the legal unit of the department for their work in ensuring that the rights of parents are respected and that the obligations of the district as to the English language learners be realized.
Nosotros estaremos vigilando que se cumpla todo lo necesario porque estamos peleando por nuestros propios hijos. Además, por otros padres y estudiantes del distrito. Ya muchas veces nos ha decepcionado el distrito. Ojalá que a partir de hoy en adelante tomen en serio nuestros esfuerzos y que reconozcan que nosotros tenemos mucho que contribuir al distrito y a los programas de instrucción para estudiantes aprendices de inglés. Muchas gracias por su atención.
We will be vigilant in ensuring that everything that needs to be done, because we're here fighting for our kids and for those other parents and students of the district. Many times already, we've been disappointed with the district. We're hopeful that from today forward, they take us seriously, our efforts seriously, and that they recognize that we have a lot to contribute to the district and to the programs of instruction for those English learners. Thank you very much for your attention.
And that's all the public comment I have listed.
Great, thank you all very much. Board members, questions or comments? Yes.
Superintendent Jennings, since you've taken over and you really have, tried your very best. You're still here, right, somewhere? Yeah, okay. So really, thank you for your openness, that you recognize the problem, so this way you can fix it. And to the parents and Martha from California together, so I assume that every kind of work together. So there is a compromise, or there is an agreement. From even, I heard some parents say, yeah, this, that. So really, I am ready to move this, application forward, because this is not $795. This is $1 million, okay? So they can certainly utilize that as a very, very rigorous tool to work together. And definitely we want to report back in a year. And Marcia, thank you so much for your unit doing great report. And I think I can translate for myself, okay? Padres, yo estoy bastante muy contenta que tenemos este acuerdo y compromiso entre ustedes y el distrito. Y también yo voy a apoyar ese plan. Ese plan, yo sé que con acciones, ¿verdad? Necesitamos acciones. Y también con fechas definidas, ¿verdad? ¿Sí? ¿Con fechas definidas? Yeah, okay. Está bien. Okay. ¿Y por qué? Porque eso es el momento muy importante. Esa aplicación es $1 millón, okay? Es mucho, mucho. Pero por cierto, necesitamos que el distrito nos dan un reporte anual, okay? O cuando necesitamos. Y yo tengo bastante confianza que si trabajamos juntos, tendremos éxito juntos. Gracias. I move
I
to...
thought that's where you were headed. So a motion's been made and seconded for conditional approval of the consolidated application with the following three conditions. Mr. Ashwandon. One, that the district provide to the State Board of Education by its next scheduled meeting an outreach plan that specifically identifies, outlines how the district plans to meaningfully include non-English speaking parents in the education of their children. Outreach plan should include a timetable and communication plan to non-English speaking parents. Second condition, implementation of the required actions as set forth in the March 8th, 2010 report on the investigation of appeal against the Tahoe Truckee Joint Unified School District developed by the legal unit of the California Department of Education. And finally, the third condition, that the district provide a written report to the State Board of Education and the Department of Education a year from today as to the status of the implementation of the aforementioned required actions. So if that adequately summarizes the motion, I wonder if we are prepared to vote.
I'd like to make a comment. I'd like to thank Marcia and the department for doing such an excellent job. I got the report a little late, but having the testimony and the statements made, I feel very comfortable with the situation. I'd also like to congratulate the superintendent on his work. I hope he continues in the district. I'm not sure if the district, last time we heard that there were, I guess, some changes in the superintendent position beforehand, so I hope you stay there to implement all these changes, Superintendent Jennings. And I'd like to say something in Spanish, but using a Chinese proverb to recognize my Chinese colleague here. One good parent is worth 1,000 teachers. And I'd like to say that to the parents. Gracias a ustedes, los padres, por estar aquí con nosotros, porque ustedes son los primeros padres. Vale un buen padre como 1,000 maestros, y ustedes están mostrando que tienen el interés de sus hijos. Basically, just thank the parents for being here and being that important person, because they are the first teachers, and one good parent is worth 1,000 teachers, the old Chinese proverb. Thank you.
Marcia.
I want to make sure to acknowledge the work of staff
of
the complaints unit, Kathleen Seaborn and Janine Coates.
Yep. Great work. Thank you for that work. Members? Greg?
Just a comment, and really I just want to hitchhike on to what my colleague Dr. Lopez said. It has been disappointing that this got to kind of where it is. But I think it's instructive, not just for this situation, but for others that we deal with, the importance of making sure that all of these processes and the value of inclusiveness of all of the critical voices that need to be heard in these kinds of decisions. So I think that's very important, and it's a good learning, I think, for us, and I hope it's a good learning for the district. That there is great value in that. And I think, hopefully it's instructive as well for the parents who have been so involved in this process and have helped us and helped the district move this issue forward. And I hope that it's instructive not just for these parents, but for all parents to understand the value and the importance that their voices play in helping us in these kinds of matters. And so, I too would just commend everybody involved, particularly the parents, the district, and the department, because I think what you've helped us do, at least, and somebody said it at the very beginning, that this is a process. I think it is still going to take time, but at least I think collectively you've been able to help us create a path forward when at one time it didn't look like there was, a path forward. So I would commend all of you for that.
Thanks. And members, I would also I want to thank, while we're thanking, I'd like to thank everyone who's been involved in the resolution of this particular matter. But, Carrick, thanks for helping us use the consolidated app process as a window into some of these difficulties. And I think, Teresa, thanks to you and to former member Belisle for identifying the Khan app as a particularly useful tool for us. With that, members, all those in favor of approving conditionally with the conditions aforementioned? Excellent. Greg, are you abstaining? Oh, okay, great. Unanimous vote then? What I'd like to do, thank you all. What I'd like to do is I'd like to move to item number 20, and following item number 20, break for lunch. We approved them. Sorry, 25. 25. What Ted meant to say was 25.
Hi. I thought if I could put the power in and not risk it there. No.
And then while we're setting up for item 25, just to review the order, when we return from lunch, we'll take up item 11, and then we'll move through 16, 17, 19, 21, 22, and depending on where we are time-wise, at that point, we have our public hearing that we'll need to do as close to 3 as possible. That was item 15. Good morning.
Sonic. I'm the Interim Division Director for the Statewide Assessment Division. And today we are presenting the 5th biennial report on the CASE, which was prepared by the Human Resources Research Organization, HUMRO, an independent evaluator hired for the purpose of evaluating the CASE. And I'm pleased to introduce to you Dr. Loris Weiss, the principal scientist with HUMRO, who has been the principal investigator for this report and each of the 5 biennial reports published since the enactment of the CASE. Dr. Weiss will present key findings and conclude with recommendations for improving the CASE and its use.
Thank you, Jan. President Mitchell, Superintendent O'Connell, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to address you. As I'm sure you all know quite well, at the time that the CASE requirement was enacted, there was also a requirement written in the legislation for an ongoing independent evaluation. One part of that requirement was that the independent evaluator is to issue to the board, the department, the governor, the legislature, a biennial report in February of even-numbered years. So I'm here to give you a very brief summary of what's in the 2010 biennial report for the independent evaluation of the California high school exit exam. In the interest of time, I will go just very briefly through the activities and findings. I urge anyone that's interested to read the report in more detail. It's a pretty thick report, and it's got a lot of information. I will answer any questions. Again, given the time, probably not extensive. I don't anticipate extensive debate. So the first thing that is, as required in legislation, the first thing that we've been doing is analyzing the test results. And we've analyzed test results for each administration, and there are 2 particular rates that are of key concern. How many students by the end of their senior year have met the requirement, and how many have not? And then also we look at trends in the passing rate for 10th graders when all students take the exam for the first time. And as you can see in these graphs, there's been slow and steady progress and increases in the initial passing rates, and also some increases in the passing rates by the end of 12th grade. there's been significant increases for almost all demographic groups with two exceptions. The passing rates, the 10th grade passing rates for English learners are largely unchanged, and the 10th grade passing rates for students in special education are also only up very modestly and still remain very significantly below the level of other students. In the last 2 years, we also looked at the exit codes of why students leave school. And this data is now available through CalPads. It was the first time we've been able to really look at this. It's very significant to the evaluation, but it wasn't previously available. Basically, 1% of all the students in the class of 2008, the seniors in class of 2008, had a code that said they met all the requirements except the CASE. It's 3% of all students in special education had that code. Notwithstanding those codes, about 40% or more of the students continued on into a fifth year to try and pass the CASE. So the four-year graduation rates, while they're an important part of the story, are not the total part of the story, because nearly half the students are continuing to try and pass the exam after half the students who don't initially pass after their fourth year. However, there's still some more than 27,000 students who didn't pass the exam and aren't still trying to pass the exam, as best we can tell at this time. We also took a look this year at how the students' progress. Yep. Sure. Right. Now, these are 27% of all students who didn't. They could, yes. Yes. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, that is how the math works. So we looked at seventh grade scores on the California Standards Test as an indicator of students who may be at risk of not passing the CASE. And in fact, there's a quite close relationship. For students that scored at the median or above on their seventh grade ELA and math tests, 98% of them met the CASE requirement by the end of their senior year. On the other hand, for students that scored significantly below the median, in this lowest category shown here, it's only about 30% of them met the CASE requirement. So the point of this is that it's possible to identify as early as seventh grade, and other researchers have taken it back even earlier, students who are at who have fallen behind and are at risk of not being able to pass the CASE. A lot of the interventions have been targeted after the students don't initially pass, and for the senior year and for the fifth and sixth year, it may be also time to think about interventions at earlier points as well. We did take a special look at students with disabilities. This graph is a little bit complicated because it shows a breakout of the percent of time that the students with disabilities are receiving regular instruction. And on the left side, students that receive regular instruction 80% or more, close to half of them are meeting the CASE requirement. Students that don't receive regular instruction, as you know, by and large, have a much tougher time. We also looked at the average score gains in both 2006 and 2009. And the blue and gold are the 2006 score gains. They were a little over 10 points. The score gains for students with disabilities who don't initially pass have increased dramatically from 10 points close to 15 points. And that's significant because on average, the students with disabilities who don't pass the exam in the 10th grade are about 30 points below. The average is about 30 points below the passing level. If they can increase 15 points a year, then the average student will just make it to the passing level. If they only increase 10 points a year, as they were doing initially, then it will take at least 3 years at that rate, of sustained effort at that rate. We're also, this is very significant because the class of 2008, class of 2009, students with disabilities were required to pass the exam. And the requirement, we believe, led to increased and more effective efforts in helping the students who don't initially pass. We have yet to see what's happening with the class of 2010, where students with disabilities are once again exempt from having to pass the exam. We also looked at the degree to which students with disabilities were receiving test modifications that invalidated the scores but did qualify them if they scored high enough for a waiver. And there has been an increase from 2006, particularly at the 12th grade level, in the proportion of students receiving a test modification, which is oral presentation of the reading test or use of the calculators on the math test, where over 40% of the 12th graders taking the Casey are using the calculators. However, the rate at which they qualify for a waiver hasn't gone up that dramatically, even though more students are availing themselves of these modifications. Another part of our analyses is to look at the degree to which the test measures what the content specifications require of students. So we did a full alignment study in 2008 and an abbreviated one in 2009. By and large, we found very positive results. There were one or two areas where there are opportunities for improvement. So in reading comprehension, the questions seem a little more shallow than the content standards would seem to require. But in all other areas, the test passed with, and that's why most of this graph is in fact green. Another part of the evaluation is to look at responses that the students make after they complete each section of the exam. And I'll just highlight two questions that the students responded to that we think were particularly important. The first is the percent saying that the material on the test they just took was covered, most or all of it was covered in their courses. And that percentage has steadily increased. It's a little bit higher for ELA than for math, but for both of them it's well over 90% say that most or all of the topics on the test were covered in the course. So the coverage is good and it's been improving. The other one is that students, many students said that there were reasons they felt they didn't do as well as they might have, and the most frequently cited reason was that the student was too nervous. A point that we take from this is we've focused almost exclusively on academic preparation, but in fact there may be psychological factors with which the students need help as well. One of the big concerns about implementing there is in the appendices, there are tables where that's broken out separately for students that passed and students that didn't pass. It wasn't a noteworthy finding, so I don't have a note on it right here. But it's in, read the report, it's there. One of the big concerns about implementing a new graduation requirement was that dropout rates might increase significantly. In fact, as we've looked at the trends in enrollment from 9th to 10th, 10th to 11th, 11th to 12th, in terms of the decrease in the fall enrollments, just the opposite has happened. For the 10th to 11th grade, prior to the implementation of the Casey requirement, 7 to 8% fewer students were enrolled at the beginning of 11th grade than enrolled at the beginning of 10th grade the prior year. There was this period where the requirement was partly in effect, and then in recent times it's down from 7 and 8% down to 5% decline. So more kids are actually staying in school and progressing at a normal rate. Similarly, from the 11th to the 12th, it went from 10% down to now 3 or 4%. While there's not solid evidence on the reason for this, we believe that the attention given to students who are struggling and the efforts to help them and put them in courses where they have a chance of succeeding is, in fact, causing students not to drop out more readily, but to stay in school, yes. Sorry. You know, we haven't had this data, we haven't looked at it by minority subgroups. I believe it does, and again, it may be in the appendix. I'll come to minority subgroups in a minute, because when we look at the overall high school graduation rates, there are big differences, there are big gaps. And while that hasn't changed because of the Casey, it hasn't changed because of the Casey. I mean, it's been impervious to efforts. So I have a slide in a minute that, in fact, the next one. There was a noticeable drop the first year that the Casey requirement went into effect in the ratio of graduates to the fall 12th grade enrollment. It was down as much as 4 percentage points But again, recall that the 12th into the senior year isn't the end of the story, since nearly half the students continue on after that point. Other estimates suggest that it was 1% of the students that met all the requirements but the Casey requirements, so somewhere between 1 and 4%, and that's come back up just a little. However, we do note that the graduation rates are dramatically different for different subgroups, and that has persisted. The superintendent has made closing the achievement gap a high priority, and we hope that that continues to be a high priority, notwithstanding the current budget concerns. We also, in 2009, did an instruction study. We had done a couple of prior studies that involved surveying teachers and principals and department heads about curricular and instructional practices and how those might have been affected by the Casey. The one finding that was most significantly related, independent of other things, to Casey passing rates was were there high-quality teachers. And it is noteworthy that between 2005 and 2009, there was a decline in the number of schools saying that some or most of their teachers had emergency credentials. So most or all of the teachers had regular credentials, and that was a significant trend. Yeah. Okay. Let me, in the interest of time, just go to the recommendations. The first one is that California, and when we say California, it means, well, it's the board, it's the legislature, it's the department, it's anybody with a good idea, should seek additional ways to encourage students who do not pass in 4 years to continue their studies for 1 or more additional years. The paths of the students who do continue should be studied to identify programs that help them succeed. So even though nearly half the students who don't graduate on time are continuing to try and pass the Casey, not all of them are successful, and it would be helpful to know what experiences characterize those that were successful and see if we can replicate and increase the number who are successful. Yes?
Not that I have read the 2 big spiral binders, but I did leaf through quite a bit of it. What I don't see is that tables you have about English learners that enter our high school at a high school age. And there was a table showing that specific subgroup, and there was a recommendation about having them, the EL students, for 5th year.
Yeah,
that's not here.
Well,
Why?
It is, the recommendation will come up in just a second. The table, you're right, the table supporting it, in the interest of trying to summarize and be brief, it's not in this presentation, but it is in the report.
I think those, not finishing 4 years is more specific to that particular subgroup. English learner that enter at a high school age.
It's a particular problem for English learners who come during high school to U.S. schools and are, in addition to trying to master all the content of the curriculum, need to also develop the English language skills. And it might be useful for the schools to work with them to plan out that it may in fact take an extra year for these students and not have it be then a failure when they don't graduate in 4 years, if the plan is that with an extra year they can do both, learn the language and yeah, okay. Second recommendation is that new interventions should be targeted at earlier grades, using test scores to identify students who have fallen behind their classmate and are at risk of failing to meet the Casey requirement. I think the relationship between the 7th grade score levels and success on the Casey was very dramatic, and we need to help students sooner and not put off till the end of their high school career the assistance that they need. In these tight financial times, district may need particular help and direction to attract and retain teachers who are experienced and well qualified in the subjects that they teach. Districts and school efforts to increase coordination across grade levels and between general and special instruction programs should also be encouraged and supported. These were the 2 factors that were most related to success on the Casey, that having qualified teachers and having coordination across different programs. And so anything that can be done to encourage more of that would likely allow us to further increase the Casey passing rates.
And if I remember the teacher graph, the categories you were looking at were emergency credentials versus regular credentials.
That was the most striking indicator, yes. We do have, again, tables about years of experience and about some other things. But district schools and IEP teams should make all possible efforts to provide access to the general curriculum to students with disabilities so that these students can obtain the skills that they need to pass the Casey. Again, it was quite clear that students who aren't participating in regular instruction had much lower success at the Casey, and if they're not receiving some alternate form of instruction, they have very little chance of mastering the required skills. Now, for English learners, yes.
To me, that's a recommendation that might be interesting for special education specialists to know about, mainstreaming and such, for those students that are capable of it more and more, and that parents should know more about it, and as well as special ed. But, the more they're mainstream and capable of being mainstream, the better they do perform. Okay.
Until or unless you either provide an alternate way for them to demonstrate or decide that that's not feasible and that the requirement should go back into effect.
Mr. President, if I may, that was when, Laura, I was going to ask the question, are you going to be prospectively following that issue to see what services, if any, that the special ed students will be have available to themselves as a result of this exemption? Because here's my fear.
To the extent within the scope of our evaluation that we can get access to that information, we certainly will. There's also a little concern about the increased flexibility that the schools get funding to help students who don't initially pass, but they may or may not now actually have to spend that money on targeted programs.
Right.
And so we'll be watching the trends. Certainly we'll be watching the outcomes. And to the extent that we have information on the process that leads to those outcomes,
From a money program money?
Well, and potential, if that money is not following, and I mean, the principals with whom I've spoken at the high school level, if these students are not going to be part of this equation, principals aren't going to be held accountable, guess who's not going to be getting the services?
Now,
You mean we still have money designated for the purpose for the student with disability to pass the Casey? We don't have that money. Right. Yeah, I know that. But flexible, no flexible, there isn't going to be money. There isn't any money anyway, right?
well, there've been two I was trying to. Oh, yeah, please. Clear it up.
So, remember, part of the money that Superintendent fought for was this intervention money, not
Right.
specifically for students with disabilities, but for all students. That money was, along with the adult ed money, put into the flexibility. And so, therefore, districts, Superintendent sent a letter to districts encouraging them to maintain that effort. But at the bottom line is a district will have the discretion to use that money in a way that they see fit.
Now, on the other hand, okay, on the bright side, I would say school principal, hopefully, with this result, will pour some money into 7th graders, right?
They could
Before
do
it was
that.
restricted to 12th grade.
It was
11.
restricted to folks who, it was kind of on a tiered status. Yes.
I see.
Yes.
On your point, to try to, I mean, will a middle school, and this might be for Carrick to help, will a middle school principal have access to the CST numbers so that if we could expand our Taking Center Stage Act 2 designed to help middle school folks, could we do a particular program here that would be available here virtually for the middle school folks and really coach them how to utilize that data?
Well, at all levels.
At all levels.
The really effective schools are the ones that use the data and study it deeply and evaluate their programs and evaluate efforts to improve their programs.
Probably another discussion offline, but no pun intended. But we ought to, and Charlene, this law was very well written when it was signed in 1999. But that's something that we should really
Right.
talk about.
So we
trying
should
to
look
help
at taking
middle
center
school
stage. Right. Yep. We will do that.
expand that.
Yep.
I'm not ready to give up on the special ed issue, okay?
Good. Nor
Because
should you.
because it is so clear, not just from this study, but from other performance indicators, the state plan on special ed, is students who can access general curriculum or be more in the least restricted environment tend to have a better chance, regardless whether it's passing KC or CST, later on transition, employment, and so forth. So one thing we're pushing in some of the areas, I think in LA, we're pushing to take students with an IEP, with student with disability, in a special day class, restricted setting, that move into a charter high school, that most charter schools do not have special day class. So they are in the inclusive setting, in more general ed, and then, but still with an IEP, but track, provided the charter school opt for have these kids continue to take KC. Although they exempted, but I know mine do, they take them, because I think, Deb, you said that you still continue to score them, right? Okay, so, I mean, that's important. And really, eventually kind of see if that, is going to make a difference in a big system-wide. The pilot schools, the partnership school, whatever school that take kids in a special day and into a different environment and be able to kind of push through the KC. So there's some bright light on this.
Okay.
Deb, here's a question I don't know the answer to, so I'm a little nervous. Will they next year have their own subgroup? Yes. Laura, or either one. I think, I'm going to guess I know the answer.
The answer
Yes, you'll
is yes.
scorn, and the answer is?
Yes.
They will still have their own subgroup.
Yes, we will keep.
Voluntarily.
Yes.
Okay, but that will not be a true representation because it'll be.
Exactly.
It'll be just
Now,
those.
keep in mind, for accountability purposes, the law did not exempt special education students from the 10th grade, from taking it for 10th grade. This law applies to the graduation criteria only.
Which
Yes.
also makes no sense, in my opinion. You take the test one time with zero consequence.
Correct.
Well, again, okay. Let me return to the focus of our study and recommendations. Although, yeah, it's an interesting discussion. So for English learners, as for students with disabilities, they're not all the same. It's a pretty diverse population. And the idea that there's one program that will work for all students with disabilities, or there's one program that will work for all English learners, doesn't really make a lot of sense. So there are two groups among English learners. There's those that come during high school, and they're relatively late in their career. Many, but not all, have had reasonable academic instruction in their native language, but they need to stop and learn English. So the recommendation is curricular goals and possibly including a fifth year of high school should be studied for English learners who enter the U.S. during high school. Then the other part of the population, though, are students who have been in California schools for quite a while, but still are struggling to become proficient in English. And California schools should also find further ways to help English learners who enter U.S. schools prior to high school but continue to have difficulty in learning English. Now, if I had the answer to this, we'd be making lots of money and we'd be making lots of progress, but it's a problem, and you know it and I know it, and we're supporting anybody who can address some further light to this. A sixth recommendation, which is really a new thing this time, is the state and districts need to support additional study of non-academic factors that may limit some students' ability to meet the KC requirement. Procedures that are effective in overcoming psychological barriers should be identified and dissemination. Now, I'm particularly focused on test anxiety or low motivation as psychological factors, but there may be other ones as well. And then a recommendation that isn't directly about the KC, but California schools and districts need to find ways to increase graduation rates for low-income and minority students. The gap is persistent. The KC has led to improvements in instruction and led to more students being prepared than was previously the case, but hasn't closed yet the gaps in graduation rates. Then finally, the State Board of Education should initiate a new review of the Casey content requirements. The board should allow at least 3 years for implementation of changes to the test specifications, including development and field testing of new questions and test forms based on the revised specifications. So it's been 10 years since the high school exit exam panel was convened and recommended to the board, and the board adopted the requirements for what students need to know and be able to do to earn a high school diploma. Also recently, the governors and the chief state schools officers have issued a set of readiness standards for 12th graders that weren't there 10 years ago and deserve a look in terms of thinking through again, are the expectations for students in California for what they need to know and be able to do to get a diploma, are they appropriate now as they were 10 years ago? And, Mr. President, with that, that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Board members, questions that we haven't asked along the way?
I don't
David?
have a question, but I have a comment. You know, you talked about the CST scores of 7th graders, and there's a correlation between that and success on the CASI. That's good information because we know students are having problems early. What can we do for them? Not only for English language learners, but for special ed. I would also probably assume that that would hold true for African Americans and other subgroups. My question is this, and maybe it's to my colleague Jack O'Connell here, or maybe all of us. You know, we know what the problems are. I mean, this is very good data. I mean, in this second round, let's say, for the race to the top dollars, is it possible to look at some of these challenges and address them specifically and focus in on them as an application for a race to the top to address some of our dire, serious problems? Because especially with English language learners, as you always say, Jack, 25% of the population's English language learner, about 40% of kindergartners are English language learners, and I call that the human tsunami coming up the pipeline that'll hopefully go into college. But if we aren't addressing it, and we need to focus on it, and our resources are limited to what we have, the race to the top dollars would seem a logical place to go to address these subgroups and the challenges. Just your thoughts, Jack? I don't know.
And the answer is yes, yes, and yes. And even on the Common Core standards, we've actually just recently communicated with the federal department at the request of Darlene Robles and also Chuck Reese, the county superintendent of Santa Clara, to try to address that very issue for English language learners, for the increased rigor, additional assistance in the Common Core standards that they're working on, back there right now. Mm-hmm. So, absolutely correct. Another disappointment with last week's decision.
Yeah.
I will say it's my understanding that just today they did also release the grades K through 12 standards that lead up to the readiness standards. So those should now be available. You'll probably have had a chance to review drafts, I would hope.
Yeah, we've had members on some of the validation panels and so on, but as a group we've not had a chance to look at them, but we will. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Members, this is not the last time we'll talk about Casey or the recommendations. Don't want to just sort of leave that hanging. But I think now it's the department and board staff will go back, look at these recommendations, work with HUMRO to refine them, and as appropriate, bring back specific courses of action for us and for others. So thanks, and let's now stand adjourned for lunch and try to return. It's 12:30 now. Let's try to do 45 minutes for lunch. 1:15 back here. Thank you.
11. I heard this about you today.
Sorry, we're going to take up item 11 first. Item 11, I removed from the consent calendar because I am going to need to recuse myself from consideration of item 11 as New Schools Venture Fund, an organization with which I work, supports 5 of the schools on this list, and so it would be inappropriate for me to participate. So I will hand this over to Ms. Bloom.
Get the, are we all back? Yes. Okay. Go right ahead.
I'm Carol Barkley, Director of the Charter Schools Division at the Department of Ed. The SB is responsible for assigning charter numbers to charter schools to keep count of them in the record of how many schools are approved each year. What you have before you is a list of those schools that have been approved at the local level that are ready for this numbering at this time.
Okay. Questions? No questions? Is there a motion to?
Move approval.
Whoa, oh, is there any discussion from the public? Hearing no discussion from the public, and knowing there's a desire for a motion, then the motion is made by Dave, Mr. Ashwaubenon, and seconded by Mr. Lopez. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Are you, okay. It's unanimous with one abstention by our president. Thank you.
Pardon me? I'm working on that.
Okay, thank you. Carol, back to you.
Item 16, all of the schools are here if you're ready to hear that item.
Great.
Ready? Okay. This item is an update on the student achievement plans and the progress toward implementing those at the 3 schools for whom you asked them to provide that based on their not meeting AYP or API performance criteria. And those 3 schools are Lifeline Education Charter School, Microenterprise Charter Academy, and the School of Arts and Enterprise. As you'll recall at the January meeting, I submitted to you what those student achievement plans were for each of those schools, and you talked with the schools. You directed 3 of these schools to, actually it wasn't in January, I think it was, well, anyway, you asked for the interim assessments, it was January, you asked for the interim assessments for the schools to show what kind of progress they're making towards their school-wide goals as well as goals for each of the subgroups. And those schools did that. We asked them on January 14th to submit their interim assessment, the actual interim assessments as well as reports on progress since October when we first identified that they needed a plan. The schools provided assessments that were used to demonstrate alignment to California academic standards, benchmark data from October 2009 in each subgroup, and benchmark data for the most recent data point in February. Evidence that the goals stated in the school's SAP are being achieved. You had asked to actually see the assessments, and we can't make those public information. They're copyrighted. So we're providing you with the results of that work. Each of the schools are here, so they'll be talking with you specifically. The first one that will come up and talk with you is Lifeline Education Charter School. They did submit all the assessments requested. Each of the assessments provided by Lifeline includes the California content standards being measured. They also submitted data for the October 2009 and January 2010 benchmark assessments. These data were disaggregated by demographic subgroup, academic subject, and grade level. Yeah, you're on 16. Their results show growth from October to January in nearly all subgroups and for all subjects and grade levels. However, there are 5 subgroups that did not show growth. Those are 7th grade English learners in pre-algebra, 9th grade English learners in English language arts, 9th grade African American students in Algebra 1, 12th grade African American students in English language arts, and 12th grade socioeconomically disadvantaged students in English language arts. So they're here to answer any of your questions about their progress, and they will be back again in May with additional information.
Great. So Lifeline, and sorry, I wasn't clear enough. This is agenda item 16. The materials are behind tab 16. And so we'll be taking up each of these one school at a time. And thank you for coming. Happy that you're here. Members, I expect that you have read the materials, but if you have any prefatory comments you'd like to make, we'd be happy to hear.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Rich Crawford, and I'm a consultant for FICMAT, which is Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team.
And my name is Jim Armstrong, and I am the academic consultant for Lifeline.
And we do appreciate the opportunity to represent Lifeline Education Charter School and present the request for renewal of their charter petition. The FICMAT team has evaluated the Lifeline Education Charter School instructional program, curriculum, and professional development strategies, and concludes that Lifeline has made significant progress and demonstrates that the strengths of the program being implemented will contribute to improvements of academic achievement of the students who are enrolled. At this point, based upon Lifeline's demonstrated commitment to enhance program delivery methodologies to ensure student success, it is recommended by FICMAT that the Lifeline Education Center School be granted a renewal to serve the needs of the very diverse students. Lifeline has recently experienced an influx of new students who are significantly challenged in English and their basic math skills. But FICMAT did do a thorough review of what's occurring at the school and want to assure you that the following steps have been taken regarding their approval. The curriculum changes made during the 2009-10 school year demonstrate that Lifeline is making appropriate decisions regarding their materials, their academic needs of their students, and that Lifeline has hired professionals in the curriculum area who have demonstrated successful strategies to improve student achievement. These consultants have evaluated existing programs as well and made recommendations that have resulted in the improvements in student performance. The faculty is now teaching the areas particularly of language arts and math. They're focusing on those two curricular areas, as you'd expect, and they're using methodologies called power strategies, or power standards, pardon me. The timeline for accomplishments and restructuring over the past 6 months demonstrate that Lifeline Education Charter School is implementing significantly rigorous measures to improve student and staff achievement. Lifeline teachers began meeting at regular times during the 2009-10 school year in professional learning communities. Based on the findings of the FICMAT team, we recommend renewal of the charter petition for Lifeline Education Charter School. Thanks.
Thanks. To clarify, board members, Lifeline is actually not up for renewal.
Till July.
Correct. Mm-hmm. And so we will not be addressing the issue of renewal here now. As Carol mentioned, this is actually the reverse of that. That the three schools we're going to be talking about and hearing from today are schools about whom we had significant concerns. And the question was whether we ought to go down the path of revocation. So the discussion today is really the reverse of a renewal conversation. It's whether we would like to move toward revocation, or, barring that, make no decision and then continue with the regular renewal clock that the 3 schools are on. Does that help? Okay. So thanks. Members, do you have questions?
Okay. I'm glad to see the FICMAT, report and showing that, they're building the capacity. So here are the questions. First of all maybe it's good education for me. I know what FICMAT stands for. I'm never sure who hired them, who select them. Do we assign them? The independence of FICMAT team's opinion. So that's one, all about FICMAT. So for the future, it's good because we know how the date works, but FICMAT, I never know. Second has to do with, I want to know exactly from Carol is when will their charter expire? Okay, so that's the second question. Then the third, I'm sure your lineup is great. Okay, I see you're there. I'm looking at the instruments that you utilize to measure these benchmarks, and they're amazing. Like 17% to 80 somewhat percent. You talk about Plato, Dibbles, Vintage, Lot. I want to know exactly which one you use to ascertain to, evidence to support that you went from a 17% to 82%. So how are we comparing apples and oranges? So can we do that? FICMAT.
So
Tell me about FICMAT.
3 questions. How does FICMAT come into the picture? Second question, what's the renewal schedule? Third question, what was the nature of the benchmark assessments used?
FICMAT is an independent organization in the sense that it's not directly under California Department of Education. It's under the state. Is that right? Okay. And we're fairly recent.
And they're handled through the Kern County Office of Education.
Right. Kern County is their main office. However, they're directly funded under the state. They're not under the California Department of Education.
There's a separation of state of power there at the particular time because it's a fiscal responsibility and crisis unit, and so they're an independent. However, most of the work and their not necessarily direction, but they must be under an educational body, and it happens at that point they happen to be housed actually through the Kern County Office of Ed. That's where you find them.
So, for example, the county office will have a list of approved FICMAT team.
Not necessarily, no. FICMAT does that their own. Hands it on their own.
Can you get to the microphone?
Good afternoon, board. When Paula wrote, when I left in January, I realized the criticalness of where we were. I went back to my board. My board asked me if I could possibly call FICMAT, because FICMAT was assigned to Lifeline when the state took us on. And they came in and reviewed all of our books and board meetings and helped restructure. So at that time, we called FICMAT. FICMAT said I had to go on the website, ask for immediate assistance, and that's how they sent Mr. Crawford. And Mr. Crawford came in, did an assessment, told us where we're weak, what we need to do to get better. So that's how FICMAT came into place. It was after I left here, and I went to my board and said, what do I do? I mean, no offense to Mr. Armstrong, it's just that we needed someone a little different. Yeah.
So then, Carol, question 2 on the timing.
The school is up for renewal. They have As you know, they have to go back to the local level first. They have done that. They've been denied at the local level, and they've submitted their renewal petition to us today. So we'll have that to you at the July meeting.
Great. Thank you. July.
So we do it July, so how are they going to open school? Is it next year? I'm just curious.
Yes, the stay open will need to be approved in July. I forget the exact date that they were denied at the local level. We've been talking with the school about the deadlines for meetings and had hoped to bring that to you in May, but we will not have time to review this report in the next 2 weeks to get it to the ACCS. So our schedule is to have it. May items are already in process.
Okay.
Just one more question. You asked about the benchmarks.
Right.
We have students early in the morning, right after lunch break, during lunch break. I am there with the staff after school. We now do Saturday school. Like I told the staff, I'm willing to do Sunday school. So what happened was, like I explained to you in January, I took really sick about 1.5 years ago. And I told the board I fought myself for this. And when I got better, things just were not where they needed to be. And so I had to get back in it. And I couldn't do it by myself because we had such an influx of new students. And so that's when Jim came aboard, and we have just been working vigorously. Parents are agreeing, and that's how we're getting to where we need to be, is everybody working as a team. Everybody has to give up. And everyone is doing what they need to do. Like I said, before school, tutoring, after school tutoring, right after lunch. Some of the kids are giving up lunch. They're like eating lunch and getting tutored at the same time. Maybe I'm not supposed to say that. Saturday school, and like I said, whatever we need, like I told them the other day, if it's Sunday, to get our scores up, to make the AYP. So that's what we're doing right now.
So I think the question, but I think I heard your question slightly differently.
Yeah, me too. I'm not asking how you get there. Is what instrument are you using to measure this? Plato?
No, I'll go through those with you. When I was at the Santa Maria Joint Union High School District, they were fortunate enough to put me through a quite intensive study through Doug Reeves and working through the power standards, identifying which standards are there. Because as we know, there are far too many standards to be taught all of the standards. There are certain power standards that we really hit, and then the others are supplementary, and we add those as we're going through the investigation of what we're teaching the kids. So I brought that work forward and implemented that work in the areas of English, math, science, and social studies. We had already done all of the work, and we had identified those. They aren't going to change necessarily that much year to year, but one of the key factors is our teachers have to be targeted at where they're going to be heading with their instruction. And then also the other piece that's very individualized with every one of your districts is, what is your student makeup? What do you have demographically? How have they performed in the past? And then the teachers then are trained to deliver that curriculum utilizing the power standards. Then what happens, we go through a process of teaching, assessment, reteach, assessment, reteach, and assessment throughout the entire year or semester. When we were given the February date, it threw us off slightly because we were asked for the information to come February 1st. However, our final exam, which would have been our final cumulative assessment, was given on February the 28th. So what we did was we provided Daryl and Bonnie with the information. So what you have now is the cumulative information, not all the little mini assessments that went on during that time, basing on the power standards. We get real concerned when our students aren't targeted on what they're to learn because they get very frustrated. So basically, these were self-made assessments that actually were a culmination. They were self-made assessments, and they were culminated from utilizing the talent of the people in Santa Maria and the people at Lifeline. Plato and so on just helps you with your basics and getting the basic tutorial skills and interventions.
Then let me kind of combine benchmarking, self-made assessment, CST, timeline, renewal in one potential scenario. So you'll come in July. At that time, we may not have CST. Okay? We're not. Okay. So what are going to rely on? These self-made benchmarks, and the validity of these self-made benchmarks. Understand, in real life, actually, this really, the benchmarking much more helpful for teachers for instructional, delivery and give guideline more than CST, understand. But at the end, I'm not sure that, seeing this kind of growth, wow, definitely renew, no question about it. But then I shake my head and say, well, measured by what? Hate to see, CST come back when you're still in the decimal 1, similar school still 1, and then now what? Now it's August.
Perhaps I can answer it this way. When our teachers looked at the developing the benchmark assessments and they looked at actually choosing the power standards, what they did decide, they used the blueprints. I'm going to be 100% honest about that. They did use the blueprints as a guide. But the other part of the guide is the teachers have to know. Let's take English language arts, for instance, 9-10 standards and 11-12 standards. 9-10 are the same, 11-12 are the same. So the question comes up, that's when your teachers really have to start making some adjustments in their thinking, as do the other subjects also. What are the kids going to have to know and be able to do to go to the next level? Besides the test, move the test over here. What are those kids going to need to know to be successful if they're going to be going through a very, very rigorous instructional program at the next level? And that's really what the standards were based on. That's why I feel very, very confident. This took 5 years to develop. We started way back when, and we've been working on it for almost 8 years from the very first day we were announced that we were going to suddenly have standards. And it was, teachers said, no, we just don't want to go by the test. We want to know what we think as professionals students need to know and be able to do.
And you're confident that even, so I heard you say we're going to move the test over here, but are you confident, given the work that sounds like you've done over the years, that mastering the power standards that you're able to identify using, and stop me where I go wrong, using teacher-developed test items will track to success on the accountability side?
I feel yes. I can say yes. The area that we work at all the time, however, is what we're getting at Lifeline, and this is the variable, and it's another variable that comes up. What you receive coming in through the pipeline. We start with 6th grade, and we assess all of our students coming in, and they're coming from all over our area. Not in this. I want to make that very clear. It's not one central area that we pull students from. We have to make sure that we're giving them the academic knowledge, academic language is a big piece to be able to even interpret the question. So the thing we found was when our teachers were given targeted questions to use, they did very, very well. I said, don't get comfortable on this, because your kids will change every year what you have coming in your pipeline. You can't guarantee this will be the same crop. So we will do adjustments every year because of that. But to answer your question directly, I believe you can see whether this great of an incline, it gets tougher as you go to the top. And as you make improvements, it gets tougher to keep going. But I feel that they're doing quite well.
Are there other questions, board members? Great.
But then we have to be careful of them.
Right.
One of the things that FICMAT wants to affirm for you is that after evaluating their curriculum materials, their instruction, and the professional development that's occurring this school year, we believe there will be results that are improved on the CSTs, California Standards Tests, in the spring of 2010. May or may not still meet the AYP targets because they are lower, but they're making progress in that area. What we're recommending is that their petition be awarded more time to continue to meet those targets. We believe they may need more time to do that.
Point of information, when they do come up for renewal in July, that's normally, it's the second renewal for them, so that's usually 5 years. Am I correct? So, seeing as how we will not have the proper, I don't mean to say what you have is going to be improper, but we will not have the test results. that we use to judge everybody. Is it possible that if in July that we do a year renewal, not a 5-year renewal, if that's what we decide to do then?
We can do that.
We have the right to do that? What?
So this is an empirical question.
It is.
The law states that it's a 5-year
There we
renewal.
are.
I've asked whether that's waivable. I have some concerns about shorter time periods, setting that precedent, which we could go into, and just generally that really creates a pretty unstable environment for charter schools to know what to expect if their districts don't give them an amount of time they can count on for facilities, funding, philanthropy, et cetera. So that's a bigger discussion about that, but we've not done that in the past and have directed districts that the law states 5 years. The first term is where you have 1 to 5 years.
That's interesting. Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm sorry to keep worrying this question on the standard side, but will you permit another question, members? So help me understand how you selected the standards. Take 8th grade math. How did you select number sense and algebra and functions? And isn't that similar, or aren't those the same standards that you then benchmarked against in 9th grade? Or am I reading that wrong?
No, that's exactly what we did. It was interesting when we looked at the algebra because especially in mathematics, everything is so sequential. And many of our math teachers, when they got together, they said, it's very interesting. Many of the areas that, and I'll go back to was controlled by the test. Many of the areas that we teach in math, we're teaching after the test has been given. And so the kids are actually being tested on something they were never taught. And then they realized that by simply doing some changes in their instructional day, in chapters basically, in the algebra book, if they moved them around, it really didn't do any damage to the kids as far as the understanding went. It actually strengthened them. And so they were actually able, then that's how they took them and developed them into what were known as the power standards. This would come first as opposed to this. Based upon just history, they had always done it this way. And so they made some, which were monumental changes for the math department to make. It was huge. And it didn't make any cracks at all in the pavement. It worked very, very well. So is that help?
Yeah,
okay.
That's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I think that's great. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much.
The second school is Microenterprise Charter Academy. They did submit all the assessments that were requested by you. The assessments were organized by grade level, course, and academic strand. Some of them included the specific California content standards being measured, but many of the assessments did not include this information. NACA also submitted data from their September 2009 math benchmarks, October 2009 English language arts benchmarks, and January 2009 assessments for both math and English language arts. These data were disaggregated by demographic subgroup, academic strand, academic subject, and grade level. MECA does not have more than 10 students in any demographic subgroup other than African Americans, so subgroup results are only shown for that group. MECA's results do show growth in math proficiency school-wide and for African Americans. Their results for English language arts show growth for all grade levels, demographics, and academic strands, except for 6th and 7th grade writing.
Great. So,
Here.
members, I'm sure you have some questions.
And this is Marvin Smith, the director of the school.
Great. And by the music behind me, sounds. Do you have a couple slides you want to go through, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I want to go through this first.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, board, superintendent. First of all, I want to share this. Last time we were here in January, it was kind of cold-hearting to really see that the results. But I just want to share. I think it was probably one of the best things that happened to me because it put me on a pathway of really looking at our gaps and what we need to do as a school, and understanding that one of the things I did, I came back to school with a linebacker mentality, became very aggressive in our approach to make sure our kids, our students, are on the right pathway and prepared for testing in the spring. And one of the things I did, I brought in a consultant to help on the instructional side to make sure that we were hitting all parameters. And in lieu of that, I had the opportunity to sit down with our partnership with Claremont Graduate University to really start distilling the data and looking at where we're at to make sure that we're on point for the things we need to do. What I'd like to do is introduce Travoy Hicks, who I brought in as a consultant to help on the instructional side.
How you doing? So I have just a couple of notes that I'd like to share. Obviously, I don't know, does everyone have this memo before them, or should I just go ahead and read from?
Let's check.
No.
Okay. No. So I want to share a little bit about the curriculum and instruction, and I had the awesome responsibility and to come in and assist Marvin with his educational program, and it took a lot of work in terms of working with his staff. I say our staff before and after school, during school. And I think we came up with a pretty aggressive plan to kind of get things back in sync in terms of where they need to be. So I'd like to take some time to read that.
30 seconds.
Student class schedules and course offerings have been modified to increase proficiency in the areas of math and English language arts. Teacher schedules have been modified with the goal of having teachers instruct classes utilizing their subject area strengths. Teachers have been allotted prep periods to plan lessons appropriately. Wraparound services for math and literacy have been added in the form of a math intensive and reading writing intensive classes. Math courses have been double blocked for each grade level. Classrooms have been reassigned based on student need, obviously placing certain students in classrooms that had a larger size depending on depending on the number that they had enrolled in that particular grade level. Let's see here. Readers and Writers Workshop have been implemented using the 6 traits of writing as a foundation. Benchmark assessments, summative assessments, and informal assessments have been implemented to consistently monitor student proficiency. Teachers are using data to create smaller groups and centers in their classroom based on student need with the goal of students getting individualized instruction. Advisory time has increased to allow for more personalization and creation of personal learning plans. A formal SST process has been established. Teachers' lesson plans are now due weekly, and feedback is shared with them during our weekly professional development meetings, which take place on Wednesday. An RSP teacher has been added to the staff 2 days a week, and she is working with the special education students within the classroom and supporting far below basic students in English language arts and mathematics. And then I'd like to draw your attention to the actual data. The 6th grade students, 9 of the 20 students do not have CST data available, and 16 of the 20 students are not proficient in English language arts. 18 of the 20 students are not proficient in mathematics and or missing CST data. So the intervention was to actually begin small group instruction in centers in English language arts with instruction by the classroom teacher and the instructional leader. So now we have 2 adults in the classroom. 18 students are receiving small group instruction in terms of centers in mathematics with instruction by the classroom teacher and or instructional leader. 7th grade students, there were actually 10 of 36 students that do not have CST data available, which is a considerable percentage. Therefore, 30 of 36 students are not proficient in English language arts, and 30 out of 36 students are not proficient in mathematics and or are missing CST data. Therefore, we did the exact same strategy in terms of breaking it into small group instruction and centers, and I'll go into what that looks like momentarily. 8th grade students, there are 3 of the 26 students who do not have CST data available, and this particular class actually had the highest achievement, probably because of the attrition rate. 14 of the 26 students are not proficient in English language arts and/or are missing CST data. 20 of the 26 students are not proficient in mathematics and/or are missing CST data. And we did likewise intervention with a small group instruction centers for both English language arts and for mathematics. And so based on my experience in education, if I could just briefly just share a little bit in terms of where that comes from. I'm a graduate of Don Shalvey University. I'm his first high school principal from East Oakland, and I basically got all my training from Dr. Shalvey. And so what I did here is what I did there. We took the ELA instructional strategies, we did mini lessons, we did read alouds, we did shared readings, guided readings, literature circles, independent reading, response to text activities, shared inquiry, writer's workshop, independent writing, guided writing, daily oral language, 6 traits of writing, exhibitions of learning and assessments, obviously using the cycle of inquiry, looking at the data, going back, seeing what the data said. That obviously informs your instruction. So I did that for the English language arts, and I also, hopefully you'll get a copy of this, I placed a date that it was implemented because I think that's important. You cannot implement all this data at the exact same time when you have 4 teachers who are brand new to the teaching, well, 3 of the teachers are brand new to the teaching profession. It would be overwhelming. So we timed it so that we would be able to implement something different every week. Then for math, the instructional strategies, we did mental math, mini lessons, cooperative groups, guided math, which needs to be done more, problem solving and problem of the week, problem of the month, which allowed them to actually bring in their families, homework, math journaling, portfolios, and math exhibitions, which we have not obviously had an opportunity to implement yet, and of course the cycle of inquiry to look at the data and then obviously determine where we're going to go with that. The benchmarks, from what I believe, looking at the data, shows gradual growth in both English language arts and also in math. I wouldn't say it's a phenomenal amount of growth because based on the new instructional strategies and techniques, it takes time for the teachers actually to learn how to grasp and be able to do that effectively. And it also, because we changed the dynamic of the teaching environment and we actually blocked out the classes, we made the classes smaller, we changed the actual classroom setting. We had to supplement the Holt curriculum, which is the main curriculum that they're actually using at the academy. We had to supplement that with things that were very practical and also cost effective because we also actually had to keep resources as a part, keep that in our frame of mind. So we did things like reader's workshop and writer's workshop, which we know works. We know if you're always reading and you're always writing, it works. And we also use 6 traits of writing as a rubric to determine and have the students actually join in and learn how to do self-assessment so they're not always having to be guided, but rather we enter into a place where students are now being coached and it's not a lot of direct instruction, but they're learning how to monitor their own learning. It's a process. I'm not saying it's perfect right now, but definitely I've seen growth in terms of the culture and around the instruction.
That sounds great. One quick, and thank you. It's very, very comprehensive and very, very detailed. To follow the line that Yvonne was on earlier, the benchmark data that we're looking at that does indeed show progress is based on the Holt interim assessments and chapter tests. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Thank you. Other questions?
Back to Carol. Well, first of all, thank you so much, for preparing, a report, but also giving it to us orally. And definitely, there's no question you're trying very hard. Similar to Lifeline, I know your location. I know the kids who are coming to your schools, okay? And then you're serving Section 8 housing project kid says there's no mainland, nobody even want to have these kids. These two charters are coming to, play. Now, however, saying that is back to our duty on revocation and renewal. I'm still struck is that I do not know when this one coming up for renewal. Okay, having said that, that's question number one, Carol. Question number two is, what kind of guidance do we have, regs, policies, on renewal and revocation? Because it comes July, here we are, and then certainly maybe, by whatever nature of it, the CST score, which we don't have already, may still be low, and we scratch our head, do we have regs on revocation and renewal? So, Carol, please.
They're up for renewal in 2013. 2013, I guess I'm supposed to say it that way. So, and we'll definitely have regs by then. I'm sorry. We are working on that. The revocation regs for 47604.5, which is different from this situation, are over at AOL right now. The work group that had been meeting on the revocation regs for the past year or so met 3 times since your last meeting, and I think we are now at 99.5% agreement, and we're just finalizing those. I'm not sure we were actually there in January, but that group has come together, met again. We've gone through a number of those issues, so we anticipate being able to have those to you in May for going out for public comment.
And how about renewal? We seem to be getting such tight timeline with the authorizing district says no, and I don't know how long that take, and then whatever county, and then kick up to us such a late date that we have difficulty. Are we thinking of doing something about?
Well, at this point, the draft renewal regs don't necessarily state that you have to turn your renewal application in. That would be more guidance, that if you want to meet the timeline specified in the law and have an answer from the state board if necessary because you're denied at the local levels, that's guidance. I don't recall that being in the draft renewal regs, that you have to do this in September.
Okay, then let me ask you, is it the department's policy and the state board policy that said, okay, charter school X, we have to have a written denial from that district before we even look at it. And they can never get one because they're going to drag out for 2 years. Now what? Do we have that saying you must be denied before we look at it?
That is being worked on in the draft, looking at what the law allows, what the law says, how to interpret that. That is.
So your division is addressing.
Yeah, we are addressing that very, very circumstance.
Okay.
I'm working on that.
Other questions on these specifics? If not, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
The last school is the School of Arts and Enterprise. And as you may recall, you did make a decision to issue a notice to cure related to the school's response, timely responsive information to us. We'd like you to know that did happen on your behalf, and we have received timely response for this information. So that's good. They're in compliance at this time. They did submit everything that was requested. They also submitted data for each core course in each grade level, disaggregated by demographic subgroup and performance levels. They analyzed their data and concluded that their quarter 1 benchmark assessments did not adequately align with statewide content standards. The school has begun using the Zoom data source to create standards-based assessments as well as compile and analyze data. The SAE reports that as of January 4th of this year, they have spent many professional development hours working on the alignment of their assessments to state standards and working with the Zoom system. As a result, substantial changes were made to their assessments. A comparison of student data between the two benchmark assessments isn't possible because they're not the same, but we do think that what they're using now is more aligned and will provide more useful information to you in May when you compare the two data points. I think that they are here and they're meeting their academic goals and can talk with you more about that.
Great. Thank you, Carol.
We do have an updated assessment sheet for you, so we're going to be passing that out right now. The data would be a little more comparable in our discussion. Superintendent O'Connell, President Mitchell, and members of the board, my name is Lucille Berger. I'm the executive director and one of the founders of the School of Arts and Enterprise. I'd like to preface how we fixed our mess with just a slight bit of history, because I think it's important to who we are as a school. We're in our 7th year now. Our school has, from the very beginning, has always had a very strong theoretical foundation in project-based learning and constructivist learning. And in the first 4 years, it was apparent that our students were extremely successful based on our continually increasing API, as high as 89 points in 1 year, and our continuing graduation rates of 98 to 100%, and college-going rates of 96%. I'm not sure whether we got a little arrogant or complacent or what, but in our 5th year, we actually switched up our curriculum, which was working very effectively, and went to a more traditional approach, moving our projects to the end of the day. It was a dead wrong decision, and everyone in the school just knew that we had made a huge mistake. Our test scores dropped 58 points. We were devastated. It caused huge morale problems, and we knew we had a big mess that we had to fix. Last year, we reversed our approach, and we did exceed our API by 8 points. We met our AYP, except for our Hispanic Latino subgroup. We missed by 1 point, and our SED by 2 points. But we knew we had a long way to go to get back to where we were before and to continue the trend that we had set. I have with me today Jermaine Nesbitt, our Director of Operations, and Mr. Paul Treeswan, our lead teacher, and they're going to talk to you a little bit about what we've been doing in order to fix this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. When I was here in January, I said I do not want to be here again, respectfully. But again, I thank you for the focus that has been received from the Board as well as the CDE staff. We have been implementing all suggestions immediately and have highly increased our communications with the CDE. Our objective is to be a shining star for the CDE, and always has been from the first day that I walked in. That was the expectation of the school. We have been following and monitoring our SAP, and I would like to say that our goal stated in our SAP is 700 API in 2 years. I've really been putting my thumb down on our teachers this year as lead teacher. I want 100 points this year. That's my personal goal. And that will put us above 700 by the fall when the scores come out. We have implemented Zoom, which has greatly increased our data management efficiency, as well as provided us with benchmark testing questions that have been rigorously peer assessed to be aligned with state standards. The questions provided in Zoom data management have also been rigorously looked at by our teachers and nitpicked to where even 1 or 2 standards that don't have enough questions, we supplement. We have been adding administration for access to more benchmark resources so that we can have very high-quality benchmarks that is informative to our teachers. We've been working with an educational consultant to improve our data-driven instructional strategies. He has really focused on instructional strategies that work and in his words, work for those who come to our party. In other words, our subgroups and our demographics. And that's all I have to say.
Who's your consultant?
It's Mr. Dennis Fox, Dr. Dennis Fox. There was a copy, we've actually forwarded a copy of his resume, and if you'd like another additional copy, we can do so as well. He has extensive background, not only going through his own school system in terms of being a teacher and principal, but he has worked for Los Angeles County of Education, school improvement. He's highlighting areas in terms of analyzing, interpreting, and using data to improve instructions, leaderships, and maximizing instructional strategies for our teachers. And in conjunction to the rest of this information that we'd like to share with you is the increased communication with our CDE staff has just been enormous. We feel very supportive, and I think that in terms of timely documents and deadlines, there's no question in terms of meeting all of those deadlines. We have monitored our school-wide benchmark testing and our whole testing management system. And one of the nice things is this collaboration with Zoom. We realize that, not all systems are perfect. It's just like our textbooks. And so we've been able to now incorporate additional questions in terms of our test banks to make sure they're meeting all California standards alignments. In addition, we have additional support classes. And then this is always really important to make sure that not only are you testing and saying, okay, and you're looking at the action plans, and we have a house class that we do advisories with each student, but we've actually put in support classes. We've hired consultants to work with students after school to make sure that after they've targeted areas that they have some deficiencies in. So all of those have been implemented, and we are preparing now for our third benchmark, which will incorporate 100% of state standard test banks, and that'll be done the end of March, last week of March, first week of April, in which you still have several weeks to prepare for standardized testing for our CSTs at the end of April. What you have in front of you was the copy of the PowerPoint that we got a little short on time last in January. In addition, last 2 days we have pulled together all of our benchmark testing for February, which was our monthly testing, because we moved from, our SAP is very strong, and we modified that to work into not only quarterly benchmarks, but as well as monthly benchmarks. So your January and February are really accurate in terms of using the same test bank questions, incorporating them, and really seeing some comparative analysis on our disaggregated data.
Test bank, you mean the release item banks? What test bank?
I'm talking in terms of Zoom, in terms of the benchmark standard test bank of questions.
What that test bank?
Yes, they are aligned with California state standards. And so our January recordings that you have in front of you compared to our February, which is our monthly. So you've got your January monthly and your February monthly.
Yes, I'm again trying to reconcile the difference or comparability of many of these benchmarks, whether you're using Zoom, Plato, Vanguard, and on and on and on, to the CST. I mean, an example with this packet that you just gave us on English language arts 9th grade, when you see CST proficient 17%, but your January benchmark, you try to get 9% and 6%. I'm just seeing, what's the comparability with all these numbers?
Well, I think that the interesting thing is we looked at the January to the February, and if you look at your band of far below basic, there doesn't seem to be very much movement. But if you really look at your last two bands, which is the two bands we're really focusing in terms of moving up to basic and above that, you had anywhere from 49%. We've already decreased that by 9%. If you look at that compared to our CSTs for last year, we're looking at a difference of 14%. And this is information the teachers are using to, one, target in on focus students, and making sure that what they're doing in the classroom, looking at their curriculum mapping, and making sure that everything is aligned, if not making adjustments accordingly. I think
Yeah, interpret for me, for example, we're looking at 2009, these are your goals, right?
No.
Or this is
No.
okay. So 17.
The scores.
So proficient, your 17% of your students scored at proficient based on CST scores. for grade 9 English language arts, right?
Last year's CST.
Last year's CST. And under what circumstance that you come up with 9% benchmark and 16% benchmark?
So those are the levels at which they succeeded to score proficient on the January benchmark test. And then in February, an improvement to 16%.
Those two trains will meet someday?
Well, hope and exceed. Board Cham, I think I know exactly what you're getting at, and that's something that I've been racking my brain with as well. How do we get benchmarks that accurately give us data about where our students are at in comparison to the CST? And I've talked with consultants, I've talked with professional test makers who claim that they have 0.08% comparison to the CST as far as results. But the fact of the matter is there really is no absolute 100% predictor. And so these benchmarks to you may mean very little, and I could understand that. To the teachers, they are very powerful. What you have here is just the overall data. With Zoom, what we have is a breakdown by standard for each question, and so we can more precisely hit what standards we see as lacking. When we see that a large group of students missed a large chunk of standards, or a large group of students missed the standard, it gives us a form of assessment to reteach. Breaking it down by subgroup, being a small school, we can count these students and see their faces, whereas here what you have in front of you obviously is just numbers. And so that's been obviously the value of the benchmarks. But as far as accuracy in telling what we're going to do on the CST, our goal is 100 points.
So, and members, I think it's important for us to remember that. So, let's pull back for a moment. This is the first time that we have asked for benchmark assessments to help us make summative decisions, if you will. And so I think that these are appropriate questions to ask, and I think at another point it would be interesting for us, Jack, to have a little tutorial from some of your folks on how we ought to think about this, and I won't pretend to be an expert, but I do think that what's important, because one of the things we cannot do is we cannot compare across different benchmark assessments. Can't. And they're not designed to be done that way. Nor can we, with precision, look at any one of these benchmarks and calculate with confidence a CST result, in part because of the very nature of benchmark, right? It's taking someone at a point in time where they're studying a certain set of standards and strands within those standards, and the benchmarks are marking the bench on those. So over time, one can develop some confidence in the predictability of these, but as I say, these are early days for us. Where I think this leads us as a board is then how can we use these? Again, I'm not a psychometrician, but I think what we are looking for here is the slope of the curve. Where are these headed? Are students moving from basic to proficient? Are they moving from proficient to advanced? Are they stalled? Are they headed backwards? And so if I may be so bold, that would be, I think, at this point in the development of this work, that would be where we would begin to use these. Does that?
Yes.
I appreciate that, Ted. In looking at this, that's kind of the way I'm trying to evaluate it. My concern, too, is about slipping backwards. And there are a couple areas where you are slipping backwards in chemistry, for instance, both in the socioeconomic and also just even school-wide, that you're finding your advanced and your proficient are going south, And but the far below basic may be going up, but the whole idea is not to have everybody stuck in the middle. And also I see in the area of algebra, you've got another issue too. And I understand that the only way I'm trying to look at this, and Ted, I think that's the way you've described it, is one benchmark to another benchmark, not comparing it to the CST because we don't have, it's apples and oranges. But benchmark to benchmark, at least for now, does help us. It does help us. And hopefully it helps your staff, because if your staff looks at this and sees that, you know, you've got from 22% to 36% from January, and then it goes to 22% are proficient in algebra, something's wrong. And is that the way, I mean, that is what you're doing with your teachers?
That's exactly right. These test results are hot off the press. Our staff meeting is today.
I can feel it.
Our staff meeting is today, and that is precisely what they are working on today.
Okay, because that is the concern I would have. I mean, I don't want to see everybody stuck in the middle.
So,
you know.
Yeah, and I think to get back, I mean, these assessments are primarily used for data-driven discussions on how to do instruction and how to differentiate instruction for different kids.
Revising, realigning.
And we're shining a light on them for our purposes to give us some sense of direction. And Yvonne, to your point, I think that our frustration as a board has been wanting to, and this is the peroration, I'm trying to get us back to the agenda item, as we look at the charters for whom we have the authorizing responsibility, one of our great frustrations has been our inability to gain insight into student performance in between the CST measures. And so this, I think, this is, again, this is our first shot at this, but I think it's critically important for us to develop some ability to use these benchmark assessments at this level, not as dispositive by themselves, but as indicators. And I thanks to all three groups for helping us think through this, three different models of benchmark assessments, and each, I think, has helped us develop some insights. So any last questions, please?
July 2011, next year.
So a year. So then Lifeline is this July 2013 for Mecca, and 2011 for you guys. Okay, great.
Thank you all.
Please.
I know that right now we're not getting the race to the top first round. But again, you know, in the future for system-wide, is there something that can develop to help us feel people? Now, I'm in the same situation, you know, you are. I'm a school principal. I say, now, how do I do this? How can I hold myself and my teacher accountable? Especially right now, we're talking about, you know, teacher and principal evaluation based on student growth, right? So CST is the only thing we have. Under what circumstance we can, I will say, you know, some of us will trust using the items released from CST. So that seems to give us a little bit better correlation. And as much as many of us cannot adopt or don't have enough money to adopt new text yet, but the publisher one, the one before, you know, about using Harcourt, Hood Mifflin, McGraw-Hill, and especially if they have the new language arts, that possibly can have a little better, you know, indication. So with that, I'll just say, you know, if there's some way in the future the system can allow the multiple assessment, we talk about multiple assessment, but we have quite figure out exactly what all of that can include and how we interpret that.
Great, I agree.
We'd be happy to participate in any type of task force to find those answers.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. So Carol, as I understand this item, the board at this point could entertain a motion to take action. Otherwise, we could accept this report and move on.
Yes.
And so I think that
Can I make-
I'm not hearing anyone leap.
I had one little comment.
Yes,
I wanted
please.
to publicly thank Rachel Perry and her division. They're helping us a lot, and I think they'll be really
Yeah,
informative to the discussion you just had to make use of this and help you understand where your schools are. So I
Great,
just wanted to thank
great.
her and her staff.
Great, thank you. Greg?
This question, just want some clarity around this, to make sure I understand. And I was looking at like the original reports that we have, and on that, just take an example, English Language Arts, grade 9. The benchmark, the October 2009.
Which school? Okay.
The October 1st benchmark 2009 said 32% advanced, and now for February 2010, it's school-wide, it says 1% advanced. Am I comparing apples to apples? We've seen that go from 32% advanced in October to 5% advanced in...
I think they said that they used different,
Yeah, that's
I
right.
think that they were using different assessment.
That's what I wasn't sure. Are we measuring something
It's better at
differently?
answering that number.
Hey, Greg,
sorry,
could you point us to a page?
Okay, the old one.
Yep, got
The
it.
old one, page 7 of 23 on attachment 3.
Yep.
If you look at October 1st, 2009,
32%,
32% advanced, 12% proficient.
Gotcha. Language arts, grade 9. And then if you look at the first page of the new document.
Report, it is 5% advanced versus 32% back in October, and 16%, 9% proficient. I'm sorry, 12% proficient back in October, 16% now.
Right.
I'm just trying to square those numbers.
I'm either going to ask my staff or the school to come up and explain
Good.
that to you.
So do you guys see where we are? You see where we are?
It's right here.
Okay.
They're
So
wondering about that.
if you look at the original agenda document,
Okay.
it's the easiest way to think about this is that this is the very first chart on both the old report and the new report. And yep, page 7 of 23, top left-hand corner, looking at the advanced on the October 1st benchmark at 32%. The one above it is 12. So then if we circle to the new document,
And I don't think we have that. Let me just, yeah, we can get
so first page,
The October benchmark testing.
so then the January numbers are the same at 1%.
Right. And you've got the 32% in terms of advanced.
Yeah, yes.
It was based on a different test that we were using for benchmarks.
Great.
That's the
That was what I
question.
wasn't sure if it
For
was.
example, if you look at the math ones, we used MDPT testing, which is math diagnostic placement testing, which I've worked with different universities, mathematicians for probably 15 years with. It's not, so it is a good indicator in terms of pre and post improvement within each topic area of mathematics. It has outstanding diagnostics. It's proven in both the USCs, the UCs, as well as the CSU campuses in terms of placement testing and whatnot. It's a great diagnostics, and it was an excellent. But when we looked at really comparing with California state standards, we converted over to Zoom, and that was much more effective in terms of student understanding of where they are right currently and growth potential and where we needed to look at our mapping and our curriculum.
See the incomparability of benchmark assessments above.
We learned the hard way.
And then we look at algebra. I made a mistake of actually reading the old stuff, and the new stuff didn't help much because it says scary. In algebra, I looked and saw a great improvement from October to January. The flip happened, but now I'm a little concerned because I'm hearing that January to February is much more reliable, and then if you look at algebra, we took a dive. So I guess I'm willing to roll with this and see how this all evolves, but if we have a lot of similar experiences, it will raise a question of whether this benchmarking exercise is going to give us much really good stuff to make decisions on. And I think that was the purpose of this exercise. At some point, we can't, I mean, if we see this kind of whipsaw stuff happening consistently, it's not going to be a confidence builder for me to make decisions. So I wonder about the value of this unless we find some more consistent kinds of tools to use.
So I think that that's right, and thank you. You guys can have a seat. But
A moment, real quick.
yeah,
Real
and then,
quick.
yeah, and then we just
No.
we'll need to move.
Okay,
That was me. I wasn't using my mic. Please.
the thing that we have to remember with benchmarks is, especially in mathematics, is that it goes through a curriculum where there's certain subject matters monthly that are sometimes more difficult than others, perhaps. I'm just, so it's going to be more substantial for us to look at this rather than the whipsawing, because we're seeing it month to month and maybe chapter to chapter or topic to topic, that perhaps at the end of seeing 6 months of this, we may see a more even or kind of result.
I get that. I understand that. But my point is that if we don't start seeing some of that pattern emerge, this isn't going to be a very helpful tool.
So I think that's fair, and I think that it's also fair in a point that I made a bit ago that even in this short presentation, there are 3 very different approaches to benchmarking. And ultimately, in addition to providing diagnostic assistance at the school level to help teachers figure out how best to differentiate their instruction, when reteaching is appropriate, when certain concepts that may be harder or the threshold concepts need to be taught in a different way. In addition to that, and I know these guys are terrifically interested in whether what they picked is going to be predictive of the CST score. So we're going to need, and they're going to need, to go through a number of cycles before we can start to identify, Yvonne, whether there are certain kinds of benchmarks that are more tightly aligned to the standards at the front end and more predictive of CST results on the back end. And so I think this is it's a multiple work in progress with a number of vectors, including schools choosing the benchmark assessments, and then how they use them locally, and then how we can use them in terms of the decisions that we need to make. So we do need to move. And I guess what I'd like to say is that, yes, we would like to continue at a meta level to watch about and learn about the utility of benchmark assessments. At the same time, I want to say, and I don't think that I'm alone, while we appreciate the really hard work, while I appreciate the really hard work that all of you are doing and the opportunity to see the between January and March, and the seriousness of purpose with which you've engaged these issues, we still need, whether it's benchmark assessment or CST scores, we need to be assured that progress is continuing at that base level of achievement. And I think you all know that you're not there yet. And we need to do what we can to help you move up the ladder. And again, applaud what you've done, but at the end of the day, we remain concerned about where things are and look forward to hearing from you about where you're going and where the students are achieving.
For me, this is not just a charter school issue, although, somehow we are in the forefront. We have to figure it out. because I'm sure whether it's, the LEA status tomorrow, the PI, everybody kind of beginning to go toward that direction. But in defense, in a real life situation at school site, you got to have benchmarks, okay? And whether it correlate or it's a good predictor, that's different. Without that, we can't have pacing guide and all that other stuff. But at the end, I'm seeing that not just these 3 schools. Tomorrow we'll see a whole slew of them.
That's
and when
right.
we come up with the SIG stuff, all those schools next year, and they're going to have different benchmarking, different mapping, different matrix, different whatever it is. How would we know if Johnny is learning? And definitely the difference is charter schools, do or die. They can be revoked, not renewed. Well, maybe the SIG folks, same thing too. It's a very high stake.
Yep. And again, the most reliable window on the benchmarks is consistent improvement across time on the same set of instruments. And I think that's the narrow point of visibility that we have at this moment. Thank you. And thank you all. Really appreciate it. As you can see, this is an issue that's very interesting to us. We're not done with it. Thanks for helping us learn through it. We look forward to talking more with you.
President Mitchell.
Yes, we have a public comment.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Gladys Williams. Gladys Williams. You pass. She passes.
Okay. Terrific. Let's move on then. 17. Bizarrely enough, it follows 16 in numerical order. You can.
President Mitchell, Superintendent O'Connell. Item 17 is an update on matters related to the ESEA. In this case, we're giving you information regarding the recent federal Education Department review of California's Title I programs. California was up for a review this year. The U.S. Office of Education is reviewing states on a 2-year cycle. It was our turn. And in their review, they came out and sent a team into Southern California where they interviewed staff in Los Angeles, Santa Ana, and Long Beach school districts. They also had a team in Northern California that went into Sacramento City. Along with the federal review staff, we had CDE staff, and at least in one district had State Board of Education staff accompanying the team to observe the review. In addition, once they had completed the district site level reviews, they came and interviewed our staff. They had reviewed, prior to coming to California, a variety of documents that we had made available to them, which provided evidence of California's compliance with Title I. And their purpose in going to school districts was to see to what degree school districts had been implementing the policies that California had established. The review overall was very positive. They gave us some verbal comments prior to leaving California, indicating that there were some areas where they may have recommendations, they may have some findings, but at this point they couldn't give us exact details because it needs to go through an internal review at the department. What we do have is a timeline for them to respond back to us, and that timeline is that it's they will have a draft to us no later than April 16th. The department then has 5 days to correct any factual errors that we may see in that report, to send it back to them, and then the final report comes back to the department some 30 days later. We then have until June 4th to draft our proposed response to any findings that they may have and to begin implementing the actions which would be based on that proposed response. So again, it was overall a positive review. It was, as they indicated, one of the better ones they had seen in many cycles of their review of California. And so we're very pleased and looking forward to actually seeing that initial draft report.
Comments or questions, board members? Any public comment?
Yes, we have Zella Nay, Walter Richardson, and Bill Ring.
Great. Thanks, Fred.
Good afternoon. I'm Zella Knight, parent with Los Angeles Unified School District. John Quincy Adams quoted, "If your action inspires others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader." I'd like today to commend not only this board, but CDE staff, specifically Leanne Wheeler, who heads in regards to the homeless unit, in regards to your work. With Ms. Wheeler's tenacity and passion, she allows parents and students who are homeless to learn more, become more, and do more. Through the technical assistance support with Los Angeles Unified School District, our unit is flourishing. We appreciate that. That exemplifies collaboration and partnership, which many parents have been asking of you. It's very rare that I have an opportunity to commend, but today I wanted to stand forward and say, thank you. Continued leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. We forgot to say, there's no clock on praise.
Good afternoon, President Mitchell, Superintendent McConnell, and board members. Again, I'm Walter Richardson from Los Angeles Unified School District. I represent the District Advisory Committee, and I'm the second vice chair. I, too, have a philosophy that once said that if you keep doing something, keep doing the same thing, and you get the same result, keep doing it if it's good. So you've been doing some great things. So keep doing those good things, okay? If you find that you're doing some things and they're not working, change them. Parents, as Ms. Knight has said, and I won't be redundant to those things, we are appreciative that parental involvement is beginning to flourish in LA Unified. It's not as if we would like it to be, but there are progress, and that's a good thing. We are hoping that I did meet with the U.S. Department of Education 2 Mondays ago, and one of the main questions was, what is parental involvement like in your school? And I was happy to tell what was happening in my daughter's school because we are doing great things. I'm in downtown Magnet High School, and my daughter's in the field of business. We have 3 magnets in the school. We have fashion, electronics, and business. And last year we went through the WASP, and we exceeded in every area. That was one thing that students had mentioned that they needed, and that was more vigor into the curriculum. So that is one thing that we're working on, and we have a good staff at our school, and we're trying to promote that and get other schools to do the same thing. But we would I chair the Compliance and Instruction Evaluation Editing Service Subcommittee. Last year, I requested copies of all 590 Title I schools, policy and compact. And that was scary because in my own district, 85 policies were not turned in and 85 compacts was not turned in. So I'm getting ready to ask for the same thing again. So we want them to ensure that they are doing this. So that's one thing that is lacking, is the training is not taking place. So thank you for your support.
Thank you.
President Mitchell, board members, and Mr. Superintendent, just simply to Bill Ring with the LAUSD Parent Collaborative and Transparent. I just, on behalf of LA Unified Parents at Mark Twain Middle School, which, as I note from the appendix, or rather the, for item 17, that Mark Twain was one of the schools reviewed in LA Unified. I have a number of parents and community members at that school. It's in my community, and there have been questions raised about some of the advisory councils and program use of program funds. So I would particularly be interested, as a representative of the Parent Collaborative, in the draft and in the opportunity for that draft to be shared with the parents and community at that school before the CDE formally responds. Thank you.
Thanks.
That's all the public comment.
Great, thank you. Fred, is there a process in the fact-checking phase of checking back in with schools that have been visited?
If we are unsure about any of the facts that the department represents, we would absolutely check back with school districts to validate those.
And do schools that have been reviewed get a chance to see at some point sort of what the department has said to us about them and what we've said to the department in response?
The department typically, because it is a review of California policies, procedures, and governance, typically do not specify which district they found specific issues in.
Okay. So now, it's not a school-by-school or even a district-by-district report? The intent is not to be that. To the extent that they do identify those things, we would absolutely address that. Great. Thank you. And in a similar line, and you and I talked about this yesterday, that if I remember the timeline, so shortly after tax day, we'll receive from the department their draft report. Yes. Then the department will do fact-checking, and at that point we probably also begin to write because it's not going to change a huge amount, right? It should not. And so we would actually begin working on a response to a responsive set of actions to that report, knowing that the final will come back not much changed from the draft. And then this board will get a chance to look at that. Yes. And do you expect May? Is it that quick a turnaround, or is that a July? Since this is the first time I've been through one of the Title I reviews, I don't know the exact timing, but it would certainly be as quickly as we could make it. And if it has to go back, Teresa's saying it has to go back in June, so then we would need to see it in May. Okay. Thanks. Other questions or comments, members? Excellent. So we are going to break our numerical order again and move to item number 19. And as we move to item 19, and Fred will lead us through this, I want to do two things. First, I want to clarify, we'll be hearing two school improvement grant items during this meeting. The one we're hearing now is, as we've referred to it colloquially, old SIG. And so this applies to money that was in the current year's school improvement grant program, or if not last year's. Last year's school improvement grant program. So this is different from the discussion that we will have tomorrow. We're trying to separate them. Different from the discussion that we will have tomorrow about the infamous list of the lowest performing schools in the state, and the policies and procedures that we're working through with the department to enable districts to apply for the new SIG grant. So that's the first thing, is I wanted to try to clarify and separate these two issues. This is a historical document, and the one we'll talk about tomorrow is much more contemporary. The second thing that I want to say, and I guess this is mostly addressed to board members, is that and here I think I'm now reporting to you as one of your two liaisons. in the federal accountability work, and to say that Teresa and Patricia and Ray and I have been very closely involved in both of these SIG items, and so this is a lot of stuff to assimilate and to go through and to make decisions about, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it well, but I want to assure you that even up to this point, we've been working very closely with the department, and when it's been appropriate, closely with the federal Department of Education to iron out differences between the state's approach and the federal government's. So I hope that you find some reassurance in that. It may just increase your level of panic. At least in my case, it would certainly possibly do so. So with that, Fred, over to you.
The old SIG is brought before you for your approval. And if I could briefly step through the process we've gone through, it has been somewhat tortured. It's entirely guided by both federal legislation and state legislation, sometimes which are not perfectly aligned. By background, in 2007, we received an opportunity to write for a school improvement grant, did so, and were awarded approximately $16 million. The activities for districts to undertake at that time were very specific, and it was one of the strategies which were actually listed on page 19 of 20 in attachment 2. There's 5 broad strategies that districts could implement, and those are still true in this current document. However, the legislature amended the ability of the department to administer the federal funds in such a way as to be incompatible with the grant application that had just been approved. So in order to do that, we revised the application and submitted it to ED, seeking approval of the new revision based on state statute. Before we could get a response back from ED, the statute was again amended and created an opportunity for us to submit a third SIG application. Finally, in the third extraordinary session of 2009-10, we submitted a plan which would allow us to fund the program based on existing statute, current state statute, which uses the schools involved in the QEIA program, Quality Education Investment Act program, as the target schools for these funds. Now, in the process of getting there, we had to seek 2 tidings waivers, one to carry the $16 million forward from 7-8, another one to carry over about $62 million from 8-9. So these funds are about to revert back to the federal government should we not be able to get them out into school districts' hands in order to expend them appropriately in regards to this application. Of the total 498 QEIA schools, 411 of them are eligible for this additional school improvement grant funding. So to get to this point, we now have in your packet a list of the schools that are eligible, and we have the RFA, which we are seeking your approval for, so that we can get it out to the districts. They can apply, should they choose, for this funding and begin to implement the program. The RFA, again, as President Mitchell mentioned, has been jointly worked on with the liaisons and board staff. It is very streamlined because we need school districts to be able to operate on this quickly to get an application back to us so that we can get the funds out so that they can begin to implement in time to effectively use those funds prior to the reversion date of September 30th. So that's how we got here. That's where we are right now, seeking your approval for the application.
And 16. So, and the eligibility for funds is in that collar between 50 and 500,000.
I'm sorry. Yes, that is the funding amount per school that they are eligible for.
Depending on enrollment.
Depending on enrollment.
Enrollment.
It's the SIG program really is a per school amount, However, we're using the CUIA funding formula with the cap of a minimum of 50, a maximum of 500,000. So that amount in between those two parameters will vary by enrollment. Well, at this point, they will only get the funds for 1 year because they revert. New SIG is very different. And it is more money.
And it is tomorrow.
And it is tomorrow.
Then my question would be, not meaning to confuse things. Yes, my question would be that you have a window when they apply for these funds, right? And these schools are aware of this?
Yes, generally they are.
Okay, so there's that window, and then they have to say in their application what they're using this money for, correct?
Yes.
And they have to spend it by?
September 30th, 2010.
Okay, and I don't want to throw that monkey wrench in there, but there are a lot of similar schools that are being discussed tomorrow, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And so they'll have a leg up on, okay, so, good. So this is good?
So the way I understand this, and this is not going to be very competitive at all. I mean, anybody, if I'm on the list, by tomorrow it'll be done, right? Because you're looking at the selection of school improvement strategies is very, very soft.
Yes.
Right? So you just check,
so.
Research-based, partnership. I mean, I don't see anybody not meeting this at all whatsoever. So this is easy money, 1 year finish. As long as they just complete the application, that's all they need.
If they complete applications, sign the assurances, and then they are eligible for the funds, we would make them available, and then they would...
Right, and then it will be absolutely, I won't say no monitoring needed. It's because the strategies are so, generic, so highly unlikely there's any maintenance from anybody's part to get the money.
I'm not sure I understand that.
So there will be no peer review panels.
No peer review, it's
There
a
will
1
be-
year, you don't worry about, can I get renewed? If I don't, something wrong, I mean, one of the assurances I'm not meeting, who cares? I mean, next year, it's a whole new ballgame.
Next year is certainly something different than this year.
Something different.
Yes.
Okay. So this is 16 million or 60 million?
This is currently 78 million.
78 million.
16 plus the 62.
And there's a 411 schools.
Yes.
That's a pretty good substantial chunk by ADA, depending on your size. So
So
what does it
it's
say?
a combination of the two tidings
Yes. Exactly.
carryovers that we successfully received, which were the first successful tidings
In a very long
in
time.
a very long time.
So Fred, based on this whole investment, let's call it, are there things that we learned and best practices that we might be able to use as we go into the future? I won't say tomorrow, into the future.
One would hope so. However, keep in mind this funding is going to be distributed in a month or so, and it's done in September. So the amount of learning that we will be able to glean from this very short time frame will be somewhat limited.
Jim, did you have a comment? Don't hold back. Is there a second? So Mr. Ashwandon has moved the approval of the staff recommendation, seconded by Dr. Lopez. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do. Sella Knight and Walter Richardson.
Good afternoon, Zella Knight, parent, Los Angeles Unified School District, and you guys were expeditious, so I'll be brief. Support it, move it, and let's go.
Bless you.
Good afternoon again, Walter Wallace Richardson, LA Unified, parent of the District Rights Committee. I support that. With all your knowledge and wisdom, please do, I know it's a short timeline, put some type of constraint so that they use the money effectively, as was mentioned by Fred. Use it effectively, and let's go to work and do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
Great. There's a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Other questions or comments for Fred or any other members of staff? And just to be clear, to follow up on Walter's suggestion, there will be a budget narrative that districts will provide, and we will, the department and the board will have an opportunity both through the CONAP process and the LEA plan process to eventually see how this money is used.
Certainly, there will be an opportunity to see how the money was used because we must audit their books at the end of the term and send any unused portions back to the U.S. Office of Education.
Great, perfect. Seeing no one leaping toward their microphone. Oh, sorry, Jonathan.
Now, last year we also passed a waiver for Elaine Locke High School, and I don't see Locke listed on this list for funding. Is there a reason why?
Schools that are eligible for funding under this grant program have to be in PI right now and have to have been receiving CUIA funds. Now, if you recall, Locke was part of a Los Angeles break apart, if you will. The funds go to Los Angeles Unified for CUIA. And so I believe, and I would have to double check that because of those factors, Locke would not be on this list. But I would have to check.
I thought our waiver last year would have made them eligible, therefore they would be on this list because we waived that CUIA last year for Locke.
If you recall, when the agreements that were made on that waiver would condition the funding to be limited to one particular pot. So if you think about the CUIA funding, typically it goes school by school. Locke, because of the agreements that were made, cannot expand their enrollment and get additional funds, whereas any other CUIA school could. And so it comes in a chunk to the district, which is then dispersed to the breakup of Locke High School, if you will, as per the conditions on that waiver.
Deb?
I'm sorry?
Did you request about Ellen Leroy Locke? Is that what you're?
Right.
So they are not receiving Title I funds, so they are not in PI. So that is the reason. So you did do the waiver, but currently they are not Title I or PI.
So they got a restart?
Yes, they did.
Even though it's the same kids and they've been failing for decades and...
That was the agreement.
Okay. Thank you.
If there are no other questions or comments, all those in favor of staff recommendation, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Any abstentions? One abstention. Ms. Lee abstaining. Great. Thank you. So I'd like to move us to our public hearing, but I know that as we prepare for the public hearing, okay. So Member Jones has asked for a moment of personal privilege to address the board, address his colleagues. He will not be able to be here tomorrow, and would like to.
Thank you, President Mitchell. This doesn't have anything to do with the public hearing, but appreciate just having the opportunity just to visit with the board just for a second. I think listening to our new secretary this morning, she said it best when she said that it's an exciting time for the board. And exciting, as she said, and I agree with her, because shortly tomorrow, and I won't be able to be here tomorrow, we'll begin to address, I think, really in earnest, the issues of California lowest performing schools. And again, unfortunately, I won't be able to be here, and I apologize to the board for that. But I think we'll certainly have some robust debate around that. And so I just wanted to get this on the record as to if I could do that, because I just want to first of all say that I really strongly support, and if I were here tomorrow, I would strongly support the 4 intervention models that will be discussed tomorrow: the turnaround model, the restart model, the school closure model, and the transformation model. I think those are things that really begin to get us down the path of really addressing the issues of low-performing schools. So I think it's our responsibility, and my concern has been, is to make sure that we take this opportunity and this responsibility to make sure that all 4 models are used as appropriate, which we really haven't done in the past. And so my hope is not only do we embrace the models, but my greatest concern is, my greatest issue is that not only do we embrace those models, but that we put into place a process, a process for us to monitor the implementation of the, appropriate models, and to create a real accountability for the schools, for the districts, and for sure ourselves, to really achieve the best possible results for students, which I know every single one of us around this table wants. So, I think, as I said to Ted this morning, I really think we have an opportunity to profoundly impact the future of students in California, many of which are poor and minority kids who toil, as all of us know, every single day through no fault of their own at failing or low-performing schools. And so, clearly, President Obama and his administration has made it very clear their intent of improving the lowest performing schools. And I just wanted to say that and say to my colleagues, I really encourage us to make sure that our actions as we address this important issue are consistent with that mission. So thank you for allowing me to say that, Tim.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks. We'll miss you tomorrow. All right, let's move to item number 15, our public hearing on the Nova Meridian Academy. Carol, I'd like you to start us off. Just a quick reminder of our rules of the road for public hearings. After Carol has presented the staff's analysis, we'll have an opportunity for 2 contending sides to make opening statements. We will begin with those who support the petition, and then those who oppose the petition. And then we'll have an opportunity for board members to have commentary and question, but let's keep our questions until after the opening statements.
Carol Barkley, Director of the Charter Schools Division, Department of Education. We originally brought the petition for this school, who was petitioning the denial of their charter, to you in September. The ACCS had recommended that the charter be renewed by a 5-3 vote. One of those dissenting votes was the department, and the department recommended denial based on the information that it had available, which was the information the district had available. But I want to tell you a little bit, just remind you of some of the background. The school was originally authorized for a charter term of 3 years. Its first year of its charter term was spent in the planning phase. So at the end of its first year of operation, it was moving into the last year of its charter term and needed to apply for renewal. So the only information about that school and its performance was what was happening in its first year. Your conversation at the time hovered around some academic performance information. It had just been released like a couple of days before the board meeting. And while it raised some concerns for some of the members, we hadn't had a chance to be fully prepared to answer all of your questions about what that meant in comparison to the schools in the area around it, how they were performing. You also had some concerns about the demographics, especially in the area of special education, that the rates were quite a bit lower for the special ed enrollment in the school than they were, this is again in the first year, than they were for the district. However, so what happened at that meeting is the vote was inconclusive. So no action was actually taken. There was 3 votes for, 3 votes against, and 1 abstention. So that was deemed to be not a conclusion, and we were asked by the petitioners to look at information that showed what was going on with the school at the end of its second year and come back to you with, if we could, with a recommendation that was different. And so that is what the department is here to do, is to align our recommendation with the ACCS recommendation and tell you why. The 2008-2009 audit, which was an audit that was about how they were doing in their second year, had no findings, and the recommendations made in the previous audit, which was for their first year of operation, the second year audit says that they had implemented all of those recommendations and therefore had a completely clear audit and were doing the things that had been identified as wrong. We think that's important. We had some concerns about that in our first staff report about some of their governance issues. And so if you look at attachment 1, pages 29 through 33, you will see the 8-9 audit and how it shows that the school had addressed all of the concerns that had been raised in its first year of operation. In response to some of the academic concerns that were shared, in both years, this school's API was nearly 100 points higher than all the other high schools in the school district. It's Colton School District. In its second year, NMA exceeded the state's AYP target of 44.5% proficiency in English language arts and actually had 78% of its students scoring proficient or advanced. In both years, NMA met AYP in math. In 2007-8, not enough students took the Casey exam, so I don't have that information, but in 8-9, Casey performance shows a 90% passage rate in English language arts and an 85% passage rate for math. The math performance for all grades of this school, it's a high school by the way, 9 to 12, showed 3% proficient or advanced in the first year and 13% proficient or advanced in the second. Although we can all agree that their performance has a lot of room for growth, the school did demonstrate progress and does appear to be performing at least as well as the neighboring schools. Should you decide to approve this renewal at this time, the CD would carefully evaluate the progress made. Well, I had written here in my notes on its interim assessments, but we'll have to think about that. Although the school did not have demographics, that was also identified that matched the districts, it did increase its progress towards this in the second year. We do expect that charter schools make corrections. You know, when they do something for the first year that they're in operation and where they see it's not working, they make corrections and we can see progress. We think that's a good thing. And for special education, they increased by 5.2%. Okay, these are small numbers. I want to acknowledge that up front. 5.2% is 6 kids because they just had a little over 100 students. Or under 100. English language learners increased by 2.4%. That's 3 kids. Should the SB approve this petition again, we'd be really looking at student recruitment and how they're going about doing that so that they can get more in alignment with district numbers. They met the renewal criteria specified in Ed Code Section 47601B1 because they attained their API growth target. It was published in September 2009. And they attained a statewide rank of 6. They met 6 out of 8 AYP criteria. 2 areas where they did not meet it were just in participation rates. They had a 91% participation rate in math and English language arts, opposed to 95. Their fiscal capacity, we have asked for a budget and received it and reviewed it as recently as January based on what their projected enrollment would be for 2010-11, which is 122 students is what they proposed in the budget. with a growth of, that would be 9 and 10, they would restart with, or continue with 9 and 10, and then 60 students each year as they built out. But that budget looks feasible. We had expressed concerns in our original staff report about their fiscal capacity. It appeared that they had been having a back office provider pretty much handle their finances and had not given the diligence on their board to paying attention to what their fiscal was and didn't have that knowledge. We think that that has changed, that they have a capacity that they have built and strengthened to be able to ensure that the board itself is responsible for overseeing the school's budget. So in the rest of our staff report in September that you looked at showed that we had pretty positive indicators about the school, but we had these concerns, and we didn't have the information from the audit nor a strong analysis of what was going on with them academically in their second year. So we're here to recommend approval at this time. And the school is here, the district is not, the county is. Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. So school, district, and county are here.
Great. So first we'd like to hear from the petitioners. Sorry, I was signaling 5 minutes to Regina, not hold back. Come on up.
Good afternoon, and thank you for considering again the charter renewal petition appeal of Nova Meridian Academy. My name is Michael Arroyo, and I am the board president. A little bit of background: I am a senior analyst with AT&T. I perform put together metrics for the top executives of AT&T. I've been with the company for 29 years. And quality education is something that is very important within my family structure. If you knew my family, you would see just how important that is. We've done quite a bit internally. We've achieved great results in our home. As Carol Barkley informed you, we're pursuing a charter renewal appeal that was originally brought to you in September. And at the time, the state board didn't actually vote to approve or deny the charter because we weren't able to come to a conclusion either way. You heard that from the CDE staff that since the non-vote occurred in September...
Sorry, I need to interrupt for a second. We need to formally open the public hearing.
Gosh, sorry, Ben. I apologize. So I'd like to now formally open the public hearing. Thank you.
I'm Michael Arroyo. And so if we can have more time, you guys are all looking great. Let's see. That was our annual audit that was completed showed that all of the issues had been reconciled, all of the staff's concerns at the time. And in addition, we've continued to plan for a reopening this fall by keeping things ready to go in the event that you decide to approve our charter today. Our 2008-2009 audit put to rest all of the fiscal management and governance concerns from 2007-08, which was our first year of operation. We admittedly were somewhat naive and unsophisticated in our first year of operation. We had a lot of growing to do. We had a great plan, but we had to get it implemented properly. And many charter schools have the same issues. But we carefully and thoughtfully sought to improve our performance in year two, even prior to the audit of that first year, and the audit confirms that we were successful in handling that. NMA implemented all of the findings and recommendations of the 07-08 audit, and as a result of our 2008-09 audit, the auditors issued an unqualified clean audit for Nova Meridian Academy. And we are grateful to the CDE that's reviewed our 08-09 audit and updated its recommendation based upon the same. And one of the major concerns that was raised by the district and county in their findings was the site was subleased to a community temple in which one of NMA's board members served as the pastor. During our renewal process, Nova Meridian ended its sublease with Community Temple, and should the charter be renewed, we'll utilize an entirely different facility, so that will no longer be any concern. We currently have several facilities that we're considering for NMA, and the top choice currently houses a school that will be moving out. This facility will comfortably accommodate over 400 students, and it provides high visibility to the public. So it's a school that will allow us room to grow in the event that we're approved and we go forward with our continuing years. After the suspended operation for 1 year, the board, it would be logical for you to be concerned with our ability to reinitiate our operations. In addition to our facility plan, we have an active and aggressive plan for recruiting students and teachers should our charter be renewed. Several of our avid trained teachers are interested in returning to Nova Meridian Academy. A number of our prior student siblings and their parents have continually supported Nova Meridian Academy and will be eager to continue to be a part of Nova Meridian Academy. Nova Meridian Academy's charter renewal petition was denied by both the district and San Bernardino County Board of Education for legal and factual reasons that have all been disproven throughout the appeal process. The district denied Nova's renewal after it only operated for 2 years. Prior to the district's decision, Nova asked the district to consider an extension of the original term to a full 5 years so Nova could demonstrate to the district that it was fiscally strong, had corrected any and all concerns raised in the 2007-2008 audit, all the while providing a unique small school atmosphere of high achievement within the district. The district rejected what Nova believed to be a reasonable compromise. Today, we appeal to the State Board of Education with the full support of the CDE and the ACCS, with strong leadership, legally compliant governance, and academics which exceed the district in many relevant standardized measures. We hope you will support this appeal. And Ms. Campa.
Thanks. So, yeah, so Michael, we were just talking that I think got some wires crossed about how much time you were going to have as a group to present this afternoon. So, and I think the gauge is off significantly. Can the comments fit in public comment? That would be great. Thank you. Thank you. So district and or county? Excellent.
My name is Patrick Trainer. I'm from Fulton Joint Unified School District. I'm representing the district. And our district was we had the first denial of the charter agreement. We've had some experiences with charter schools that made us proceed very cautiously. And the evidence that we found did not lead us to feel comfortable in supporting a 5-year renewal. We had no evidence that they conducted sound board meetings, no evidence that they were fiscally sound, and we could not take on that fiscal responsibility at the time, according to their records. Okay. And like Board Member Jones, I'm not going to be here tomorrow either. Can I comment on the criteria that you're going to be using?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, though.
Well, I thought I'd try. Okay. Thank you very much.
Good try. Yeah.
President Mitchell, members of the board, Superintendent O'Connell, thank you for allowing us to speak. With me is Terry Kelly. First of all, I'm Dennis Mobley, Governance Liaison for San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools. Terry Kelly is also with the County Schools Office. She's the Director of Business Advisory Services. I'd like Kelly to really speak to the issues of the audit because we have some concerns. I would also challenge the notion of the statement made earlier that the findings of both the district and the county were disproven. What you have before you is a very different petition than the district saw and the county saw it coming through a renewal process. We would still have some questions. We've not seen what their new budget looks like. Obviously, we have a greater fiscal challenge this year than we had even last year in September when this body heard the matter. But I would really like to have Terry speak to some specific issues about the audit because so much of what the staff analysis is provided to you is based on that audit. And I would just point out that they used a different audit firm for the 08-09 audit than they did for the previous one. And the findings and recommendations, there were 14 findings with 5 serious deficiencies that were identified. The audit that was done in 0809 just said they were implemented, providing no detail, and we've not had any opportunity, I don't know if the district's had any opportunity to get clarification as to that, but I'd really like Terry Kelly to speak to some of these very specific issues.
Hi, members of the board, Superintendent O'Connell. Yes, what my office is responsible for is reviewing school district audit findings, and in part of that process, reviewing the charter schools audit findings as well. What we always ask is for documentation, proof of the items that were found in there. And in this area, there was internal controls, attendance reconciliations, fixed asset inventories, receipts, deposits, all of that. And a lot of it mentioned updating policies and procedures. And we've asked, part of our process is really we don't have the fiscal oversight over the charter themselves, but over the district. So we've asked the district if they were able to receive any of those copies of documentation showing that these policies and procedures had been implemented, that they had been put into place in this particular charter school, and we have never seen any copies of that information. At the time, the district, I believe, was going through the renewal process, and so that's why I think they may have received some of that as part of their review process, but the county office, we've never seen any of that. And then looking at some of the comments in the CD's recommendation was that it's an unqualified audit. Well, it was unqualified in 07, 08 as well, and they had 14 findings. So that by itself doesn't make it, that everything has been taken care of. It just means that the tested items that the auditor looked at, they're not looking at everything for this district and this charter. And since it's a small charter, small ADA, they're not looking at as many areas. So we have some concerns there, not seeing what the documentation was and really how they've improved their processes. A lot of times with our districts, we find that the problem areas are those districts that can't identify these problem areas and these deficiencies on their own. And those are some of those fiscal indicators that are out there that we see out there. And the same thing goes with the charter schools. They're fixing things that are identified for them, but I'm not sure that we have the comfort level yet that they can identify what those areas of deficiencies are themselves. And then in looking at, especially with the new, January budget proposals out there, not looking so hot for school districts or charter schools, when we just looked at the numbers out there based on what we had available, to us, based on what the budget we saw, it's a loss of about $711 per ADA.
30
less
seconds.
Than what we had seen. So that equates to, approximately $72,000 for next year, $122,000 using their higher ADA numbers. Their ADA was about 72 higher than what we had seen in the budget proposals we'd seen. Also, with the deferrals of cash and not having cash flows, that was also a concern in CDE's review, was the cash flow even
5
that you
minutes.
received doesn't have a good cash flow model. They didn't include the deferrals in their projections as well, so I don't know if they're really ready to monitor the fact that cash is such a big part of both our school districts and the charters this coming year. Are they ready for that challenge?
Great. Thanks. I bet we'll get at some more of these detailed issues in questions from the board.
May I make a concluding comment?
Please.
We were concerned, too, that the audit does not address some of the other findings that both the county and the district had, the governance, conflict of interest issues. We heard statements earlier about a change in the facilities, but at the time of our review, that was not part of what was in the petition. And then one final comment. With the audit statement, both audits have statements that they're really looking at the fairness of the financial statements and compliance issues, but they do not provide an opinion on the effectiveness of the internal controls or the financial reporting or on compliance. So, again, we feel that the reliance on this audit is overstated as a justification for granting the appeal. Okay, thank you.
Board members, do you have questions? This is our chance to ask clarifying questions of any of the folks who've made opening statements or clarifying questions for Carol.
Carol, so this school it's going to restart all over. Year one, what year are they on now?
You mean in terms of, I mean, they've been closed for a year. They have been closed down this year.
They were closed, right? I understand that. Just like last board meeting, we had the Montessori. It was closed, and then become year one. Is this going to happen?
Well, I can't answer that question. This is a petition for renewal, and the decision's been delayed, and they've been closed. I don't know that all of
This is
those.
the fact that the school actually closed, right? Not serving any kids. No
serving
finance
kids.
floating to them.
They're still on appeal of their non-renewal.
And somehow we have to have this in. I mean, I do, you know. So if they're successful in this renewal, what year would they be?
For accountability purposes?
So they'd be the first year of a 5-year renewal.
They'd be starting a 5-year renewal term.
Okay.
Thank you, Ted.
All right, thank you. But then meanwhile, status for funding-wise is, let's say they might have received some Title I money, but they won't now because there's a restart. The superintendents brought that up, and I was not aware of some of these disincentive when we asked for restructuring, and we'll deal with that tomorrow too. So everything is kind of preheating for that. And of course, for special ed, since they're restart, that means they won't get any federal IDEA. It's all of this 1 year later.
I'm not sure that we were classifying the school as a restart under any of those programs. We're looking at this as purely a renewal of an existing school.
I'm just asking that is not a legislative stuff. That is just strictly internal state board and CDE policy. And those policy, if we want this to be not a disincentive or to be whatever it is, we have to kind of figure out the safe harbor revenue neutral situation. So, like I say, you know, I do not know, because that will affect how they do cash flow. It will affect the budget, whether they are considered as restart to get the money all over again, or they continue. Because it will affect Title I, it will affect special ed.
So I thought I knew this, maybe I'm confused now. So this is a school whose charter is pending renewal.
Yes, and their current charter term has expired, so there is a gap.
Mm-hmm. But it's not a new. This would be a renewal. This would not be a new charter.
This is a renewal.
Yep. So it's a continuation.
They would have the same charter.
Same, right.
They'd have a different CDS code. But they would have the same charter number because if you become their authorizer, that changes their coding.
The funding will be based on a renewal status.
Yes.
And not a brand new.
That question is a question we are working on internally.
When will we know the answer to that?
Soon. Soon. New and continue, whether a school is a new school or a continuing school, means a lot of different things in different areas of the department. For most, when these things, they are continuing schools for accountability purposes. Just department-wide, there's variances, and we are working on that.
Some consistency would probably be helpful to all of you, as well as us. So I have a question, but I'll let Ruth start.
Let me see if I got this straight then. They had oh, it is on. I got to get closer, sorry. If I can get this straight. They had a charter for 3 years as a startup, correct?
Operating for 2 years, serving students for 2 years.
I thought it was indicated that the first year they didn't serve students.
That's right. So they were planning, they had a 3-year charter, first year planning, second year operation, third year pursuing renewal.
So essentially, they've only served students for 1 year.
No, they start the renewal process at the district level in their third year.
Okay, and then so the fourth year, if you would, was
this-
last year, or this year, this
Mhm.
current year, when they have not been operating as a school, correct?
Right.
So we have data on the students for 2 years?
We do. At the time that they were at the district seeking renewal, the district didn't have second-year information. They only had their academic performance of the first year.
But there is a second year.
There is, and that came out after they had made their decision. In fact, it came out just a couple of days before we brought the petition to you
Right.
in September.
But the district denied them after because it didn't have that material,
Based on 1 year of information.
1 year of information. And I'm trying to remember if it's common that the first year is planning year. I thought there was a planning year prior to that.
What is common is for the term of a charter to be, the 5-year term or whatever that operation term is, to be identified too. So if they're going to, if a board approves a charter school in August of a given year, they'll specify, we're approving you now and your charter term of operation is commencing on such and such a date and can go for that amount of time.
Okay, so their whole charter then, their philosophy, all of that, we have, the district had seen and approved of initially, correct?
Yes.
And then we addressed this I'm trying to remember when did we address this?
September.
In September, on the second day, right? On Thursday. Okay. That's why I'm having trouble remembering this. Thank you. This is quite unusual for us and for the charter schools, am I correct? To be without children or serving children for a period of a year before they get the renewal. Has this ever occurred? What? We did what?
Dixon Montessori, we did
Right.
it last time. They closed down for 1 whole year, but they restarted instead of renewal. That's why I'm just confused.
This is a renewal.
Dixon was a renewal. Yes.
Okay,
But
but they
the
had
town
a
is year
different
one.
philosophy going in the second time, if I'm not mistaken, with Dixon. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, thank you.
My turn.
I don't think I helped.
So I want to pick up on one of the areas where Ruth was commenting. I want to make sure that I understand what information was available when the district and the county made their determination, and what new information was made available that helped shape your recommendation. So tell me where I'm wrong, the new stuff is the financial audit.
For 2008-9.
2008-9. Academic performance results for the second year.
Correct.
Right. And then a couple statements about changes in business practice that I don't know whether they're verified in the documents about the lease arrangements and so on. That's also new information.
The decision around renewal in the September report as well as now isn't necessarily based on facilities. We understand that they have options, but I heard a comment made about conflict of interest
Right.
around facilities, and I don't know what the background is of that. If it's, I won't guess.
Okay. And is that pretty much, were there other
No.
pieces of? That's what I was asking about, yeah. Right, which Carol, I think, is saying that was new. That you just heard about that for the first time, too.
I don't think that was ever a consideration in any way in our looking at what was going on in terms of conflict of interest around facilities.
Yep. And then, so I think that one of just want to note this, and maybe ask some guidance from you, Carol, is that typically the board acts in an appellate role on these matters and sees and hears the same evidence that was used in the first hearings as much as possible, right?
I'm probably going to need some legal assistance on that. We have not seen it as appellate of a lower decision. We've seen it as a way to get, if you're denied by this authorizer, here's another opportunity for an authorizer to look at it, maybe have different criteria.
And different information?
Different information. It's not a different charter.
No,
I heard that comment. But a new budget, yeah, we're not going on the budget they submitted last July or even last year.
So so to be transparent, what I'm trying to do, board members, is just I'm trying to figure out the extent to which we can rely on new information that's come to us through the department and has not been seen or processed by either of the other two, the district or the county, and Ben is going to help us with that.
Right. Yeah, I'll say briefly that the word appeal is often used, I think, in common parlance, but there's actually nothing in statute that says it's an appeal, and you're only sort of considering the record from that. You can consider new information, and I don't think there's anything improper about that.
Great, thank you. So that's helpful. Helps clear the ground. And then I guess my last question, because the county and the district have brought up the weight that we should assign to the independent audit. And did you delve beyond the recommendations implemented in some of these areas?
Our initial concerns about them related to, and it was mainly in the governance area, was based on the first audit. So what we're looking for when there are corrections to be made is that those corrections are made. And we know that they have gotten training, that they have made adjustments. They talked about that in September to you. And then we have evidence of that in another audit, again, which the district and county didn't have at the time. But ordinarily, in the term of a charter, you would be able to see growth over time, and we didn't have that at the time we were looking at what the district and county had done.
So you had between the first audit and the second audit, you were at work trying to understand how they were making remedies to the areas of concern.
Right.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Other questions? Comments? If not, we could turn to public comment.
Yes, we have Larry Carlin, Colin Miller, Tricia Campa, and Lisa Core.
Really not nice to step on people as you get out. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, board members, Larry Carlin, California Teachers Association, and in the spirit of the camaraderie that Mr. Burt started this morning, I am here to continue that camaraderie. We believe that you should delay a decision on this implementation simply because of material not available to the public. I could go through every attachment that says we can come here and look at it at the department, but it's not available on, I was going to say television. It's not available on the internet to be studied. I could list attachments 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6 that are not available. And we believe that the public should have availability to this before a decision is made so that we can make a comment and understand what we're commenting on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Colin Miller with the California Charter Schools Association. This is a bit of a puzzling situation for you, I'm sure. When you look at this school, if it was a revocation, the school would have been, the district would have been required to give the school an opportunity to cure and to address the concerns that the district has. Because it was a renewal, that opportunity was not required, and the district chose not to give them an opportunity to address some of those issues. Because the school had only been operating 1 year before it went into the renewal process, there was only one data point available to look at. And so they literally could not connect the dots. I mean, this is what they were faced with. At the local level, they could have easily remedied this by providing the charter school an opportunity to address the concerns by extending the charter by 1 or 2 or 3 years to fill the full 5 years with the charter so that they would have additional data points. Because they chose not to do that, the school is here before you today on this appeal. And it seems clear that there isn't a local solution that locally they're interested or willing to pursue in this case. This is very similar to the Dixon School that you did address last year, or last meeting, and the concerns that you raised about the consistency around the department's treatment around funding for a new school or continuing school is a situation that we've been very, very concerned about. So we do appreciate your raising the issue, and would strongly encourage and appreciate your engagement as those issues get resolved. We feel like internally throughout the department there are a lot of inconsistencies, whether we're dealing with data, whether we're dealing with funding, whether it's state funding, federal funding. Each division seems to have a different way of treating charter schools as they go through those processes. So we would love to see some consistent application. Thank you very much. We do support staff recommendation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tishri Kampa. I was the AVIC coordinator and one of the English teachers at Nova Meridian Academy. I've been teaching in the public school system for over 10 years. The academic program at Nova was set to direct students into college, and so majority of the courses were A through G that we offered. We also offered the AVIT program, as I'm sure you're well aware, Advancement via Individual Determination, and that had a huge impact on the API score that we had both years, our first and second year. The students did very well in comparison to the schools surrounding us. In terms of outreach, we have developed an aggressive outreach plan to recruit students, and the plan includes flyers, radio advertisements in both Spanish and English to meet the community that we have, newspaper advertisements, community event presentations, visiting churches, parent testimonials, yard signs, magnetic car signs, banners, and mailers. And we will be implementing and monitoring this plan on an ongoing basis to ensure that all students are made aware of the opportunity to attend NOVA. In September, one of the state board's biggest concerns was NMA's math scores, even though NMA outperformed the district in many measures. During the meeting, NMA did not have much comparison data available, but has since updated the research. And as you've heard, our school outperformed the 2 district high schools in mathematic testing. Additionally, the charter school has taken affirmative steps to increase test scores by increasing the quality of the instruction for students. NOVA recognized its math instruction as being a weakness during the school's initial 2-year term. The previous math teacher will no longer be employed by NMA. The charter school has been more selective in who it's willing to interview for the math position. It's looking for someone with previous teaching experience, who is NCLB compliant, who has passed the California subject examination for teachers math subtest 1, 2, and 3, and who has a proven record of success.
30 seconds.
The charter school will be providing professional development opportunities for that teacher. We also will have specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, timely goals, give the students pre-test, identify the areas they need help in, help them in those areas, and administer a post-test, and continue our after-school program for students struggling in math. We ask you once again to please allow us to continue our success by approving a 5-year renewal.
Thank you.
Hi, Lisa Kaur with Middleton Young and Minnie. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you today. I just wanted to start by giving you a little insight into the conversation that I had with the district legal counsel early on during the renewal process. When it appeared that there might be findings for denial, I reached out to the district and said, look, this is only based upon 1 year. Let's talk about extending the term of the charter 1 year or 2 years out to the full 5 years so that you can see that NMA has made improvements, that it can demonstrate its success to you. When they hesitated, I said, look, I'm even willing to go further. What if the school agreed to close itself down after 1 year if certain benchmarks were not met for success? And the district still said, absolutely not. We're not interested in that information, and neglected to take that opportunity. And so we're here because of that decision. I recognize that you're in a difficult spot when you're looking at a district that only had 1 year. I think that would have been the correct compromise at the time. But now that the renewal appeal has gone on, it has given us an opportunity to have more information. It's been said a number of times that the school needed to be poked on its own to make improvements in its program.
after the ACCS meeting, the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, even though they recommended approval, they recommended that we provide a little bit more information as to those audit issues. And I provided this chart to the board before the September meeting, so it might look familiar to you. And I pointed out the areas where the school had made corrections even prior to the audit findings. So the corrections were as early as September of the first year, and the audit wasn't done until December.
30
so
seconds.
I wanted to point out that it does not, in fact, need poking to make improvements. It's expanded its membership to include CPAs, school administration, and school finance. It's undergone training by our office, and I think it's ready to go. You've got the full outreach plan, and you have demonstrated responses to each of the areas in the audit. I hope you will consider that and agree with ACCS and CDE's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all the public comment I have listed.
Great. At this point, I'd like to close the public hearing and invite board members to talk about this one.
I'm ready to support this petition for 4 reasons. First of all is now, although we only have 2 years data point, but it still pretty very solid, that it really helped students in Colton area, which is a high minority and high poverty area too, and especially running a high school. I mean, that's a tough stuff to do. Second reason is that I personally think that financial soundness is there. If the auditor state that you have $2,000 in the bank, I don't think anybody can lie about that. I mean, if they have it or they don't have it, right? Looking at the revenue, understand there's some deferral and so forth, but we're all in the same boat. The third, which is more important to me, is I'm seeing the human capital, the human capacity of this group. We beat them down, send them away, make them close to school, disperse everybody, and they keep coming back. So they came back with persistence, and they came back with patience, and they came back and really defended. And, even without Prop 39, facility with the district, they said they are going to, get another facility. So with all these 4 going, I mean, it's the right type of team to do this kind of stuff. So I am supportive that we approve the recommendation of the staff.
Jonathan?
And I'm prepared to second that motion, as well as in probably supplementally kind of for board staff to work with CDE staff around this whole issue of restart versus startup as it relates to funding. Because obviously I think in this financial time, I think we're all very much concerned about what that looks like, and it's something that as a liaison I'm happy to report back on. So with that, I'll second that motion.
Great, and we'll definitely take you up on the non-motion part, which I want to clarify a little bit later. So there was a motion, and it had by Ms. Chan, seconded by Mr. Williams to approve staff's recommendation. Jim?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions, Carol. And I appreciate several times in the petition in the attachment 4 where you differentiate between the original recommendation and the new one. But there were a couple areas that I wasn't sure have been told. Yeah, you better get it. And it may be just minor, but whenever I see no, red flags go up, and so
right.
We have that history.
That.
Yeah.
Got that.
So on the admission requirements, there's no new notes. So and there were comments that CDE is concerned with the pre-admissions requirements and that there might be some language that needs to be changed.
That's why I brought the original. I need to go get the petition. Can you tell me what page, please?
It's on page 22 of 48 of attachment 4. And so the initial response is there's an area of concern apparently that, and I didn't see any new note about that other than we need to maybe clarify some of that admissions language.
I have the petition with me, and I can go look at that.
And the same issue on the STIRS on page 25 of 48. And there was a statement made that if this is approved as a condition of opening, that all issues requiring counselors in it, and yet in the traditional openings that I see later in the attachment, that's not cited. So I just want to make sure that if those are still issues of concern, that we note it, and that
we make those conditions.
We make those changes.
Absolutely. This was, I know that has been a history with STIRS reporting, so we'll find out what's going on. I can't stand up here and tell you I know that intimately. I don't know. Daryl, can you respond to that directly right now? For admissions
STIRS.
as well as STIRS? What the issue was in the charter?
There were some pre-admissions requirements, I think is what you're pointing at, Member Ashwan, that were of concern to CDE prior. This has come up with charter petitions that have come before the board before, and we're always diligent in making sure that pre-admission requirements are not something that happen with a state board authorized charter school. So I'm not, obviously there's no revised comments there. Okay.
I found them. Right. Pupils must attend the group orientation. That there's some of this kind of criteria. We wouldn't allow anything that would screen people out, so we would have them change that. It's not admissions in terms of preferences. This is like they must attend a group orientation. They must complete a written application. We need to go over which ones of those things are legal to do and are not perceived as preventing somebody from being able to come or having to pay tuition or any of those kinds of things.
Okay.
Because I think parent volunteer hours are a part of that too.
Okay, and so the assumption is that I'm going to move forward with is that automatically gets taken care of.
We will make sure they are compliant with the law. Absolutely.
Same thing on STIRS, even though it's noted as a no, that on the STIRS.
I think it was timely reporting, and so we will track that as the oversight body.
Also, in that same vein, would be background checks.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because there were some no's down that.
There was one classified staff, and that was corrected. And so we check with that. That's routine pre-opening and ongoing oversight for us to make sure we review that information and verify it. Thank you.
Thanks, Carol. Other comments? Other questions? If there are none, if you're ready to entertain the motion. All those in favor, motion's been made and seconded to approve the staff's recommendation, which would have the effect of approving the petition for a 5-year charter renewal. Correct. As a state board authorized charter. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. All right. In favor, Mr. Jones, Mr. Ashwandon, Mr. Lopez, Mr. Williams, Ms. Chan, and Ted Mitchell. And then all those opposed. Ms. Bloom opposed. Abstentions. Ms. Lee abstaining. Did we count to 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did. Vote 6 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstention. The petition is granted. Thank you. Suber, are you okay if we move to item 20? Excellent. Item 20, board members. Great to see you.
Good afternoon. Good to see you. Good afternoon, President Mitchell and members of the State Board. I'm here to do a brief presentation on item 20 that you have in front of you. That has to do with the evaluation of the DATE pilot process that we engaged in a very productive partnership with the Department of Education. You have a great write-up in the items, so I'm just going to be very brief and then introduce the evaluators from SRI who are here to give you some additional information. We started in this partnership with the Department of Education in 2006, and it concluded last fall in 2009. We're actually continuing to do a little bit of work at the county level that will conclude in June of this year. And just to refresh your memory, we worked with 15 pilot school districts who volunteered to be part of the DATE process, and this preceded the actual, what we call real DATE, when the state board had to get involved and actually impose corrective action. And we were also working with 11 regional county offices of education to try to build capacity in those county offices of education to provide support and assistance to those pilot districts. This effort was funded by the Gates Foundation, the generous support of the Gates Foundation, $15 million over 2 years. As I mentioned, we were very happy to partner with the Department of Education, and I would like to acknowledge the very hard work, especially of Laura Wagner and her staff, in helping to develop the tools and processes to move forward with this. Because we had support from the foundation, we were able to contract with SRI for an independent evaluation of this work. The board heard some interim results on the work of the DATE pilots last January. The final evaluation has now been completed by SRI, and we have 2 of the researchers here today to present those findings for you. So I'd like to introduce Juliet Tiffany Morales and Christine Padilla, who are here, and they'll just give you a brief overview, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions or discuss any implications you might have. So Juliet.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm going to have some handouts for you to follow along.
Will you introduce yourself, please?
Sorry, yes. My name is Juliet Tiffany Morales, and I'm with SRI International.
Thank you.
So as Sue mentioned, this SRI International is the evaluator for the DATE pilot. It was a 2-year implementation and effectiveness study that covered 2007-08 and 2008-09 school years. As Sue mentioned, there were 15 pilot districts. 3 of those pilot districts entered corrective action in 2007-08. The 15 total, they were in program improvement years 1 and 2, and 3 were not in program improvement. Using this process to test how this would work as a prevention. And all but 1 of the DATE providers were housed in county offices of education. So in this evaluation, districts and providers reported many positive outcomes, and I'd like to outline those and then talk about some of the other findings. DATE focused district reform efforts by focusing districts on a manageable number of specific number of goals to address. It gave districts permission not to try to fix everything, but focus on a few things and get those right. It also allowed the action plans that they created through DATE provided a framework for policy and programmatic decision making. And data use, improved data use. There was a heavy needs assessment process that preceded the DATE action plan and required lots of data collection on the district's part with the DATE providers' help, and got them going and using data in ways that they had not before. It also created new and enhanced district management structures. For example, about only half of the districts when they started the DATE process had a district leadership team management structure in place. It also, DATE work also allowed for the leveraging of different funding sources to support the DATE action plan. So for example, 87% of the districts reported drawing on 5 different funding sources to bring to bear to the DATE action plan. Also helped improve, I'm sorry, I've lost my place here. improve district capacity to support low-performing schools. Slightly over half of the districts reported that prior to their DATE participation, they were either not able to provide the assistance that their low-performing schools needed, or they were not providing that assistance as well as they were after the DATE, after participating in DATE. Despite these positive outcomes, we saw mixed results when we looked at student achievement results. 6 of the 15 pilot districts performed better than expected. And in those 6, we noted that their performance was influenced by 3 main factors: district readiness, capacity to reform, and breadth of stakeholder participation and resistance. By readiness, we mean a willingness to reflect on their practice and look at the district level systems and how those systems were or were not supporting school improvement efforts. We also found that the DATE pilot districts with higher than expected outcomes had higher capacity in 2 main areas: governance and staff capacity building, which we mean professional development for teachers and district staff. We also found that there was, in those that performed better, there was a much broader stakeholder participation in the entire DATE process. The bargaining units were involved, principals, teachers, community members, and that there were fewer groups that were actively resistant to the district system level changes that needed to be made. The DATE providers also reported limited capacity to meet much additional needs. So as they spent a lot of effort building their expertise and capacity to support districts through this DATE process, but as more and more districts enter program improvement, they're going to be stretched thin with the expertise that they have on hand. So now that we've given you a brief overview of the findings, we understand that the State Board had a few questions about the DATE process, so we'd like to address those now. The first one was, how do we ensure that districts get the support and expertise they need from the DATE process? Not every district comes to this process. Not every district comes to this process ready to participate in systems change. Providers reported that building district readiness for reform can be labor and time intensive. So districts must be ready to accept outside support and expertise, and districts must be ready to critically assess district-level policies and practices. It's important that districts understand when they enter DATE that DATE is fundamentally different than other school-level interventions. DATE is not a program to implement at the school level. DATE is asking districts to assess their policies and practices and understand how those policies and practices are or are not supporting schools in their efforts to improve student achievement. And this is a big shift, and districts need to understand that when they come into DATE, that this is not talking about implementing another program. Also, ensuring that all stakeholders are involved. As I mentioned, that those that were the most successful were the ones that brought everybody in. There were DATE districts that did not have their bargaining units present, and that just didn't work. And then continuing to build DATE provider expertise. The CSESA and CDE made a concerted effort to build the expertise. This is new kind of work, working with districts and their boards. How do you create policies to support school improvement? And that is not something that everybody has. And so that building that expertise, there was a concerted effort to do that, but that needs to continue. The second question was are DATEs effective? Are DATEs as effective as they could be? A DATE appeared to be most effective, as I mentioned, in districts with specific characteristics, so that readiness to reform and broad stakeholder involvement, and also where there was a high level of trust between the district and the DATE provider. And providers and districts spoke at length about the trust, because this is a very sensitive issue to come into a district and start pointing out all of the things that they're not doing well, and having a level of trust with the person who's going to come in and help you address those issues. And because districts come at different levels of readiness and trust, you need to assess that program, assess progress based on where they start. So coming up with appropriate intermediate goals need to be identified for each state district for you to be able to assess their progress. And as I mentioned before, this is challenging work, so fewer resources supporting this growing number of districts coming into program improvement can be a challenge to the effectiveness of the overall process. The third question was, what can the State Board do to improve the DATE process? Currently, the number of schools in program improvement determines the level of support that districts receive, but that doesn't always accurately reflect district need, especially if the readiness factors that aren't necessarily reflective in whether you have 2 schools in program improvement or 5 schools. So and you often don't know what schools need until you go through that district needs assessment process. So taking that into account when understanding who needs what and at what level, we think is important. Also, currently the system begins interventions at the school level and then works its way up to the district. Current research is showing that the district plays a crucial role and can either support or hinder school improvement efforts. And it is crucial that taking a look at the system of support, the statewide system of support that we have, and thinking about once one school is identified, how are we engaging the district at that point, and not waiting until the district itself gets into corrective action before we start talking and engaging the district. And then lastly, building a system of continuous improvement at all levels of the system. Providers improved their expertise through sharing, collaboration. There were statewide trainings. There was building of materials. There's a building blocks for integrated academic support. I don't know if you're aware of, but that's a very crucial tool that providers are using. And all of those things were very, very important for getting them into a space where they could be helping these districts and facilitating the work. But there needs to be more than just the providers engaged in this discussion about how do we improve the statewide system of support. And with that, I have nothing further.
Great. Questions, board members? Thank you. I'm sure, don't go away, I'm sure we're going to.
Yeah, I do.
We're going to keep you there for quite some time.
I have a couple of questions. One, as the DATE teams move through this process and you are collecting data, there may have been some, I don't know if you use the word resistance, and it may have come from the superintendent, the board members, whatever the case. Over a period of 2 years, was there any research that showed that resistance was lowered by the interaction with the DATE team? That's my first question.
Well, it was 15 districts, so it's a small group. There were in almost all of them, they were able to move forward. I think there were a few that had some other challenges, but in almost all cases, they had some prior relationship with their provider, had some level of trust, but it does not mean that work was easy. There were certainly some that had trouble moving forward.
And then in that second category of helping these districts, you said higher capacity and governance and teacher development, teacher training. Was there any evidence or research that you came across or could see that showed best practices for helping teachers in the classroom with assessment materials, with assessment and the actual way that those assessment items are informing instruction and helping those teachers instruct?
Yeah, that wasn't part of this particular research, but there is research on that.
So I have a couple.
Okay.
I defer.
Hey, Sue, nice seeing you. It's been a long time. 18 years and counting. We all look good still, huh? Still here. Okay, so anyway, I have to say, I'm kind of disappointed. Disappointed to hear you say, of course, read in the report that there is no statistically significant improvement in student achievement. The understanding out of the 15 pilots, 6 do show that.
Right.
And the correlating factor is readiness. Is it pretty much the bottom line?
That's
they're receiving you. They're ready to date you. They're whatever, Whether we should have a pre-date, we got to have a pre-date process, We just have to figure this out, okay? So meanwhile...
This is a really, really bad line of analogy.
Okay. But meanwhile, I think the department sent us the study by CREST. the CREST, AB 519, that's working dovetail. We'll look at that tomorrow too.
Right,
Okay?
That's the follow-on evaluation.
That's a follow-up on that, okay, about not just the capacity of date, but looking at PI schools, year 1, year 2, year 3 cohorts, whether, the mandatory dated LEAs will do better than the ones that they can pick anybody else. So having said that, so now here comes the question is, your regional structure, your 11 regions, how is this structured? I mean, who, how, when, and what exactly do they do? Who monitor these 11 regions? What are the activities? In general, I don't mean, a detail. And then second is, because again, the county capacity pretty limited, although you distribute that to the regions, the LA region is still big. What other mechanism do we have? I don't mean use the word outsourcing, but as we go down with SIGs, as we go down with the lowest performing schools, and we keep saying, go to the regional, in outsourcing to nonprofit, outsourcing anyway. So those are the two.
Okay.
Besides the preheating of the date.
Okay. So first let me say, I'm sorry, I was so excited that Ted called me up right on time. I forgot to introduce myself, and though I do know many of you, I'm Sue Burr. I'm the Executive Director of the County Superintendents Association, so I apologize for rushing through. So to answer your two questions, Yvonne, first on the issue of the regional structure. The regional structure actually has been in place about 40 years. It's operated in conjunction with the Department of Education in many, many places. You heard someone just in the last item talk about the AVID program. That's a regional program. The California Technology Assistance Project, regional. It's a function of the size of the state and how difficult it is for the state to reach out and touch every 1,000 districts. So we organize in kind of a cost-effective way to say, let's do it through the regions. The regions vary in size. There are 11 regions. Los Angeles happens to be its own region because of its size. But for example, Region 3, which we sit in right now, where Sacramento's kind of the core and all of the counties that surround it, has about 10 counties in Region 3. And the other regions vary in size. The one right adjacent to Los Angeles has 3 counties, Imperial, San Diego, and Orange County, for example. So they vary in size. But essentially, they're all mandated to do some very specific work. With respect to academic support and assistance, which is what the DATE work is about, there's a parallel piece of work that's known as the Regional System of School and District Support, sometimes called the Statewide System of School Support, which is put in place to help build capacity both of districts and of the counties within those various regions to provide support to those schools. So that's what the regional structure looks like. With respect to date providers, however, that's even kind of a finer grain. Anybody can be a date provider that meets the criteria you set. And you have approved them a couple of years ago. And the overwhelming majority of them are county offices of education, but there are also a number of private providers that are on that list. So as a district enters into program improvement and is required or strongly suggested to have a date provider, they choose from among those folks who have met the criteria. But I think there are some questions as you move forward and some implications that I think Juliet touched on about how you make sure that the quality of the provision of those services is in place and is regularly evaluated. Now, it won't surprise you that I would argue that counties should be the providers of first choice. And I do it for a couple of reasons. First, I remind you that on the fiscal accountability side, which is a big responsibility of county superintendents, fiscal oversight is carried out exclusively by county superintendents. And is required to do so, there's a very serious set of statutes and standards and criteria that you also approve that they operate under. And just remember, too, that 53 of the 58 county superintendents are elected officials. So they have a very strong stake in what goes on locally, and I would submit have very strong knowledge about what goes on. And because they're public officials, you have a stronger connection to them with respect to accountability. So I'm not arguing that it should be a completely closed system, but I do think that county superintendents for many, many years have stepped up to the plate around responsibility on fiscal oversight, and in the most recent years are doing the same thing on academic oversight. And it's kind of a natural outgrowth because part of their other regional work has to do with professional development, which they've been doing for many years, rolling out the curriculum frameworks. So there's lots of curriculum and instruction expertise in the counties.
Yes, I'm appreciative of your report. I'm kind of interested with the idea that you said that it has to do with readiness for it to be successful. And yet these were 15 districts that volunteered to be in the pilot study. So there was some semblance of readiness if they volunteered. So I think your definition of readiness might be, maybe it's neediness or something, because there's got to be something else, because if they volunteered for these services, they were ready for some, or maybe they didn't know what you were.
Sometimes, some of them volunteered. So we wanted to put that in quotes in some parts of our because there was a strategy where all of the 11 regions came up with a list of the districts that were what we thought of as eligible, and then the county offices were charged with going and doing outreach to those eligible districts to find one that would volunteer. And some of them were many of them did not know what they were getting into because it was a pilot and they weren't sure what the process was, and because up until this point everything had been school level focused, they didn't actually know that someone was going to come in and look at district systems and say maybe the superintendent isn't doing something they should, or maybe the school board isn't doing something they should, or maybe the assistant super of curriculum isn't doing something. So they didn't know necessarily when they got into it what they were getting into. So it's a loose definition of volunteered, but even within that group there were people who, once they realized that this was going to be a very critical look at themselves, not just their schools, that it became more of an issue, and some places just didn't want to play. There was arranged.
What? Oh, it was arranged marriage.
Arranged marriage.
So in your selection or the selection of districts, you had a variety. I mean, that occurred, and this started while I've been here. So as I remember, that occurred, that was because we wanted a range of different kinds of districts as well, both more rural, more, urban, et cetera. Did you find many differences to the size of the district, to the urbanity, is that a word? Urbanity? Yes.
It is now.
Yes, to the urbanity of the districts. Did you find anything that was significant in that way? In those two ways, I should say.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Chris Padilla. I was the principal investigator on the study with Juliet from SRI. And actually, we didn't really find anything statistically significant between districts that were ready, given our criteria, and size of the district, or ruralness, or things like that, although capacity certainly was an area where we did find some differences. And I think Juliet mentioned there were actually 3 characteristics that influenced whether districts performed, whether we saw an improvement in student achievement. It was district readiness, district capacity to implement some reforms, and also the breadth of stakeholder involvement. And when it came to capacity, oftentimes that's where you might have seen some areas where there were differences by size.
How do you define that capacity? Do you mean capacity to change, or the amount of people in the district office, or the quality of the consultants, or whatever they had in the district office? Or
we had several questions on a survey about that were focused around district capacity, and some of them were around their capacity, for example, to have a data system, to provide professional development, around also, I think, some other kinds of support systems that were available within the district.
I've got a couple. Let me stick with the capacity, the findings on district characteristics. When you who'd you include as essential stakeholders? Bargaining unit, teachers, parents, and you included so parents were in as a okay.
Community members. But the three that stood out were the teachers, principals, and bargaining unit.
Okay. And then just an analytic question. How did you decide what better than expected was?
We had comparison. We matched each of the districts with a comparison sample of districts and tracked their achievement and looked at the difference between projected achievement levels.
Great. And then the last set of questions, I think it's a set, may just be one. So we talked a lot about district characteristics. Did you analyze, and can you help guide us on whether there are characteristics of the date teams that seemed to be beneficial?
Well, one thing, I wouldn't say that we did a statistical analysis of that, but one of the things that we noted was, and every place we went, was the providers mentioned that they typically would hire former teachers, and those are the people on staff to do, or maybe some mid-level district administrators. And in all cases, they mentioned that they needed to start hiring superintendents, former superintendents, to do this work because there was no peer to work with the superintendent in these school districts. And that is a very difficult relationship to have, and so they felt that they needed to grow that, and that is an area where they really needed to bring in more people.
So where I'm headed with this question is about how the department can evaluate the performance of the date teams and whether there are sort of organizing characteristics that might matter or people characteristics that might matter, and because we've been involved. We've heard from a number of districts who have dumped their date.
The analogy continues.
and gone home with somebody different. So clearly in those relationships, there's sort of something that's not working right. And granted, a lot of it I'm sure has to do with the particular characteristics of the district. But from our point of view, we're probably better able to make sure that the dates are at a high quality bar, that we're able to assure that the districts are in a high state of readiness.
If I could, Mr. Mitchell, make some. So typically what the teams organize by role alikes, if you will. So to Juliet's point, try to have a retired superintendent or a peer superintendent, somebody in curriculum instruction, somebody in business, somebody in HR, across the standards that you and the department have done a great job doing, to say that's the kind of expertise we need. So I think in places where you have those kinds of teams and those kind of relationships, you see the most effective work going on. I will say that going forward, one of the challenges for counties especially is the post-retirement limitation on employing retired superintendents. And we've actually taken care of that statutorily in places where you have to take over districts on the financial side. We haven't done it on the academic side. So as you think about some sort of minor tweaks, that would be very helpful going forward on that particular change. The other place where we did sort of make a change in the middle of flying the airplane, which turned out to be helpful, were the relationships between boards and district superintendents. Because that was an area where boards largely, they want to do the right thing by all of their students, but didn't always understand what happens as we go into these struggling academic schools. So we partnered with CSBA, and I want to give a big shout out to CSBA because they helped us a lot with that. And we developed an additional tool, and they're actually augmenting their board training around that as well. So again, just to reinforce this sort of role-alike importance of putting together a date team. So if you think about, increasing the expertise that's required or the requirements around those standards, I think you might get an improved process.
Great, thank you.
Since you're still here, Sue, really need your, wise guidance. I'm looking at implementation number 3. When you say, well, what state board can do? Well, in the index, you're talking about include measures of district readiness. How do you do that?
Well,
What
again,
what would be the indicator for district readiness besides that good relationship between, I'm making it up, okay? Their board and their superintendent, so that they are really have one vision, one goal, one path. Enough human capital within the district, and that there's already discussion about transformation and all that. So tell me how you do that. That's one. Then second is back to this readiness, okay? Understanding readiness for the receiving end, but as we roll out on start, restart, turn around, all of these other models, what will be the readiness level for state team to go into this new era of work differently? So those are the two.
Okay, so let me take the second question first, and I'm so glad you asked because I wanted the opportunity to talk about the new models. Under the new models that you're going to talk about tomorrow, they're school-focused, which Juliet already talked about how important it is to involve the district. So I hope you'll think about that as you go forward around those 4 models. But at least 3 of the models, I'm going to say the transformation model looks the most like what you're doing here, and people are familiar with it. And it's quite a robust model that talks about a needs assessment. You've got standards associated with it. We've got a lot of information now about that. The other 3 models are not models with which districts are intimately familiar, as those of you who run charter schools know. So you need to think about how, as we've gone about in this building capacity and expertise, for districts to come to a reasonable judgment about what makes sense here. Should we do a charter? Should we do a restart? Should we close it? Should we do transformation? And right now, that doesn't exist. We hoped that we were going to be able to create it in Race to the Top. Maybe we'll still have that opportunity, but right now we don't. So I think it is important, though, as you think about how you use your SIG money to make sure that you are able to develop some expertise, because I don't know for sure that that's in the model right now. So that's the answer to the second question. The first question, again, I think looking at the standards that you have now around how the date process is supposed to work, and really what those constitute are, what does a functional district look like? And building some questions around those standards to say, where are you right now, would give you the answer to, are you ready to engage in this? And if not, then the team that goes in knows they have to start at a different place than up here at the expert level of date. So I think you have a really good grounding to have that level of conversation and to build that into what you're doing as you decide how you assign corrective action.
So is it possible then, from the experiences that you all have and all the research study, including CREST that we probably will talk about tomorrow, is that district readiness level to seek help, to receive help, to implement, whatever the helpers help them to do, that different developmental level. Readiness level 1, like our novels teacher, readiness level 2, preliminary credential teacher, I'm making that up, level 3. And then we can have a much better date match, right, with that kind of data.
Right.
Okay.
eHarmony. Okay. And now we're done. Annie, how would you know? Thank you. We're really grateful.
Thanks.
I think that we can do one more item. Well, would you like to take a quick break? Okay, let's take a 5-minute break. Teresa and I will triage. Where is it? All right, let's take up item number 21. Here's my hope is that item 21, which is a rubric for evaluating the revised LEA plans. And then I'd like to wind up the activities of the day with item number 26. So 21, 26, and out. Hi, Fred.
Hi. Well, this is item 21, so we'll be halfway done to the end. This item is recommending that we modify the rubric for LEA plans based on the action the board took at their last meeting. And specifically on the front page of the item, the last open bullet says provide appropriate professional development, including but not limited to materials-based professional development and use of effective instructional strategies. Based on that change in language, we went through each of the pages of the rubric and made the appropriate modification accordingly. Took out language related directly to SB 472, etc., and put in this language. And so this item is asking you to adopt this amended rubric in place of what existed before with those small changes. And the changes are noted in the rubric itself in bold italic.
And members, I want to reinforce what Fred just said, that these revisions were made in large part as a result of conversations that we've had around this table.
That's correct.
And so our question really is this what we wanted? Jim? You look poised. Motion's been made to accept the staff's recommendation. And a second by Ms. Chan. Thank you. We're doing this a little out of order, but is there public comment on item 21?
No public comment.
No public comment on item 21. I would just like to make a public comment that I think that these changes are great and will be very helpful. Thank you. Hearing no further comment or question from members of the board, all those in favor of accepting the revised rubric, please raise your hand. Ruth, you're... I'm sorry, yes. Very good. Unanimous vote, and thank you, Fred.
Thank you.
Item number 26.
President Mitchell, Mr. Jones is gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Jones will be absent for the remainder of the meeting.
Hello, I'm the sub today. Deb Sigmund, Deputy Superintendent of Curriculum Learning and Accountability, and so I will be presenting this item to you today. We're asking that you approve the performance level cut scores, the superintendent recommendations for the performance level cut scores for the standards-based test in Spanish. This will be your second time to do this. You've already done this for grades 2 through 4, and so this is the second set of grades. Remember, we've developed this test in grade level spans, and so this is the next group of grades to bring to you. We have, like all of our other, at least within the recent years, all of our other standard setting panels were brought together. This particular panel, of course, had the additional requirement of being bilingual and biliterate, obviously, to read the items and so forth. But the process we used in terms of establishing these were exactly the same that we've used in all of our other assessments in the recent years. So we look to these folks who are educators who work with our children in the schools, particularly our English learner students, and they make judgments about where they believe those cut scores should be. In addition, we always have our department psychometricians as well as our contractor psychometricians go through and make sure that the cut scores are reasonable, consistent with what you have done before in terms of setting cut scores. And so it is often, if not always, the case that the superintendent's recommendations are slightly different than the panel's recommendations. And so we are asking you to approve the superintendent's recommendations as well as to direct the department to go out and conduct a public hearing. I do want to remind folks that the standards-based test in Spanish, while it is given to our English learners who have been with us less than 12 months or English learners who are receiving instruction in their primary language, it is not a test that we use for any accountability purpose. It is not one of our tests that we use to determine adequate yearly progress. And students who take STS also take the corresponding CST in terms of their grade and subject area.
Thanks. While you're up, because I imagine that the question will come up, could you highlight for us the differences between the superintendent's recommendation and the panel's recommendation?
So generally, in fact, Eric, would you like to do this? Let me have Dr. Eric Silbert come up and present this particular piece to you, as I think it might get a little technical. Thanks.
Great.
Eric Zilbert, I'm the manager of the Psychometrics and Assessment Data Management Office, and it's my staff that does the what we call smoothing that results in the superintendent's recommendations. I guess the best place to start looking at the comparison between the superintendent's and the panel's recommendations would be to look under, if we start with Table 1, the superintendent's recommendations, Table 1, so that would be Attachment 1, Page 1. You can see the raw cut score under proficient for grade 5 is 43. Does everybody find that? Okay. And you can see that the proportion of the population that would be proficient or higher with that cut score is 27%. And this first table is reading language arts. And we can go down between the grades here, and we can see that for grade 5, it's 43, grade 6, it's a 44, grade 7, it's a 47, and you can see that the percent proficient and above going up through those grades in RLA increases slightly over those grades. So if now we turn to Table 1 on the standard setting panel's recommendations, you can see that under proficient for RLA, the raw score cut score is 47 for grade 5, and the percent that would be proficient or above is 18%. And you can see that as you go up the grades, we would vary from 18% in grade 5 to 25% in grade 6, and then to 21% in grade 7. So you can see that these will bounce around a little more, and you can see that these cut scores are several points higher than they were in the superintendent's recommendation. The goal in the smoothing is to basically, as much as possible, honor the panel's recommendations. There's really 3 parts to this process. The panelists give us pretty much the range of where the possible values are for the cut scores. CDA takes a look at those compared to the other standards that we've set. And it's important to recognize that these groups operate independently. They put their bookmarks independently, and each grade is independent. And they don't look at the results of the other grades in making their determinations. So basically, in this case, we have had to move some of them between 3 and 6 points. We usually like to stay within about a standard error, which is about 3 points. But sometimes, and this test in particular is a little different, we have a population that's composed of ELs from less than 12 months and then the ELs in the bilingual programs. So I think that it's fair to say that we could expect a little more variation in this particular example.
So just wanted to emphasize that this is a small change, and so maybe, Eric, if you could talk about the degree of change that this really perhaps highlight that difference for the board.
Well, as I said, if you look at the change in the proportions at proficient and above between those two, for example, it results in a 5% change at grade 6. 9% at grade 5 and 10% at grade 7. If you go down to the basic cut, you can see that in RLA, that changed. The raw score cut in 6 and 7 changed by 1 or 2 points, while in grade 5 we made probably the largest adjustment in the entire set.
I find it quite interesting that in the basic under the, not the superintendent's recommendation, but the other, it's the only one of all of them, of the 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, that has a larger score. It doesn't descend.
Right.
I mean,
it's obviously very different from all the others around it, both in the same grade and the other grades.
It's kind of interesting, 23, 23, 40, 47, 55, and 23, 23, 30, 43, 55 for 5th grade. It's kind of odd. I was wondering if it was an error, but obviously.
Well, you have to remember, though, in the standard setting process, we're asking these people to do quite a bit, and the range of individual persons' marks. Every one of these adjustments we made was in the range of what the panelists had selected on their own. We haven't gone outside the range of what was possible or what was suggested by the people who were there. But obviously in certain cases, just to keep things so we don't have drastic changes from grade level to grade level, we do expect changes. And if you look at all of our tests, there are differences. But we want to keep them smooth, not abrupt.
And can you go to remind members, one sentence or maybe two further on smoothing toward what end and to avoid what hiccups?
The basic hiccup that we're looking for is we don't want large discontinuities where children will bounce in and out of, say, proficient from grade to grade. We're looking for a fairly smooth continuity from grade to grade as we go across the grades, and we're looking for a fairly even distribution between categories in the different grades. But again, we tried, the goal is to honor the panel's recommendations as much as possible and to operate within the range of values that they suggested.
I have a question. In the process of setting expectations, let's call them, for the English language, we're really trying to make it rigorous. In these tests, are we maintaining the same level of rigor that we're trying to implement with teaching kids English?
That's hard to say in the sense that I can tell you that in mathematics, when we look at these scores, these children's scores in STS and in the CSTs, they line up very well up on top of each other, and the cut scores in very similar places. The RLA-ELA comparison is a bigger difference, but I think we're asking an advanced student in RLA to be very, very good on that test, yes. And similarly.
Just to add to that, we did some additional checks, and so actually the difficulty level of some of the STS items is actually greater than the difficulty level for some of the CST items. So keep in mind that these tests have undergone the very same kind of process that our CSTs have gone under. So in terms of item writers, remember the board, you as the board adopted the standards that would be assessed in these assessments. And so I think with the exception of, 2 English language arts standards, perhaps per grade, these children are being assessed in the same standards that they take in the CST. So the process to create these tests have gone under the same rigorous process that the CSTs have gone under. There's been no difference. We employ the same people. We employ the same process to make sure that they function in the same way.
Yvonne, and then I'd like to turn to public comment.
I'm again comparing the superintendent's recommendations and the panels, just 0 in one group, which is a proficient group for English language arts, for STS. So the cut score, quite similar, it's not that many points different. However, the percent at and above is quite significant. So help me interpret, that means the superintendent's recommendation will have more kids being proficient.
That's correct.
That is correct, okay. Now, then, of course, we want more kids being proficient. Then the second question you just triggered, when you get to table 1 of English language arts, right, which is the third page. I'm talking about the third page, the English language arts.
Right, the standard pending centers.
Yeah, that one. And Deb, you're saying that, well, actually the STS items is somewhat more difficult than CST items.
We do see a little bit in terms of ELA. I think we see a difference in terms of CSTs, yeah.
And that is why for proficient, the raw score, but it's not comparing the same thing though, 59, 61, 63. And so therefore, potentially, 29% of the student will fall into proficient.
I'm sorry, I didn't see where you're getting those last numbers.
This is the third one.
Oh, attachment 3.
Yeah.
Okay, the CSTs from 2001.
Oh, right.
Yes.
I'm just trying to see Spanish versus English, okay?
Right, okay.
And by taking the superintendent's recommendation, we try to approximate the percent of proficient students in English.
It's important to recognize that these tests had different numbers of items on them, that this was a 90-item test.
Right. I'm not looking at the cut score. I'm looking at percent at or above.
Okay.
That means about 29% of the student in English language arts can potentially be proficient.
Right.
Right? 29%, 30. And the SUPS is 27, 30, 31. But if you go with a panel, oh my God, that is a whole different world.
That would be true.
That's correct.
How can it be such a big difference between the panel and the superintendent's recommendation, other than the fact that, hey, I buy it, you take this, it's approximate the English. We cannot have such a big discrepancy.
To be perfectly honest, we don't. The CST information.
Before I finish, this is not statistics, it's more preference.
Well, that's true. And any kind of standard setting panel is about a degree of judgment, right? And so what the folks in Eric's unit do and what our contractors try to do is look at that and look at all of the other information that we have and try to look at that reasonableness and so forth, which is why we provided you the other information, to kind of get a sense of where you've been on other kinds of assessments.
OSTS, all the other grades. This
No,
is 5, 6,
we
7.
bring you, yes, it's been this process, but as we implement to new grades, then we bring it back to you for each of the grade levels.
Yeah, with the basic principle, try to approximate more of the English.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Regina?
Doug McCray.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae, a retired test publisher from Monterey. Surprised that I'm here as the last public speaker again. First, this item to me is a routine approval to conduct the public hearings. It's not on the content of the standards themselves. That'll come back to you after the public hearings for approval next in May, I guess it would be. Most likely at the public hearings, I'll provide my usual, these performance standards are not comparable to the English language CSTs. And as a brief comment on Deb's comment, because you use the same process doesn't mean comparability statistically, which is you don't know whether this test is easier or harder than the English language test. There's a whole process for statistical comparability, and this doesn't have it. But my comment today is a bigger picture of a forest, but for the trees. The larger comment is that why does California continue to produce a test with all the expensive trappings of an accountability test, secure tests, narrow test administration window, item development for replacement items, annual equating adjustments that delay the turnaround time, etc., that cannot be used for accountability purposes? These trappings result in an annual cost of about $2 million. The Spanish test scores are not used, as was commented, for accountability, nor can they be used because they don't have the bona fides necessary to be an accountability test.
30 seconds.
They could be given outside that test administration window. Some of the kids taking it are English learners in the first 12 months at the diagnostic test. It could be given early in the school year for those people rather than late. So if developed as a non-accountability test, it'd be my guess it would be about 1/4 the cost, about $500,000. And so my question is, why are we wasting the taxpayer money?
Thanks, Doug.
That's all the public comment.
Okay, great. So I think the task before us is to approve these cut scores. And I think Doug raises an interesting question about the test in general that I would propose we assign to our testing liaisons, whoever they may be, to have continued conversations with the department about that. Further conversation or questions? If not, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
I move to accept the recommendation to approve the state superintendent's proposed performance standards for the standards-based tests in Spanish, STS, for reading language arts, and the STS for math in grades 5, 6, and 7.
Regional hearings. So maybe easy to just say staff recommendation.
That recommendation, I know.
Motion's been made by Ms. Chan and seconded by Mr. Ashwandon to support the staff recommendation. Other comments or questions from board members? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. We have a unanimous vote, 7 ayes. Thank you. And with that, I believe we have concluded the business that's possible to conclude today. Thanks, everybody, for your cooperation in getting through a stacked agenda. We have more tomorrow, and we have a couple of housekeeping details. We have a closed session at 9. At 9. We don't have to get here at 8. Closed session at 9. And that will probably take an hour. No? 35 minutes? 40 minutes? Half hour. Why don't we then plan on opening the open session again at 9:45? And then one last thing. There is a hefty blue that is either out on the table and passed out, as we will be after reading it. And that's the addenda to item number 18, and there will be additional copies available tomorrow. Thanks. Have a good evening. See you tomorrow.